Excellent. Okay. Welcome to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimate 2022 to 2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister David Elliott and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Transport, Veterans and Western Sydney. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, and those circumstances only, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Elliott, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to the office as a Member of Parliament. And I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee, and that is Mr. Rob Sharp, Mr. Howard Collins, Miss Camilla Drover, Mr. Juste Cock, Ms. Trudy Mayers, and for all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title, and agency, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation should be on the cards on the table in front of you. So I'll begin with the witness to my left, which is you, Ms. Fontana.
Thank you. Daniela Fontana, Chief Executive, State Transit Authority and Bus Procurement, Greater Sydney. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that, yes, Ms. Mayers? Oh, yep. Who are we up to? Mr. Regan?
Yes, Peter Regan, Chief Executive, Sydney Metro. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I think it's Mr. Longland next.
Matthew Longland, Chief Executive, Sydney Trains. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Wing?
Thank you, Chair. Anthony Wing, New South Wales Point-to-Point Transport Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. McInnes.
Thank you. Caroline McInnes. I'm the Director in the New South Wales Office for Veterans Affairs in the Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm, but we will be having a 15-minute break at 11am. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:15pm, again with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, but if required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you all very much for your attendance today. I will begin with questions from the opposition. Mr. Mookie.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you, Minister. And thank you to your officials as well for their attendance today. It's good to see you again. And Minister, just at the outset, I just want to acknowledge the constructive role you've played in the last 7 months as your government has tried to resolve the issues on the rail dispute. Certainly amongst government ministers who have been involved, we certainly want to just acknowledge the fact that you have played a very constructive role. word is that we are close to a settlement, at least in respect to the deed. I was wondering whether you could give us an update as to where you see the dispute up to currently.
Well, as you just quite rightly identified, the deed, which is in the
Minister, do you mind moving the microphone forward?
deed, which is in the jurisdiction of my colleague Minister Faraway, is being negotiated as we speak. I spoke to Alex Glassons last night just to see where he was with it and see if he needed me to do anything. And they appear to be close to resolution, but there are still outstanding, one or two outstanding matters that will be that need to be determined. And then, of course, separately in my purview is the enterprise agreement. We will be having some further intense negotiations relating to that next week, and I'm hoping that Alex and I can sit down and thrash out any outstanding matters on Wednesday. We've slated Wednesday from 10 o'clock until the crows, till the sparrows. No, I can't use that term here, can I? Until the end of business, to make sure that we make sure that we give every opportunity to both the union and, of course, the government gets every opportunity to conclude. I don't know if Mr. Sharp wants to, or Mr.
I think I appreciate that update, Minister, and feel free to use any Avery-like metaphor you wish in this forum. And but, in respect to the part of the issues as to why it's been so prolonged, certainly there's been a view that other ministers have got themselves involved, and when perhaps they weren't coordinating with you as much as they should have been, given that you have been the lead in respect to the enterprise bargain. Have you found yourself in a position where other ministers have seeking to put their beak in where it's not necessarily wanted?
You're good with the Avery metaphors, aren't you?
I think my frustrations are a matter of public record, as I tend to do, which gets me into trouble a bit. But I think at the moment everything seems to be constructive. I must say that certainly my engagement with the union has been nothing more than transparent, albeit frustrating. And of course, I have been on the public record as accepting the government is not faultless, but I'm even more frustrated, and these are the conversations that I've had privately with the union and members of the union, is that it appears to me that regularly the goals get moved, the try line gets put back, new claims get put on the table, and of course excuses are abundant.
Well, much to my chagrin too, the union also seems to acknowledge that you've been transparent with them. But you have said, it's very hard for me to look the unions in the eye and expect them to believe me after I had the rug pulled out from under my feet last time. When you said that you had the rug pulled out from under your feet last time, what did you mean?
Well, that's a matter of public record. There was a decision made in my mind that I was taking to government, and that decision was set aside for reasons that the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have dictated.
Which decision are you specifically referring
Relating to the deed, relating to the cost of modifications.
So it's the case.
And I listen. I'll continue on that, Daniel, if you don't mind, because I mean I get that this is a lot of money. This is a lot of money that doesn't need to be spent. This is a lot of money that could have gone to hospitals and schools. This is a lot of money that could have actually gone to improving our rail network. This is money that doesn't need to be spent because the safety regulator has already told us it doesn't need to be spent. This is money amending trains that are working perfectly well overseas.
But Minister,
I conceded that the opportunity cost of not making these modifications was potentially going to be more than the cost of the modifications themselves.
Well, but to be clear, Minister, you then did take a proposition to the government that was along the lines that you negotiated with the union. And you found yourself in a position where after the Treasurer and the Minister for Employee Relations got them involved, they basically, as you put it, pulled the rug out from under you and rejected the position that you had brought to them. Minister, were you aware at the time of that particular May press conference that Minister Keane and Minister Tudor-Hope were going to stand up, all but overturn your work, and instead engage in some comments that were an aggressive behaviour that it certainly inflamed the
Well, I
dispute.
think-
So when you say that the rug was pulled out from under you, it's the fact, isn't it, that you took a position to the Cabinet, they rejected it, they ambushed you with the press conference, and they set the course of the negotiations back by a matter of months. Isn't that the case,
I have
Minister?
to correct you. Actually, that's not right, because I hadn't formally taken. I'd formed a position, but I hadn't taken that position to Cabinet or to ERC or to my colleagues.
So when you said that they pulled the rug out from under you, they preemptively pulled the rug out from under you, did they,
That's-
Minister?
That's you could possibly say that.
And that must have created some frustration on your part, given how much time you have put into negotiating this.
You can read body language very well, Daniel.
Well, every now and then I do it for a living, Minister.
That's true, that's true, Minister, but Hansard can't. So if you were able to answer that question.
I think continue to stick with the line that you may well possibly comment.
but when
you
you-
may well possibly think that I couldn't possibly comment.
But you did make the point, right, that no wonder the union is sceptical of us. It's hard to put the genie of distrust back in the bottle when it's so freely moving amongst us.
Poetic.
Indeed. Quite the poem, really. What
Avian
I'm wondering,
interest
though, is
poetry.
that you do accept that the conduct of Minister Keane and Minister Tudor-Hope, particularly, is the reason why the genie of distrust escaped the bottle.
Oh, listen, I think we've gone a long way from that in a very short time. I think, as I've said, the government has to concede that things haven't gone well and haven't gone to plan and haven't gone in a manner that you would like industrial engagement to go. But remember a couple of things here, Daniel. Firstly is this enterprise agreement was expired 2 ministers before me. Remember that the ordering of the NIFs predated, I think, pretty much everybody at this table. When I talked about the distrust between the union and the government, it is also vice versa, because I'm now inundated with complaints from constituents, from local members of parliament, from members of the opposition about delays in trains and delays in services and the cancellation of services.
But you make the point, Minister, that things have moved on. But to be clear, I mean,
No, the
you
things
said-
that on relating to who's to blame. I've said no one side is to blame here. Both sides are to blame.
Oh, look,
but
first
let
to
me.
accept.
My view is at the moment, the public opinion is turning swiftly against the union. I've warned the union that. I've said to them that we've all moved on from what happened in May. The delay was disappointing. It was frustrating for me, but we're back to where we started from. Even Alex conceded that yesterday to me. But I also have to say that the bogey in the room at the moment is the fact that the union keeps wanting to change the
But Minister,
goalposts as well.
just to be clear here, do you trust Minister Keane and Minister Tudor-Hope when it comes to this dispute?
I'm comfortable that the engagement under the tutelage of the Premier between all my parliamentary colleagues is transparent and
That's not
and
transparent. Is what I asked.
Comfortable
you,
with
Minister.
Alex Classen's actions?
Transparent wasn't what I asked you. And look, transparency seems to be an improvement from where we were in May. It's good that you at least are transparent with each other about your respective conduct. But the specific question I asked you, do you trust Matt Keane and Damien Tudor-Hope in their
Yes.
conduct of this
Yeah.
day? Fair enough. So when you say
Alex
that I
Classen?
think I still have some trust with the union, but unfortunately the government doesn't, what did you mean by that?
well, that's from the very constructive engagement I've had with the unions about their opinions about the way this has gone, and I'm not going to argue with them about who they do and do not like. They've made decisions based on their engagement. I'm trying to get to a conclusion.
Well, Minister, as I acknowledged at the outset, I certainly pay tribute to the constructive role you've tried to play throughout this entire thing, but it's clear that people in your party are not so generous towards you. Here's what one of your colleagues said anonymously. David Elliott's idea of a negotiation is just to give everything away to the unions in order to make himself look a hero, a Liberal source said. Are you giving everything away to the unions in order to make yourself look like a hero?
Well, if I'd given everything away to the unions, we would have industrial harmony today. And let me tell you, if you look at the correspondence that I get, I'm certainly not considered a hero at the moment. But I'm not going to be responding to anonymous, ill-informed comments that the media may or may not want to.
Well, I want to give you the opportunity to respond to anonymous and ill-informed comments right here, Minister.
Okay, well, I'm
because
not
you've
going
been
to.
slandered.
Conjecture.
You have been slandered. You've been accused.
Well, it wouldn't be the
of
first
giving-
time, mate.
I know, and look, to be fair, it's not the first time I've slandered you either. But the shoe's on the other foot this time, Minister. The shoe's
Thank you
on the
for
last
defending-
estimate's different.
Thank you for defending my honour, Daniel.
Oh,
Can I ask though, which goes to your intent? How many times have you met with the RTBU?
I've not met with the RTBU.
You've never met with the RTBU.
No. But Minister, just to
Never had
be
a
clear
chat
here,
with
Sorry.
Alex?
in a year's
You've-
time,
in-
when I'm sitting on that side of the table, you should feel free to get Mr. Fowler to ask that question. But whilst we are in our current
In
arrangements,
the last 12 months, you've never met with
Minister
the
Elliott,
RTBU.
we will.
I just want that on the record. In the last 12 months, you have never met with the
No.
RTBU.
Look, I always engage with people. Look, to be
No,
fair,
no, it's
you
a
do
yes or
too.
no answer. In the last 12 months,
Minister, let's just go back.
no. It
anonymous
goes to your intent of the
plan.
question because
Minister, you can't ask these questions without resigning your commission.
You
So,
can.
feel
He's
free
not
to
up
do
for the
that.
re-selection this time. He
How
hasn't
many-
had to
We
do
might
it.
be
So
welcoming-
lazy Susan.
Minister,
we've
when we
initially
will-
got. We first of all got. I haven't met with the RTBU, and now you're saying you
Minister,
haven't.
when
So you haven't sat
when
with
you
the
run
RTBU
for the
to
upper
dis-
house.
So
when
you
you
haven't
run for
sat
the upper
with
house,
the RTBU and discussed tactics with them.
definitely.
March,
I can assure you
like,
that's not true.
Like in March this year, did you discuss tactics in March this year with the RTBU?
Tactics for what?
Tactics
Minister?
about how the strike would
No.
go and how you
Minister,
didn't meet with them in March to discuss
Okay.
tactics about
Order.
how the
I did not meet with anyone to discuss.
I will
tactics,
take
but
a
Minister,
point of
we will
order.
take a point of
I am
order.
taking a point of order at this point.
I'm going to put to you that
order.
that's a lie, Daniel. I'm going to put to you
Minister.
that you've
But
actually
here-
had it.
Minister.
here we
And a
are
point of
not
order.
slandering
All
each
right.
other.
When I say order, we all quieten down and I listen to the point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
The usual routine is question and answer, and normally the questions come from over here.
No,
Over
It's
there.
following the
It comes
usual
from
routine. It's
I
just
think
the
that-
other way
Ask the
around.
minister
Okay,
to stick
I
with
was
the
expecting
usual
that
routine.
to be the point of
Apart from
order.
being,
I think
I will remind the minister that he is here to answer the questions,
the
not to
point of
ask
order,
the
Madam Chair, I
questions.
think
No,
the
you don't get
community
to
has
do
a
to the
right
point of
to
order.
ask.
That's not how it works.
That's from
Community
over
has
here.
a right to-
Minister,
Go
when,
ahead.
when you join the upper house, we look forward to your contribution. But until then, we can slander each other later in the hearing. But can I just, apart from being defamed by your colleagues anonymously in the newspaper, apparently you've been chastised by the Premier too, because you've gone to war with your
time?
own government, indeed, and you've been
And which
chastised by the Premier. When you
Premier and which time?
well, do you want to take us through every instance that you've been chastised by the Premier in the last 6 weeks? Maybe?
In the last 6 weeks?
Yeah, let's
That'd
go.
still take another year.
So, well, were you particularly chastised about your conduct in these negotiations with the Premier?
Particularly,
In
regularly, but
conduct
what
of these
about?
negotiations? Has he chastised you about the attempt you've made to try to resolve this dispute?
Between me and the union and I?
It's a straightforward question, Minister. Has Premier Perrottet chastised you about your conduct in the negotiations?
Yeah, so that's on the public record.
What did he chastise you for?
Well, you know what he chastised me for. He
I
had
don't.
He,
Actually,
he
that's why
didn't
I'm
particularly
asking.
like my comments about the treasurer and the treasurer's role.
Ah.
And
what were
listen,
those
mate,
com-
I'll wear that. Like you should be wearing the fact that you've met with the RTBU to discuss tactics.
What comments particularly that you made about the treasurer caused you to be chastised?
Well, I'm not going to engage with. I'm not going to repeat private conversations with my cabinet colleagues.
Well, you made your comments publicly with the treasurer. It's hard to keep up, to be fair to us.
Well, that was
so I
public.
just want to be specific about which of the comments you've made about the treasurer caused you to be chastised by the Premier.
I'm not going to go into any further detail about private conversations with the Premier. Premier and I have private conversations nearly every day.
Well, one of the other incidents, I'm sure you look forward to it every day as well, Minister.
Most
But
of them are
one
pretty
of the
constructive.
issues that I do have that have emerged in recent times in respect to this particular dispute was that last time you and I had the opportunity to talk here about this dispute, you promised that your government would not seek to terminate the EBA. You were unambiguous about it.
We haven't yet.
I know you haven't yet, but again, Minister, I just want to praise you for that constructive comment you made at the last estimates hearing, because there's no doubt that has certainly helped keep the dispute within reasonable bounds,
Yeah.
probably the way I'd put it. But I would just say your colleague, Mr. Tudorhope, said as recently as 2 days ago that he has raised termination as an option to Cabinet's Expenditure Review Committee. So this is another incident in which you seem to be having the rug pulled out from under you, because you've made an unambiguous statement on this matter, yet your colleague is rushing to government to present such an option. Did Mr. Tudorhope inform you that he was intending to bring that option?
When
to
did
the
he say
government?
that?
He said this on the 25th of the 8th.
So 2 days. No, I've been in hospital up until yesterday, so I haven't had a discussion with him.
So,
about
but equally, he has said that he's not only indicated that this is an option, he's described what exactly the government's strategy around termination would be. It would be to simply enter into some form of an arrangement in which they would preserve some of the conditions in the existing EBA, but then seek to terminate everything else. Now, this is the actions of an extreme employer. To be very clear, in the spectrum of industrial relations behaviour, termination is not something which
maybe
people
for a
do
union
lightly.
official, mate, but it's not in my world.
But Minister, regardless of whether you agree with my characterisation or not, there's no doubt. Again, you are saying one thing, and your colleagues are acting completely other, which
Well,
raises the question.
I'm not aware of the circumstances, so I'm
Well,
gonna,
we're
I'll have
happy
take that
to
on
we're happy to
notice.
provide you to table the particular
Well, I'll take it on
media
notice.
article.
But
But Minister, it's a really straightforward question here. Do you stand by your commitment not to seek the termination?
I committed to the union from day one that if they continue to act in good faith with me, I will continue to act in good faith with them, and that includes honouring the enterprise agreement. But when we move away from acting in good faith, and unfortunately, I think the communities at the moment see the union as not acting in good faith, well then
Barbecue.
they'll barbecue us. Yeah.
So, just to be clear, you are now shifting from your position.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I've said to them, let's continue to act in good faith.
But
So we get
Minister,
to
you
see.
are
I wouldn't be
unambiguous-
having a. I wouldn't be planning a full day's meeting with them on Wednesday if I thought I was going to be shredding.
Yeah,
the
but it's not a
EBA.
trick question. Last time you were really clear. You promised
I'm
that
clear.
termination was
I
not an
haven't
option.
changed my position.
Yeah. So
I have not
you're
changed my
recommitting today that termination
I've
is
not
not an
changed.
option.
It's not with the condition, as I said at the time, that we act in good faith.
Has your department suggested to you that you change your position and that you instead do embrace a pathway towards termination?
Nope.
So is this just a frolic of Minister Tudorhope's own making here?
Listen, termination is always an option. It's just not one that I'm actively going to pursue and while
That's
we're
not-
acting in good
That's
faith.
not the question. The question was, has your department been suggesting to you that this is an option you should take?
And I've received. I'm not aware of receiving any advice that.
Has
that's,
your department been doing any contingency planning whatsoever for the event
I'll
of
have to
termination?
take that on notice.
Well,
Because
the
as you well know,
Secretary's here.
we'll take it on notice. Because as you well know, Daniel, from your time working as a staffer,
I never worked as a staffer.
your time working with the union, is that governments always look at all contingencies. And let me tell you, I've got some radical ideas in my mind if this thing goes to pastry over the course of the next couple of weeks, and it doesn't include shredding the enterprise agreement. It's going to be a lot more radical than that.
What's that?
What
are you
sort
thinking?
of
Well,
radical
let's
ideas?
just let's
Don't leave me hanging here.
Wait till I can put them on paper and I can publish them.
Don't leave us hanging here. What radical options
There are lots of
you-
radical options available.
Like what?
I've been saying that for quite some time, and that's why I want this thing bedded down.
Like what?
The help of the Hansard, we can get them on paper right now. Why don't you tell us what radical options you...
You know, I'm sure you'll look forward to the long-awaited Elliott diaries over this matter.
When are you publishing?
Put Mark Latham to shame.
But just to be clear here, termination would see rail workers suffer a 40% cut in pay. Can you at least rule out taking any action that will unilaterally result in every rail worker having to default back to the award and suffering a 40% pay cut?
I'll refer you to the last answer.
Minister, I don't think you can threaten radical options and then not spell them out in public.
Well,
I
there
mean,
are lots of radical
don't-
options
yeah, well,
available.
What are we talking about here?
Well,
What
let's
is
just
possible?
wait and see.
Well,
Are
that
you-
sort of generalised
are you
threat
going
I
to
isn't
go-
can't, I
helpful
can't
to
breach
this.
Can you
cabinet
rule out an
confidentiality.
indefinite
What if
lockout?
I might
Are
have
you
had
planning
already
to lock out your
stuff-
workers?
just- Beg your pardon?
Well, one of the radical options which is often available to you under the Fair Work Act is to lock out your workers. Are you planning to lock out your workers?
Well, as a man who's dedicated to getting the trains running, no, that doesn't really sit with my plan.
So
does it?
which other radical option is on the table?
Anyway, Daniel, you need to go and have a look at your diary to tell me what date in March you met with the RTBU to discuss tactics, because I think some of your questions are a bit old.
All right.
I missed you too, Minister. It's good to see you again.
Fabulous.
Don't get a character.
Before I start on my questions, I just wanted to clarify a point with you, Minister, in relation to the appearance of Mr. Simon Draper. As you know, we requested the Simon Draper attend. We were then told that it was not appropriate, according to you and your office, for him to attend. We then insisted. We got told after that he would be attending, but then yesterday we got told, actually, no, he can't because he's currently on leave.
Yep.
That is not something, despite the email that I'm looking at here from Patricia Wild, that is not something the committee was aware of previously or had been communicated to the committee secretariat.
I'm advised that he's on leave.
When was he
I'll take that
on
notice.
leave? If you could let me know when he went on leave and when it was known that he would not be available today.
Can you just give me one
Yep.
second? Right. So my office was only advised yesterday that he was on leave.
Right, okay. Thank you. If you could look into that and come back to me, that would be useful. And if we could have an assurance that when he does appear at the infrastructure hearing, we will be able to ask him questions within your portfolio, Minister.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, sure.
Can I ask you about TAHE, which I understand moved out of your portfolio responsibilities on the 14th of April and into Minister Stokes's responsibilities?
Correct.
Why was that?
It was because TAHE is actually is responsible for the statewide assets owned by Transport, and I'm only responsible really for the metropolitan assets, and so it crossed both the Minister Faraway and my portfolios.
There are plenty of other pieces of legislation where you share responsibility with other ministers.
Well, that was the advice that I was given.
Did you ask any questions when that happened?
No,
Whose decision was it?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm assuming it's the Premier, but I'll take that on notice. I don't ask for more work, believe it or not, Abigail. I'm quite happy to offload it.
The trains that are currently at the heart of the dispute, they're owned by TAHE, are they?
Yes.
They are. Has TAHE been involved at all in the question of cost for the upgrade?
I'll hand that over, or do you want Matt to answer?
No, I'm happy to answer that. Yes, they're a financier and asset holder. We pay a fee to TAHE for the trains. Given this is a new project and it was on foot when TAHE was set up, there are costs that TAHE picked up as part of their stand-up in 21.
So, okay. So if it's agreed then that we upgrade the safety of these trains for another, which I understand to be in sort of a few $100,000, is that cost to be borne by TAHE?
The internal process is that we, being Transport, would present to Cabinet through the Expenditure Review Committee any overruns on that project and the nature of them. Some of those would be operational in nature, and those would clearly sit with us. If there were capital-related costs, Treasury would take a view in terms of the nature of the funding. So it could well be, for example, a grant for it, or it could be funded through TAHE. So there are different funding opportunities. Cabinet would make a decision when a paper is tabled.
So if we've got, presumably this is a capital expenditure, if it's for the trains themselves.
Correct.
So in the ordinary course, TAHE is propped up with grants from the New South Wales Treasury. That's how it's designed to work.
Well, there's an equity investment that the government has in TAHE. So TAHE does have funds in its own right. And then there are examples as well, if the funds aren't sufficient, where Treasury would either put an equity in or a grant. So there's options for the government in terms of how they may fund projects.
Okay, but the bottom line then is that this would impact on TAHE's balance sheet if there was to be an increase in the
If they
maintenance.
funded that additional cost, yes, they would use their cash to buy that asset, and there would be an agreement with us to pay an access fee, a usage fee, if you like, and they would make a return on that.
And that wouldn't upset the accounting treatment of TAHE in any way?
Look, you'd have to ask TAHE, but at the end of the day, their role is to invest in assets and get returns, so it would be consistent with that.
So to what extent have TAHE then been involved in these discussions in relation to the train upgrades?
As an asset holder, we keep them informed as to the progress and status of the project. Through to not that long ago, the project was actually on budget. So the recent delays are actually driving the contractual costs, and at the last budget estimates, supplementary estimates, I spoke in some detail to the nature of the potential costs that are accruing, whilst this industrial action is deferring the trains coming into service.
So if Minister Stokes is now responsible for TAHE, why has Minister Stokes not been involved, or has he, in the negotiations with the unions on this point, Minister?
Sorry?
Minister Stokes
Yep.
is responsible for TAHE.
Yep.
TAHE is the ownership of these train assets.
Yep.
Sorry, is the owner of these train assets.
Yep.
Why has Minister Stokes not been involved in the negotiations?
Well, because I'm responsible for the people and the services and getting commuters around the city, and that's what the union does. They are the labour provider. He's the asset owner.
Yep. So, but we've had the treasurer, we've had...
And sorry, I'll supplement that answer with saying, don't assume that Rob isn't involved in these conversations. I speak to him about them regularly.
Okay, so that's the question. Is
Yep.
he a decision maker in these discussions?
Well, I think the Premier's the ultimate decision maker in these discussions, and most of these discussions will end up before ERC.
Okay.
Sorry, most of these the conclusion of these discussions will go to ERC,
Okay.
hopefully soon.
Secretary, I understand that the accounting treatment in relation to the two train entities has not been confirmed yet by the Accounting Standards Board as recommended by the Auditor General. Why has there been a delay in that process? I understand that TAHE's accounting treatment as that part of it has, in terms of its treatment, has been approved. In terms of the other piece of that puzzle,
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of the status of that, and I'll ask the Financial Controller to provide that information. I'll bring it back to the committee today.
thank you. If the does Mr. Longland know?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I would need to check on the notice on that as well.
Okay. If that accounting treatment comes back and actually says no, this treatment is not correct, that will blow up the whole treatment, the whole accounting treatment for TAHE, won't it?
I'm not an accountant to be able to comment on that. That's a matter for Treasury in terms of the nature of the entities and their accounting. As far as we're aware, we're following accounting treatments correctly. We've had an audit that's been signed off by the accounts last year. So I'll have to revert specifically on the status of the question that you've raised. I'm not across the detail on that.
Those accounts were signed off, though, on the basis of pretty much given a leave pass, right? We had qualified accounts, then we had, fine, we can approve this time, but we recommend that you go and get this treatment sorted. You need to speak to the Accounting Standards Board. They will come back. There was two questions that they were to be asked. One was in relation to the nature of the entity that is TAHE, and the other was the nature of these entities in terms of the two train entities. Are you worried about that accounting treatment?
As I said, I'll take on notice what the current status of it is. In terms of worried, I follow the advice that comes through in regards to accounting. There's audits, there's professional accountants that are referred to it. the audits are by professional accounting firms. So I do rely, as the Secretary, on those experts. In regards to your specific question, I can't answer it because I don't know, and I'll revert back from my financial controller during this session.
Because I can tell you that this is one of the things that disturbs me when I wake up at 3 a.m. I'm not the Transport Secretary. How does that not keep you up at night? If the impact would be that the whole of the accounting treatment of TAHE is not
already awake
what
because
you've
of the
been claiming.
unions. He's already awake because of the unions.
Look, the accounting treatment of TAHE is a matter for Treasury and TAHE. There's an independent board and a chair of TAHE. So in respect to TAHE, you would refer to Treasury. In respect to your question on the rail entities, I've taken that on notice. I don't know the answer to it, and I'll revert.
Thank you. Just in the minute I have left, I just wanted to ask you, in relation to the safety regulator, and there's been much made of the safety regulator having assessed these trains as being sufficient, etc., etc. Do you think that the safety regulator is doing its job, Minister?
Well, I have absolutely. Do you think she's not? If you've got any evidence to suggest that the safety regulator is not doing her job, please give it to me, and I will on behalf of the union, I will take it up with her. But I've met with her, and all the indications that I have that she's a highly qualified, very experienced, articulate, and dedicated public servant, and I think that she should be given the right to provide her job. And if you want to slander her, that's fine, but provide us with some evidence that she's not
I will
doing her
clarify.
job.
I'm talking about the office of
Well, if
the
you've got any
Transport
evidence that
Safety
the
Inspector,
office-
not any individuals. It is very hard to do your job when you're not sufficiently resourced. I understand that the funding for that office increased from 3 to 5 million, but the Victorian Safety Regulator has a budget of 40 million. Why are we underfunding?
Well, we
and
rely
only
on the
providing
national
an eighth?
safety regulator, so she's a national safety regulator. I'm not aware of the Victorian model, but she's a national safety regulator. I think all the states pay into a fund, and she runs the operations out of South Australia. Adelaide, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll come back to you on that one.
Please do.
Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Minister. I want to briefly talk about taxis. Obviously, you've been a big supporter of them, the only Transport Minister in 3 years that has, so thank you for that. You're aware of 2 independent reports by the industry that show that the capital loss to that industry because of, I guess, the ill-informed implementation of Uber is 1.6 billion. You're aware of those 2 reports?
I've got no reason to doubt the figure you've just given, but I don't know what reports you're referring to. Which of the 2 reports?
Are you aware that that figure was presented to the Premier and Treasurer in a meeting with the industry over 9 weeks ago?
I believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the Treasurer agreed to appoint a senior Treasury official to work with the industry to come back with
Understand
a
that. I wasn't at the meeting,
No.
Mark, so I can only just assume.
Neither was I. I'm just trying to get a baseline
I'll
for
take
what
it
we
all
both
on
know.
face value.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And despite that, in 9 weeks and 11 attempts of the industry to actually get feedback from that senior Treasury official, there's been no response. Is that how you would conduct a negotiation? Is that how you've conducted a negotiation with the rail unions?
I'm very sorry to hear that. I've spoken to the Taxi Council as recently as, well, probably last week. I haven't this week because I've obviously been off. But I'm meeting very soon with the Treasurer and the Premier to thrash out some final details.
Okay, so to your knowledge, there has been no package developed yet, or you are aware of a package that's...
So, as you're aware from the last estimates committee, that there is an options paper there. I'm comfortable with it. The Taxi Council's comfortable with it. Obviously, we have to make sure that Treasury comfortable with it. There are subsequently been some further options put to us, which is why I'll be meeting with the Premier on Monday and with the Treasurer and the Premier on Monday. But that's really all I can say because of the sensitive and commercial nature of these decisions. I don't want people running around buying cheap licenses tomorrow thinking they're going to get some money out of it, or selling cheap licenses tomorrow because I think they're going to get nothing out of it. So I share the taxi industry's pain. I do. I've said it publicly. And I'll continue to advocate for them. I think that they deserve fair treatment, fair compensation. I've accepted the criticism that, other industries that have changed and evolved because of changes to the information superhighway haven't been compensated, but those industries, not one of them that have been put to me, have had highly regulated and expensive licenses and registration plates sent to them and their families every year. So I think we do need to show a bit of compassion. I still don't understand, and I'm on the public record of saying this, I still don't believe that any commuter or Uber user begrudges spending an extra $1 to put into a compensation pack. I haven't met that person yet.
Can I just go to Uber, and thank you for your positive comments there. You're aware of the whole Uber leaks scandal in Europe and America? No, I'm not an avid reader of The Guardian either, but it did pique my interest. It shows that Uber has engaged in some serious unscrupulous behaviour around the world, particularly secretly lobbying governments and secretly lobbying government bureaucrats to infiltrate countries with the industry. Obviously, you're not aware of it, but has there been any investigation by your department as to whether that has occurred in New South Wales?
I'll just pass.
Anthony can. Sorry. Yeah, Anthony. Well, they haven't lobbied me, so. But
well, you weren't the minister at the time when obviously this all went down. I'm not too sure whether you were actually the point-to-point commissioner, Mr. Wing, when all this.
No, this those reports appear to relate to allegations about business practices that occurred by executives probably a decade ago who've since left Uber. So I think I don't have any particular knowledge of any lobbying that might have been done at the time.
Okay, thank you. I might just change tact, Minister. The Recreational Vessel Action Group, which has sort of been in establishments, I think, since 2019 or before that. It's gone to a new model, I believe, where it's not having regular meetings. It's just inviting individual groups of the department's choosing, and there's concerns that action group or that advisory group is now being disbanded, and particularly there's a concern about the Recreational Fishing Alliance, and they're a key stakeholder there, that they're essentially being isolated because of their, I guess, outspoken views on certain things. So can you give me a status update on what is happening with that action group?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And certainly, as you know, Mr. Zaziak, there is regular engagement with many groups across Maritime, locally, regionally, and we've seen some, obviously, engagement and some improvements in the investment of those facilities for boaters, fishers, and many people use the waterways. I'm not sure about this particular group, and I think, as you mentioned, there may have been some issues regarding their behaviours. I'll check and take that on notice. But I think we are always open to engaging any user groups who use our waterways, and certainly we've made an extra effort this year, particularly post-COVID, to ensure the 40% uplift in boaters who are out there get the opportunity to engage with the industry and the community. So happy to take that on notice.
Can you take on notice as to why there's been no minutes of that group since 2020 as well? There seems to be no public minutes since 2020.
Thank you. I will do that.
Minister, just quickly, I might go to the La Perouse to Kurnell Ferry. It's now been approved. I just got some questions around the approval date to start off with. When did you become first aware that the project had actually been approved?
I think that's
The Cammeray.
Cammeray, yeah. So it was committed in this last budget, and I think I was probably advised about the approval of it slightly before the budget.
Okay. On the planning website, it was recorded that the project was at assessment stage on the 2nd of August, then moved to determination and then approved on the 3rd, but the approval documents say it was signed off on the 21st of July. Does
Yeah,
that
20
sort of sit with your recollection?
Well, I won't use on memory here, but the
Yeah.
advice that I've received is that on 29th of July, Transport awarded the construction contract to McConnell Dow following a competitive tender process with the wharf scheduled to commence during the first half of next calendar year.
Okay, and
2 years.
yeah, is it correct in saying that the current estimated cost for this project is 49.3 million? That's what the Treasury papers state. Is that
I've got no reason to doubt the Treasury papers.
no? Is there any explanation as to why that has doubled?
Sorry, did you say 49.3?
49.3.
Yeah, over 3 years, correct.
Yeah. The original cost was 24.3. Can you offer an explanation as to why that cost has essentially doubled?
I'll take that on. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I've just been told that there's a wiser man at the table than me. Howard, would you like to answer?
I'm waiting for him to turn up, but my favourite subject, Cammeray, and thank you very much for the question. Yes, explaining, as you asked, I think the Minister, why the costs have increased. Obviously, as you know, there was some delays to the program. We did, as you confirm, Minister Roberts, I believe, signed off the approval in July of this year, and we got to it with the government support to renegotiate and engage with the contractor. As everyone knows, and I don't want to labour it too much, additional requirements were made for planning, which is good news because it's obviously protecting the environment, and also engagement with our Aboriginal colleagues in terms of design, and finally construction costs. There's a lot of steel in this. It's good Australian steel, and it's expensive, but we believe we're now on a course within the next 2 years to set up the wharfs. Obviously, whatever we can do to work with the local Aboriginal Land Council regarding ferries and opportunities there for employment will continue as we have done in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Minister, I might just return briefly to the rail dispute. I firstly want to agree with my colleague's description of your behaviour in this dispute, just to put that on the record. And I want to recognise that there's quite a lot of uncertainty here, given where this has got to. But can I just ask you the question that every commuter is asking, which is, when do you hope to solve this dispute? When will I be able to get the train home on time?
It would be a very brave person to predict that. I hear Alex is saying imminent. I hear him then saying it's going to take 3 months for the EA to be agreed to. One of the few conditions that I have put on this matter is that the EA and the deed are a job lot. I'm not going to expose the commuters or the taxpayers of this state to $1.1 billion, $264 million, depending on what how you account for the cost, and then expose them to the commuters to uncertainty of services with further industrial action because we can't bed down the agreement. I don't think that's unreasonable. I haven't heard anybody from your side of politics saying that that's unreasonable. I've heard Chris Min say some very positive things about the way that I'm dealing with it, and I very much appreciate that support. I think that's wise for him to provide that support. But the earliest time could be next week. If we bed down the deed this weekend and we bed down the EA next week, well then I've just got to wait for the union to go to its members and say, let's go, boys.
Yeah, so if this goes well, if you persuade your colleagues, if you persuade the union, as a commuter, I might be able to get the train home on time next week.
That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario, in my mind, could be up to 6 months.
Thank you.
Minister, I want to talk to you also about taxis and Ubers. as well. And look, again, I acknowledge that this can be categorised as one of the problems you've inherited as well. But your government has failed to deliver hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation that was promised to 5,000 licence plate owners. It has been 7 years. Why has it taken so long?
Good question. I think at the moment the
Minister, if you need to, we can swear.
Sorry, no.
witness in
I
if
just
you-
wanted to clarify something. I didn't want to misinform you.
Appreciate that.
There is so that figure can be dispersed, but it requires other actions as well. But my view is, again, let's not do this piecemeal. The council, the taxi council, and indeed the plate owners have come with us with a fair, what they believe is fair compensation. I've accepted their claims in the sense that I'm prepared to take it to ERC, prepared to take it to the Premier and to the Treasurer. And of course, there is no cost to the taxpayer under that scheme.
But Minister, we have literally right now, on my count, more than $150 million sitting in a bank
Correct.
account that's unspent.
Correct.
We are continuing to collect $1 a day per trip in every
Correct.
taxi and every Uber. We're building up additional
But remember,
80-ish
Daniel,
million. I think.
if I piecemeal this,
Oh, I'm not suggesting you're wrong, Minister. I'm just saying it's been 7 years.
Yeah.
We have been sitting on this money for a long time.
it's a disgrace.
You agree
And
it's a
it's an
disgrace?
absolute disgrace. And small businesses across New South Wales deserve to be treated better. And I have got myself into a lot of trouble by advocating on behalf of them, and I'll continue to advocate on behalf of them. But I'm not going to advocate half a job.
Yeah,
I'm not
good.
going to advocate. I'm not going to introduce a system which sees them taxed for this compensation, because if we do this piecemeal,
Yeah,
they will potentially be taxed
And
for
look,
it.
Minister, again, I appreciate that. And look, just to be clear, we've done an inquiry as a committee into this matter. But you said that you've taken it to ERC and you've put those options. Do you recall precisely when in time you did that?
No, I haven't taken this specifically. I haven't taken it to ERC yet.
Oh, okay.
When I take it to ERC, it will be what I'm comfortable with.
Well, you said that you've taken options to the Premier and to the
Yeah,
Treasurer. When
yeah.
did you do that?
I've done it over the last couple of months, but I'll be doing it again next week, and hopefully we will be able to land it.
So you're saying that you're taking a package to them or
No,
to E ERC?
I'll be having the discussions with the Premier on Monday, but beyond that, I can't discuss it because, of course, it'll be cabinet in confidence.
Well, the issue is that and look, Minister, again, you seem to be obeying the cabinet conventions, but your Treasurer is not. Your
Surprise me.
Treasurer has said, in fact, quite the opposite to what you've told us this morning. He said that there was a discussion in the ERC and that.
Well, I wasn't there.
Why weren't you there?
I wasn't there.
Well, why not?
I wasn't there.
Yeah, but it's your minister. You're the minister. How can you not be there? How can there be a discussion about this without you? Is that a mystery?
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah. So you're telling me that your
Mate,
government
You're
had a
probably my last friend in this place.
Well, let's not stretch the
He's ditched
friendship
me
too
already.
much, Minister. But just to
pretty
be clear
sad.
here, you're telling me that the government had a discussion about this and you weren't involved.
Mate, I can't discuss ERC cabinet deliberations, but I can tell you that I
Minister-
wasn't at
Because
the
you weren't
meeting.
there.
So,
I
Mr.
wasn't
Keane,
there.
to be clear, Minister Keane has discussed it on Sydney Radio. He has
Sorry?
discussed this on Sydney Radio. He says that an option was brought forward, it was rejected,
Okay.
and basically, perhaps I'm paraphrasing, but effectively you got sent to redo your homework was the thrust of it. He basically said that the government had this discussion, they didn't necessarily like the options that you presented, you got sent back to present more. So
All I can say,
I trust
Daniel,
the
is that I
Treasurer this
wasn't
on
at the
Monday. I
meeting
did.
and I'm going
I
back.
asked the Treasurer this on Monday. And he said I should come and ask you. So here I am, another favour from your friend. So can I just say, let's establish this. Apparently the government rejected a position without your knowledge or attendance. The Treasurer gets on radio and blames you, tells you that you have to go send it back. And meanwhile, we have 5,000 licence owners who are desperately waiting for compensation.
Well, the last part of your comment is what's at front of mind for me at the moment, and I can assure you that I'm not going to stop fighting for them.
But Minister, I accept you weren't at the ERC. That's appreciated. Was it your proposal that was rejected, though?
I'd have to take that on. Well, actually, I couldn't discuss that because it's a matter of cabinet confidence.
Well, but the Treasurer has discussed it.
Okay, well,
This
he's
has
breached
been a-
cabinet confidentiality if he
A
has.
matter of discussion on morning radio on Ben.
Okay,
Ford.
well, listen, I can't discuss matters that go before ERC or cabinet, even if I am.
We're
there,
inviting
even
you
if
to
I'm not there.
respond, though, to something that's been common discussion on morning radio.
Well, I'm not going to because that may put me in breach of cabinet protocols, which I'm not prepared to do.
Well, we certainly don't want to put you in such a position,
No.
Minister. But how many times have you met with the Treasurer directly to talk about this?
Oh, well, I'm told you I'm meeting him again on Monday.
Or how many times have you met with him?
Previously, I'd have to take that on notice.
But you can't do it without him because he has to literally sign off on the paperwork
Well, he's
to
the
allow the
treasurer,
money to
of
move.
Of
Correct?
course. Well, ERC has to, yeah. agree
And
with-
how many times have you met with the Premier about this?
mate, as I said, I speak to the Premier sometimes twice a day.
when you're done.
And I can assure you we've had long discussions about this. Both.
Well, look, Minister, no doubt you are seemingly encountering the same obstacles inside the government as perhaps you encounter elsewhere in your portfolio. But to be clear, I don't think any of the 5,000 licence owners particularly care. What they do care about is when are they going to be
Correct.
getting the compensation.
Which is why I haven't given up on them.
And look, again,
the easiest thing for me to do right now was to accept the previous decision and said, sorry, boys, you know, we got what we could. But that's not the way I'm going to do my job.
And look, Minister, I just want to acknowledge that. But despite your best efforts, when can these 5,000 licence owners expect to get the money that has been promised?
Well, I think the fact that the Premier and I and the Treasurer are going to be meeting early next week is a positive sign.
Can I ask you the thing I don't understand about this? In Matt Keane's budget,
Yeah.
he promised $42 billion
Yeah.
of new expenditure. Everyone got $1 except for these hard-working taxi plate owners. How is that possible?
I can't answer for the Premier, for the Treasurer, in relation to that. But just remember, this is money that's not coming from taxpayers.
Well, it should have been even easier. How is it possible everyone gets $1 except for these hard-working
Can you come
citizens?
to ERC with me next week, John?
I'm open. I'll have to check my diary, but I'm open to offers.
But it is,
How about you
it's
come
an-
up with
it's an
Labor's
important-
policy
it's
on
an
this
important
first?
point. This is the reason
Come
why
on,
I
Labor's
haven't.
It actually is a serious question.
It's a
though,
very
because
serious
all the money's,
question, John. And you've actually
the money's
answered,
been
you've
spread
answered
across
it for
New
me.
South Wales.
You've actually
and
answered it for me.
these
This
people
is
who
not
deserve it
government
haven't got
money.
it.
This is not government money. Nobody that I know who uses Uber has objected to paying an extra $1.
That should make
These
it
are
easier.
thousands and thousands of New South Wales businessmen and women who, for generations sometimes, have put their life into a small business, enjoyed it, and now have they deserve the dignity to walk away, given the economy has changed, particularly.
Everyone
and as I
else-
said, I'm
but-
going to predict the next
Serious
tweet.
question though. Everyone else got $1. This isn't costing the Treasurer anything. Why is the Treasurer blocking this?
John, we're in heated agreement.
But
Take
the-
yes for an answer.
But Treasurer,
I mean,
but Minister,
I'll predict the next tweet. They're going to say, "Oh, but David, Blockbuster didn't get paid out when Netflix came along." But we weren't charging Blockbuster thousands and thousands of dollars every year in licensing and registration and plate costs. We weren't heavily regulating them and forcing them to pay money to the taxpayer to keep their businesses going. That's why I have a passion for making sure the taxi drivers get fair equity for their asset. That's. So we're in a heated agreement. I don't know why the Treasurer didn't give them, put it into the budget. Maybe that was my fault. Maybe I didn't bash him up enough last year. I think I did.
Well,
but,
have another go.
But I can assure you that it isn't off the agenda. We are certainly going to be advocating further. I'll be meeting again next week. I share the frustrations of the taxi industry, and as I said, I want somebody to come to me and say, "Oh, there's a commuter who's using Uber who feels that $1 is unfair." Nobody's come to me. Not even Uber have come
What's
to me and said
happening
that.
with that money then?
we'll come back to that. Minister, are you feeling personally fulfilled as Transport Minister of New South Wales?
Thank you for caring for my welfare.
This is a lovely estimate
the
today.
job-
I really care about his welfare.
Is the job to your liking?
Yeah, it is. It is. I've very much fallen in love with the organisation.
Have you been looking for alternative work in the last year?
Not in the last year, no.
Have you been offered alternative work in the last year?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did you have
It's a breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct for me to look for work, as you well know.
Yes, it is. And again, Minister, I respect your scrupulous attention to Cabinet convention and the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
Yeah.
It augurs well, really. But is it the case...
Ask the question. Come on, quick.
I will.
I know where it's going.
It's not hard to see where this one's going, Minister. You don't get any
Considered
extra
running
credit
for
for
Parramatta
foresight
once.
here. But is it the
Oh, yes,
case
he's-
that,
sorry, that's
did
correct.
you by any chance happen to have a conversation with the Premier earlier this year about some future career options of yours?
Not really, no. Other than the fact that I might have,
What
I'd
does
been
that
asked
mean?
to run for the federal seat of Parramatta.
Oh, indeed. But what do you mean by not really? No.
Well, other than the fact that I had spoken to the Premier briefly about the approach I had about the federal seat of Parramatta.
And when did you speak to him about the intention to potentially put your hand up for Parramatta?
That would have been nominations were opening around early March, mid-March, early March.
And so at that time you flagged with the Premier that you were potentially considering a run?
I'd said that I'd been asked to consider it, and we had a quick chat about it, and then a higher authority.
Well, I want to know,
told
who was
me
trying
that-
to take you away from being the Transport Minister? Who had asked you to consider that?
Well, the federal coalition
Ah.
said to me,
Fair enough. And then you raised it with the Premier, that you were being headhunted.
No. It was hardly a headhunt to run for a Labor seat in an election that we knew we were going to lose.
Well, look,
that's
it's
not,
not-
that's
look, to be- it's
that's
not for
called
me to-
hanging, not headhunting.
Look, it's not for me to necessarily decide what worth you might have brought to that campaign, Minister, but nevertheless, you had that conversation with the Premier.
Briefly.
And
That's
then,
a matter of public record.
It is.
Placed it on the record.
And then after you decided not to, did you have any further conversations with the Premier about some potential career options of yours?
Oh, only if I was going to stay in Cabinet.
What was discussed?
If I was going to stay in Cabinet.
Did he suggest to you that perhaps you are or not?
Oh, he said that there were options that, that may or may not have continued in Cabinet. And I said to him that, the role of a Cabinet Minister is his pure gift. So I would accept whatever role he determined was in the best interest of the government.
Did he raise with you the prospect of perhaps fulfilling a role outside of Cabinet?
The parliamentary secretary role was briefly mentioned, but he didn't offer it to me.
And this was the parliamentary secretary for what precisely?
Well, as you may recall, we used to have a parliamentary secretary for trade,
Yes.
and that position was considered we had a brief discussion about that. But there was no offer made. It was just whether or not. And of course, at the time, there was discussion about who was going into the Trade Commission jobs, which I had absolutely no understanding of, so I didn't really know what.
So he discussed with you who was going into the Trade Commissioner jobs?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'm happy to answer it.
Order.
No, the
I'll
answer is
hear
no.
the point of order.
So
Madam Chair, and look, this is a consistent point of order. I raised it yesterday when we had a witness and going through their CV and their work history. This is budget estimates with respect to transport veterans in Western Sydney, not about Minister Elliott's understanding of trade positions or anything
it's
else.
about his tenure as Transport Minister.
Yes, happy to.
Okay. I'll rule on the point of order. There is no point of order. The Minister is more than capable of responding.
So, to be fair, Minister, I didn't raise Trade Commission as you did. So what? It was some fleeting mention of
There was
the
no Trade Commissioner role discussed.
But you mentioned that there was some reference to Trade Commissioners in the discussion with the Premier?
No. No, I
But
said
what-
parliamentary secretary for trade.
For Trade.
Yes.
And
Because we used to have one, as you're probably well aware.
I do recall. They made
Jonathan
a big
O'Day,
impact.
at one point.
But
Paul Toole.
But
And Jonathan?
if the Premier was that the only role that the Premier had
Correct.
canvassed with you?
Correct.
No other role?
No.
And did you raise any role with him?
No.
Did you tell him that you'd like to be the Governor of New South Wales?
We all know that I would be a brilliant governor.
Oh, well.
Was it discussed?
No,
I don't think we all know
I'm
that,
sorry.
Minister.
We need to have this point on the record. We know that I would be a brilliant governor.
Well, Minister,
But
I
suburban
might,
dads,
I might give you a reference depending on how
suburban
you're
dads,
going here, right? Like,
but I'm also an ardent constitutional monarchist, and I know full well that it's like getting engaged. You don't offer yourself up. You wait to be asked.
indeed. And but well, were you waiting to him to ask
that's not
you
your
to,
courting
to
history,
move
as I
into
understand
Government
it.
House?
Correct? Sorry.
Well, I mean, look, again, your colleagues are the ones who have anonymously said that you raised it. Were
Who
you
said that?
Anonymously. I'm trying to get to the
mate,
bottom. Again, you've been slandered
some
once more.
anonymous people say things about you as well, but I'm
It's
not going to
terrible.
embarrass you
well,
in a
to
public
be fair,
forum
Minister,
by
most
asking.
people tell me, most of your colleagues have spent estimates telling me precisely what they think of me directly. On the record
Well, I
for all
think you've
time.
done all right.
But just to be clear here, did the Premier actually talk to you about becoming the Agent General to London?
Certainly not.
Did he
Daniel,
ever-
can I? This has been in the public domain, and I know your party hasn't necessarily promoted it, but I'm comfortable in Kellyville. I spent 6 months peacekeeping in a third world shithole. Have you been to a third world shithole?
What do you describe as a third world shithole, please?
Bougainville. The army only sends you to one place, and I can tell you that there is no way in the world that my wife and I are leaving Kellyville.
Well,
And
perhaps
I
we
don't-
could,
and
we
as
don't
much as I
necess-
love travel,
We have to.
Well, Minister,
We're
maybe we can
comfortable where we
abstain
are.
from referring to certain places that have challenging shitholes. We might want to do
well,
that.
mate, go there.
But did he describe in that conversation or in any conversation with you that Stephen Cartwright was a problem?
Nah.
And
Sorry, what did you say? What was the question?
did he at any did the Premier describe in any conversation he had with you that Stephen Cartwright was a problem?
In a conversation with me? Well, I'm not going to discuss private conversations that I've had with the Premier, but I can give you this committee an ironclad guarantee. I had absolutely no interest in any overseas post. No overseas post was offered to me. No role was suggested to me.
and
I was never asked to apply for a role overseas. If I wanted to, I've done overseas trade missions before. I've led industry delegations overseas
that's not my
before.
question, Minister.
If I wanted to do that, I'll go back to do it in the private
Minister,
sector.
my interest is much more now about whether or not, and the question I actually did put to you was, has the Premier described Stephen Cartwright as a problem to you?
I'm not going to discuss private conversations, and not because I don't want to answer the question. I just know that if I start a precedence in that, then I get myself into a lot of trouble. Again.
Well, Minister, you do seem to have a high threshold of trouble, and no need to be coy now, because it's a serious matter. Stephen Cartwright and how and the government's view of his performance is certainly attracting some element of public interest, and you have been reported as being party to a conversation with the Premier in which he describes Mr. Cartwright as a problem.
Well,
and that, to be clear, has apparently come up in the context of a discussion of putting you on a pathway in which you could fulfil that role.
No.
So just to be clear
I
here,
wouldn't have taken
just
it,
for the
Daniel,
third
even
time,
if you offered it to me.
I just for the third time.
Although for 850,000, I could have commuted.
Well, I could say the package is quite generous. But to be clear here, the Premier hasn't described Stephen Cartwright to you as a problem, or he has?
I'm not
Point
gonna-
of order,
I'm-
Madam
I've
Chair.
answered the
I'm
question.
here the
and as
point
I
of
said,
order.
I mean,
A,
you know,
that the Minister has
Order.
answered the question, but B, look, I can understand your ruling previously with respect to the Minister's position and the questions being relevant to that, but discussions about the Agent General do not fall within the parameters
Yes,
of
it
the
does, because
Transport,
it's about-
Veterans and Western Sydney
Anyway.
portfolios.
Thank you. Some of this conversation has been a little bit off topic, but
back to
I
topic.
trust that you will be getting back to topic.
Apparently, Stuart Ayres was also party to an effort to get you out of the transport job, which is really disappointing.
Sorry?
Stuart Ayres is reported to have been party to an effort to encourage you to leave your responsibilities as Transport Minister. And it's been reported that Stuart Ayres went to your office to discuss whether you intended to stay in Parliament and also spoke in the Agent General. Do you recall a discussion in which Stuart Ayres was talking to you about ceasing your service as our Transport Minister and instead embarking upon a pathway that would see you become the Agent General?
Again, Daniel, I'm just going to conclude. You and I have had private conversations, and I've
We
never
have, actually.
Hey,
I don't think we've
Yeah,
had
we
one in
have.
our life. Feel free to disclose all the contents of our private conversation, Minister Elliott.
I don't want to embarrass you.
We
Was this
But-
about the
so
March
I'm
meeting
gonna
with the
wanna-
RTBU or what?
But-
I'm going to
but
want
to
to,
be-
but I can assure you, there's been no offer to me for anything
Did
outside
Stuart
of Parliament.
Ayres come and talk to you about becoming the Agent General in London?
I just answered the question. There's been no offer to me to get
Did
a job
Stuart Ayres
over.
come and talk to you
I
about it?
don't think. How can I be any clearer?
Did he come and talk to you?
Nobody has come to me and made me an offer to
Did
go
he come and
overseas.
discuss you leaving
Because they
Parliament?
probably all know I would not take
Did he talk to you about about leaving Parliament?
it. Well, we talk about our futures all the time. I'm quite close to Stuart. We certainly. I speak about my future to all my
And then,
parliamentary
so he did come and talk to you then about potentially you leaving Parliament,
I
and
refer you
also
to the
spoke about
last
the Agent
question.
General.
I refer to the last question. Answer. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. When we were talking before, Minister, I was a little confounded by your response in relation to the Office of Transport Safety Investigations. Are you aware of the Office of Transport Safety Investigations, the New South Wales Independent?
Oh, I thought you were referring to the regulator.
Okay, all right. We were
The
talking at cross
regulator is the
purpose.
one who makes the decision whether or not the NIF is safe.
Understood. We were talking at cross purposes then.
Okay.
So, in relation to the Office of Transport and Safety Investigations, we have a total of $5 million for funding for that office. Now, in Victoria, it's $40 million. And I guess my question to you was, do you think that's sufficient to ensure the safety of our rail, bus
Defer
and
that to the
ferries?
Secretary Abigail.
Thank you for the question. When I spoke to OTSI a year or so ago, it was quite clear that there were added benefits that could be brought to the safety arena by investing more. There was quite a detailed review done by Dr. Pelham, and I'm pleased to advise that there's been a 58% increase this year in the budget for OTSI, and there was quite a defined area of focus, and this enables a broadening of OTSI's focus here in New South Wales.
How many inspectors does OTSI have?
Look, you'd have to refer that to OTSI. There's certainly a management structure that I'm aware of, but I'm not privy to all the layers in the organisation, so you'd have to refer to them.
So when the funding decisions were made, that was made on the basis of not knowing how many inspectors they could afford for that?
There was a paper put together. I just don't have that information at the top of my head.
Are you able to take it on notice?
Yes.
Thank you. How many incidents have there been in relation to steering issues of ferries in the last 2 years?
I'll refer to Mr. Collins in regards to ferry steering issues.
Thank you very much. And there is an annual report which OTSI produced, which is available publicly. You can probably look at some of the detail in there in terms of numbers, employment, and what great work that Dr. Natalie Pelham does, who I work with very closely. In terms of the number of incidents regarding steering issues, I believe there has been investigations. I will certainly come back to you with the actual number. But as far as I'm concerned, as OTSI's requirement is to investigate any near misses or incidents regarding transport vehicles or vessels, and they carry that out to a thorough level.
I understand that there's been at least 40 steering issues with the Emerald class ferries. Is that your understanding also?
I think in the early days of the commissioning of the Emerald class, and this is quite a different vessel from the Freshwater class, there were some defects or minor issues, and there were some issues regarding the steering and power control systems of the ferry. As of today, those issues which have either dealt with by warranty or have been rectified, as of today, those vessels are in service, and OTSI are very comfortable with the work and recommendations completed, and those vessels are used every day, both Emerald class, which is the first class, and then the second class of ferry.
What was the date of the last steering issue reported on the Emerald class ferries?
Reporting steering issues can be done by the master at any time. It's a bit like many other vessels. Occasionally there may be an issue with either propulsion or steering equipment that gets reported. So I can't give you the actual last date, but I can assure you that all those items are either dealt with under maintenance or investigation.
Can you provide that information?
As far as I'm concerned, the ferries now work very reliably. It's great to see actually in the month of July and August, the performance of the ferries was over 99%, and the good people of Manly and certainly from Circular Quay are getting the benefit of the Emerald 2 class. And of course, we've also announced, the Minister has announced obviously the 7-day service of anyone who wants to take a beautiful historic ride, slow ride on the Freshwater class as well. But I think just to give you an indication that like any vessels, and if you go back to 1982, we had steering issues with the Freshwater class. It's like many things, they need to be bedded in. It isn't a major issue, and we've worked with OTSI on understanding what those problems are with the operator Transdev and the Australian manufacturer Burden.
How many of those ferries have deviated from their intended course?
Being a little bit of a boatie myself, they do a fantastic job, 22 knots across between Manly and Ferry. I've even had a fantastic trip with the master. and they do an amazing job. Quite often they have to deviate slightly because there are other vessels which they have to navigate. But as far as I'm concerned, to answer your question directly,
And just to be clear, I'm talking about deviated without intention.
the faults occasionally occur, and they are rectified. But every day, many trips are taken with Emerald class ferries across to Manly and back. In fact, my colleague on my right often contacts me and says he's having a great trip on one himself from Manly. They work well and certainly are producing a much more environmentally friendly, low reduction in diesel consumption, and certainly are doing a great job for us.
I understand that the May Gibbs had a serious deviation from course just in July between Port Denison and Bradley Head because of steering issues. Are you aware of that?
I'll check the details of the May Gib, which I think is not an Emerald 2 ferry, but I'll just check the details.
It's the initial Emerald class.
The initial Emerald class ferry, and occasionally First Fleet and other vessels have a similar issue which gets reported as a defect. Often they are electronic control systems. The masters and all the ferry team do a great job. If they have defects, they get reported, taken out of service, analysed, and make sure that they work again.
When you look at the last few months of information on the status of the ferries, it does appear that they're sort of breaking down every other day. Do you have data on how many incidents we've had with the Emerald class ferries?
Just to give you a bit of a hands-on approach, and I'm sure people are aware that earlier in the year we were very disappointed with the performance of the ferry operator. I asked my team to carry out a review. That review is also including good news that Transdev have employed a new team in the ferry team, retaining some of the good, knowledgeable people also. And the performance has dramatically improved. As I said, instead of ferries being cancelled on a regular basis, we have seen now very rarely do we get cancelled. And I have visited their control room. I've been through their action plan to improve performance. And for the month of July and certainly this August so far, I'm hoping the customers have seen an excellent improvement in the ferry service, and long it may continue. And one of the things we are benefiting from is having 10 new river class ferries out there. Some of the ferries they're replacing were sort of 1980s clunkers. They need to go, and certainly the great thing about the experience for Manly services now is they get a fast commuters like Mr. Longland get a fast service across. In 20 minutes with the opportunity of 2 choices of ferries, and or you can now take a slow but beautiful historic ride on a freshwater class.
Okay, and I thank you for your comprehensive answers. I do note, presumably the Sydney Ferries Info Twitter account is an official account?
You never know, do you, with Twitter?
Well, it's got the blue tick. So
Prime Ministers sometimes.
I'm going to assume it's an official New South Wales.
If you look at the data on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, it is much improved, and long it may continue. And I, along with my colleagues in transport, will hold the operator to account and make sure that we get improved performance and that rare events occur of things breaking down or being cancelled. In fact, I think maybe one of those ferries may have been cancelled due to a staff shortage, as you know, COVID is still amongst
Yeah,
us.
that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's due to mechanical failures.
And that may well have occurred. And I can probably, if I look quickly enough, I can tell you I have that on my official account from the Transport Management Centre.
Minister, can I ask you, your government, I know that you've only just come into this portfolio this year, but your government has a long history of purchasing vehicles within various different transport modes that have turned out to be lemons. We have talked about this at great length in this portfolio committee, whether it is, I do know what a lemon is, thank you. If we could cease the interjections, Mr. Mallard, whether it is, the ferries that were too tall and were going to decapitate people, or the leaks in the Lane Cove tunnel, whether it's the trams that had the cracks, whether it's ferries with unable to handle swells, there has been a long list of problems with various vehicles that your government has purchased. Given the continual stream of lemons and the fact that our safety regulator is funded to 1/8 of Victoria's, are you concerned that we're close to a disaster happening?
No. Can I just... I'll address the first part of your question in relation to the disasters and the whether they're fit for purpose. Some of those examples you've just used were actually proven to be incorrect. They were fit for purpose. It was just that the unions had decided that they weren't fit for purpose. But obviously, after engineering, the going over of some wonderful engineers, we found that to be incorrect. But you're right. And am I concerned about foreign-built heavy machinery, heavy rail? I am, which is why with the Parramatta Light Rail 2, have insisted that there is a local component, a guaranteed local component for Parramatta Light Rail 2. And that in my mind, confirmed my initial comments when I was made Minister that we've really got to get back to local manufacturing and promoting local manufacturing. I think the community had been misled with suggestions that we couldn't manufacture locally because the Victorian government does, and in fact a number of large firms, manufacturing firms, Varley in the Hunter Valley, for example, companies in the South Coast and Victoria have all come to me and said, if you're prepared to provide us with the certainty of demand, we're prepared to invest to ensure the product is available. So I'm very comfortable that whenever the mere fact that we, and I should probably touch wood, the mere fact that we have been reasonably free of any injury when we have addressed these safety issues because we've identified them quickly and dealt with them efficiently, I think that says that we've got the formula right. But I hear what the community's saying. I hear what the union's saying. I hear what the opposition's saying. I hear what my parliamentary colleagues are saying, and that is we really want to guarantee certainty when it comes to product. Australians are prepared to pay for good product. We are. I mean, there's very rarely now do we forfeit an Australian product to go and buy something cheap that's made overseas that is indeed unreliable. That doesn't happen anymore. Remember the days where we all went and bought a certain car that was made in East Asia, knowing that it was a lemon, but it was cheaper than a locally manufactured car? Well, that doesn't happen anymore. So I accept the fact that the taxpayers of New South Wales are prepared to pay for quality, and I think if we promote policies that guarantee certainty, that offer certainty and guarantee quality, well, then we can avoid some of the problems of the past.
Are you aware that OTSI in its annual report from last year reported a 20% increase in reports of safety issues?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Just in this context,
I'll take that as...
In the context of everything that we've just discussed,
Yeah.
it's no surprise, is it, that the public are not particularly trusting of your government when it comes to the safety of transport vehicles in our state?
I reject that premise. I don't have people stopping me in the street saying, David, this bus is unsafe. I don't have people. Unfortunately, it became a bit of a tagline and a bit of a punchline when we did have the issues relating to the light rail and the ferries. And I think
The trains
and the trains. We've addressed all of
boats.
those. I think that's dissipated. If you want to know what the public thinks at the moment, the public just wants this an orderly, cost-effective service. That's what they want. They're not saying. I don't believe. What I worry about at the moment on behalf of the frontline workers in Transport for New South Wales is the public are going to turn on them, because I don't think that the public believes that this NIF is unsafe. I think the public believes that this NIF is safe. I think the public sees the metro that services my electorate as being driverless. I think there's enough Australians, we're great travellers, enough Australians have been to Singapore and Japan and to Western Europe to know full well that this technology is perfectly safe. And if my dear friend Alex Glasson's only excuse for not having driverless trains here is that it might work overseas, but it won't work in New South Wales.
Yeah, that's
Why?
what we had an entire hearing
why
into
would-
this. It's
that's like
very
saying-
clear
that's
that
like
those
saying,
trains are not as safe as they
Chardonnay
could
might
be.
work in overseas, but it doesn't
Yeah.
work in New South Wales. Well, it does in my house.
Do you regret not
I've got lots of regrets,
involving
Gaby.
the unions and the workers who are actually specialists in
Sorry?
these vehicles? Do you regret not involving them from the beginning in the procurement decision?
Well, that wasn't my decision.
I know. Do you
Have
regret
I
on behalf of your
apologised
government?
to them? Yes, I have.
Will you commit to involving the unions and rail workers
That's all part of
in the future
That's all
in
part of
procurement decisions?
That's all part of it. And I'll tell you why. I came from the military. If we said to soldiers that you're getting new boots, and nobody said to the soldiers, would you like to trial them out before we go and buy 10,000 pairs of them?
Yep.
The soldiers would throw the boots back.
Yeah.
If you went to a hotel chain, I used to work in the hotel industry. You went to the hotel chain and said, we're redesigning the kitchen. Chef, we'll tell you what it looks like when it's finished. The chef will slap you in the face. So I'm always been an advocate. And when I was Emergency Services Minister, whenever I handed over a truck, the first thing I'd say to the emergency services volunteer or the police officer, police rescue, fire engine, firefighter, I'd say, were you involved in the design of this? And they'd say yes. I said, good, because that means that minimises the complaints, or it certainly mitigates the risk to the government.
That's
so
good.
Do I believe that the frontline worker, the end user, needs to be engaged?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you'd agree then that a lot of this current dispute could have been avoided had we involved
I've already
the
told
workers
the
from the
union that
beginning and given them
think
the respect they
that's-
deserve.
Again, when you purchase my long-awaited memoirs, you will see that there will be a whole chapter on how I think we could have avoided, but hindsight's a great thing.
Didn't you publish?
So given that you could have, you're appreciating that in hindsight, isn't it really the responsibility then of your government for the current disruption to the network?
Oh, I think there was a point where where that might have been an argued case, but not now. No. As I said, I think that the union has pushed the envelope on some of these claims to the point where I'm not going to accept. I'm not even going to accept half the blame anymore.
Do you think it was ethical to include the safety issues in one discussion with terms and conditions for pay? Was that a sensible
Well, that
thing
was
to
their
have done?
decision, if I remember correctly. That was what they brought up. I wasn't aware of it. It was as you know, I met with them before I was even sworn in, and that was an issue that they brought up with me that I wanted rectified pretty quickly. But I'm not going to change. They had a veto clause, which you may be aware of, which essentially is another reason why we're in the position that we had. That was the most ridiculous power I've ever seen a union be able to acquire. I'm not going back to the time where they have a veto clause, but I'm certainly going to go to a time, or I want to see a situation where they indeed get consultation rights.
Thank you. It's now 11 o'clock, so we'll be taking a morning tea break. We'll be back at 11:15. Great. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for coming back. I will commence again with questions from the opposition. Mr. Graham.
Chair,
Sorry, I'll just highlight the Secretary has some answers to some questions from the previous quarter.
Thank
if you
you.
want to
That
start.
would be great.
with
Yes,
those
please.
Great, thank you. Chair, you were asking about the definition and determination of the Sydney Trains, New South Wales Trains position. On the 23rd of August, so 2 days ago, we received confirmation that they confirm both organisations, Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains, will continue to be classified as public non-financial corporations.
Thank you. That's very useful.
And you mentioned an increase in reporting incidents through OTSI. Prima facie, you would say that that's a safety issue, but actually what it reflects is a improved reporting culture. We've actually been working assiduously with new structures internally and really promoting safety. And off the back of that, you see an increasing in reporting. It doesn't reflect an unsafe or a deterioration in safety. It's actually part of the safety culture. All of those do get pursued, but OTSI's also confirmed that it doesn't actually reflect an unsafe environment.
So in terms of that 20% increase then, given that we didn't know before necessarily how many safety issues there were because you're saying that they weren't reporting, we don't really know then whether or not there's been an increase.
Yeah, it's a safety management system, part of the concept is to make staff feel very comfortable to report any incidents. And that's your best way of actually knowing what the risks are and being able to address them. So we've been actively promoting staff to raise things. My personal view is this is part of this outcome.
Yeah.
And it just reflects that improvement that we've been pursuing for the last 12 months.
And I respect your opinion on that, but we can't know for sure. Okay.
Just for the record, RVGA, Mr. Benaziat raised, when was the last time? Thursday, the 28th of July, 2022 was the last time we met them.
Thank you. Mr. Graham.
Great. Minister, I might just turn now to some of the issues with the metro projects.
Yep.
And in particular the costings related to those. New South Wales government documents refer to 3 metro lines where project budgets range from $13 billion for one of them at the low end up to $26 billion. That $13 billion project has been reported as the Western Sydney Airport Metro. That's correct, isn't it? That's the document. That's the amount. That's the line that this document is referring to.
I want to make just an overarching comment on the cost blowout of the metro before I invite Peter to make a few remarks. Yes, there has been a increase in cost for the metro, but I will highlight the fact that, and I've said this before, not since the construction of the Great Pyramids has there been a contract without a variation. And as the former CEO of the Civil Contractors Federation, I can tell you I will be buying a lottery ticket if the day that I find a job that doesn't have a variation. What has made life even more difficult for us here in New South Wales and around the world has been the inability to get labour, has been the cost of acquiring, construction material, and indeed COVID has saw the shutdown of construction sites, and even worse so in the southwest, of course, because that was the most emphatically affected area when it came to lockdowns.
And Minister, I welcome that context.
I know, I'm going to go to Peter to answer.
But you'd be unsurprised that we're asking about
of course you're asking.
size of those.
But I also will highlight to you, Graham, that
either Graham or John.
Hey?
Mr. Graham or
Answer
John.
to either Graham or John. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, John.
I answered
John, is that I forget my own name sometimes. Is that you have industrial action which has had a multiplier effect on construction right across this city. No worse affected has been the metro job. Because we are losing this. This is one of the reasons why I am so frustrated, because everybody seems to think that the burden on the current industrial action is the commuter, and that is the commuter, and that is so right. But the biggest burden is going to be the tail that the taxpayer is provided with because of the delays of construction with
Right,
the
Minister,
with the
that's plenty
shutdown.
of context. Let me ask you, how much does the Western Sydney Airport
now-
Metro cost?
I'll now invite Peter to go to finer detail.
Thank you,
Regan.
Minister. So the West Sydney Airport Metro line, I think, has been publicly reported to have a budget of around 11 billion.
Correct.
And I'm pleased to confirm it is still within that budget.
Within the $11 billion budget. So, Minister, my question to you is, why does this document from your agency talk about the project budget for this line as 13 billion, not 11 billion?
I'd be happy to answer that. I believe the document you're referring to was one that was reported on in the media. It doesn't refer specifically to the Western Sydney Airport Metro as having a budget of 13 billion, and as I said, it doesn't have a budget of 13 billion, and it's within the budget.
Well, Mr.
that has been
Regan, this,
publicly available.
I'll quote you from this document. It's official, sensitive New South Wales government, as you know, from April this year. Sydney Metro is delivering 3 metro lines where project budgets now range from 13 billion to 26 billion. If the $13 billion figure doesn't refer to this metro line, which metro line does it refer to?
Yeah, so I'm aware of the document. The 13 billion referenced in the narrative, I think it's on page 8 or 9 of the particular document, is in error.
Page 9.
It's an error.
An error. It's an error?
Yes, it's an error. The budget is, as I referred to, we report monthly to government on the budget and where we're up against the budget elsewhere in that document, elsewhere in other documents. That narrative is just not right.
So this is a $2 billion error in this document?
No, not at all. It is, as I said, narrative in a footnote in the document referring to budgets. It doesn't allocate them to projects. The budget for the project hasn't changed and we remain in budget. The reference to the 13 that you are assuming to relate to the Western Sydney Airport project is not correct.
Right, so it's $2 billion off what the correct figure is.
It's just
Is
the
that
wrong
correct?
number. It's the wrong number.
Well, how many other wrong numbers are in this document, Mr.
Look,
Regan?
to be very clear, we report at length. We report on the budget numbers. That is a piece of narrative that has been picked up, included, run in the media. We've been very clear that is not the budget of the project. The budget of the project is as it was, and we do not have a project with that 13 billion. That number produced in a document is an error.
Minister, are you happy with that answer from your official that there's a $2 billion error in the briefings from the department about this project?
Am I happy there's a typo?
Well, Mr. Regan hasn't characterised it as a typo, but I mean, you're happy to do so. So I'm not putting that
I'll take that on notice.
characterisation.
I'll take that
Well,
on
I think
notice.
to be really clear, the document that you're referring to is part of regular risk reporting to the Sydney Metro Board. We report regularly to the board, including budget updates, and those numbers are reported each month. They are in tables, referenced. That is a piece of narrative that has been written, which actually does not refer to the correct number for the project budget that is in reference. It is not.
One of the risks here in this document that you might get the numbers wrong by $2 billion. Is that one of the risks you
I
are
think
concerned about, Minister?
I am, of course, concerned that all documents are prepared accurately. Elsewhere in the very same document, it does refer to the correct number. That is not the budget of the project. It is referenced in a footnote. We have been very upfront about that, and we are tracking within the budget that we've been allocated. And that document is a detailed document produced to the board that includes an error.
All right, Minister, I'm going to come back to you on that question. Are you satisfied with that answer, this $2 billion error put in front of the board?
Yeah, I'm
the
satisfied
Sydney
because
Metro?
the advice I've just received is that it was a footnote. It was misrepresented because they were highlighting the fact that this could be the worst case scenario. That's what if I've been advised correctly.
Well, is that the case, Mr. Regan? Is this not a error? Is this the worst case scenario?
No. The report that is referenced is a risk report, which does look at all sorts of risks that could eventuate, but that doesn't mean they will eventuate. The particular reference does not say that the Western Sydney Airport Metro has a budget of 13 billion. It refers in general narrative to 3 budgets that Metro has, and the 13 billion is not correct.
But let me put to you the Minister's view. He's
I'm
been
comfortable
advised this
with
could be the
Peter's
worst
answer.
case scenario. Is $13 billion the worst case scenario, Mr. Regan?
The budget for the Western Sydney Airport Metro is around 11 billion, and we remain within that budget.
When you say it's around 11 billion, how much over $11 billion?
It's slightly under.
Slightly under.
Slightly under.
Right.
Yes.
Minister, are you satisfied with that answer, that in documents to the board, there's a $2 billion error here in the cost
I'm
of this
satisfied
project?
with Peter's answer, yes.
Yeah, so no concerns about these errors being made and presented to the
No,
board
no,
and
I'm
presented
satisfied
to
with Peter's answer, and I'm
presented to
satisfied
the
with his
Parliament.
explanation. And I'm more than
Is that
satisfied.
really good enough, Minister?
Can I
I mean, these
finish?
are
Can I
important
finish?
projects.
I know-
These are the biggest projects you're building.
I'm satisfied with Peter's answer. I'm satisfied that the advice that's been given to the board is correct. I'm more than satisfied the fact that he's just told us that it could be under $11 billion.
But this $2 billion
Nice, the
error,
nicest variation that I've ever seen.
the $2 billion error, that's really of no
Well,
concern to
Peter's
you.
just told you it's not an
That's-
error. Peter's just told you it's the.
It seems very large, Minister, that you wouldn't be.
It's,
concerned about that.
Oh, mate, if you've seen the blowouts that construction costs have had around the world at the moment, actually, even if that was correct, it's doing pretty well. But I'm satisfied with the answer that Peter's just given. I'm more than satisfied that the job looks like it could be under budget.
Minister, can you confirm that the government is considering opening the CBD and South West Metro line in 2 stages?
Yes.
Yes.
That can be done, and
Yep.
I think we discussed that in the last estimates
Yep.
committee.
Yep.
It can be done. My view is, very strong view is, and this might be because I'm being a parochial local member, whose constituents will get the benefit of the opening of the Chatswood to Sydenham at the earliest opportunity. But my view is we don't hold back for political reasons or PR reasons the running of any infrastructure if it's ready, just because another piece isn't.
Yeah, and you've put that case previously before publicly. So let me just ask you on the details. As of today, when does the government expect to open the first stage?
Yeah, I'll invite Peter to answer
Thanks,
that.
Minister. So we're working to open that first stage to commence services in 2024, which is consistent with the previous announcements.
And when you say in 2024, is that by the end of 2024 or the start of 2024?
Well, by the end, but within. Yes.
Yes. Okay. And through you, Minister, although perhaps to Mr. Regan, when does the government expect to open the second stage?
Yeah, so we're working to open that as soon as possible after the first stage, but we certainly are, as the Minister's indicated, proceeding on opening in 2 stages. At this
no
point,
cost.
At no additional cost, and it certainly
Okay,
was
thank you.
designed to be
Yeah,
operated that way.
yeah.
At this point, I can't give an accurate forecast of when some of those works on the southwest section will be completed. It is being impacted, as you're aware, by the industrial action that was referred to in length earlier. That is disrupting the works on that section, and we are at the moment working through as to when we will be able to redress the disruptions we've had there and to be able to complete those works to target then a revised opening date. But it unfortunately has been quite heavily disrupted.
All right, so
over
Mr.
the
Regan,
past
that's a
6
very
months.
vague answer. I'll repeat the question. When should the government expect to open the second stage?
I actually will repeat the answer as soon as we can after the first stage, but we do need resolution of our ability to access the infrastructure to complete the works and
Is
the
that the
testing.
advice that you've given to the Minister? that-
Absolutely.
And I have interrogated
might
that
open.
advice, John, and the sooner you get your friends at the RTBU to sign this EA indeed, the quicker we can disperse with the delays on the Sydenham to Bankstown line.
Encourage you to sort out the Treasurer, Minister, but I'll just go back
You
to
can take a
Mr.
breaking
Regan.
call, Alex.
Can you narrow it down somewhat? Is it how many years after the first stage will the second stage?
Well, he can't answer that.
Are we
John,
talking
because
2 billion years,
Can't
or are
answer-
we talking
he
something
can't,
less?
he can't answer that because we don't know how long this industrial action is going to occur.
Minister, don't we know now that the second stage will be at least 12 months late? Would
it
you
will
agree
be
with that?
after the opening of the first stage, yes, but that really depends on how long.
At least 12 months after
I'm not
the
going
opening of
to
the-
sit here and
Yeah,
be
so accepting that,
politically.
can we at least
can I finish?
agree?
Just let me finish. I'm not going to sit. The easiest thing for me to sit here 8 months before an election and make promises that I know that can't be kept. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say to you that thanks to the one of the sidebars to the current farce that is known as the RTBU has been the delays in construction.
Minister, I'm going to
And-
give you one more. I'm
No, I'm
moving
going to
on
finish this. I've
no,
really got to
well,
finish this bit
Minister,
because,
can we agree it's at least 12 months after the first
well,
stage?
hopefully it won't be. I mean, we're hoping it's going to be before then.
I
But
want to ask you a question then in relation to your
well, you haven't let me finish
Western-
the last one.
correct. I want to ask you a question in relation to
Okay,
your
I've now
Western
conceded that.
Sydney portfolio, and that is simply this. Do you support Stuart Ayres' plan to raise the Warragamba Dam wall?
Yes. Stuart and I are on a unity ticket
Yeah.
in that regard. I'm on the public record as saying that before I was even in
thank
cabinet.
you. And
My
as-
electorate is in periphery of that area.
Yeah.
I disputed my members of my own
Minister,
government
you've
who
answered
said
that question.
it's not a mitigation wall, it's
Minister,
a storage
do you
wall.
support it?
Minister?
And my view is there's no reason why it can't be both.
What's
Minister?
Labor's policy?
Do you have concerns about the significant development your government has allowed on the floodplain as the Minister for Western
You
Sydney?
go back to 1802, then potentially the best governor that the state's ever had, Lachlan Macquarie,
I'm asking now.
warned,
Might be better.
warned the people of northwestern Sydney not to build in certain areas around the Hawkesbury Nepean. We've been ignoring that. Consecutive governments have been ignoring that for 200 years. So do I get upset when I see people flooded? Yes, I do. As Emergency Services Minister, I've been out there with the Premier delivering food packages to stranded communities. It is frustrating. It is heartbreaking. That is why I believe that we should not be turning our back on any potential mitigation. That's why I'm in favour of increasing the dam wall.
Minister, I'm going to wind you forward from Lachlan Macquarie to a couple of years into the future. Will you guarantee that the Western Sydney Airport Metro will be open on the day that
To do with the dam. What's that got to do with the dam wall?
the airport opens?
Sorry?
Well, it's a separate issue, Minister.
Oh, so we've changed. Sorry, I asked the question again, John.
I want to know when the airport opens.
Yeah.
Where will we be up to with the Western Sydney Airport Metro?
Oh, I'd invite Peter to answer that.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So we've been working to complete the works on the Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport line so that services can commence in line with the services at the airport itself. And that's always been the target that the state and federal government have set for us. We're continuing to work towards that.
Great, thank you, Minister. I'm just going to move to the zero emissions buses program.
Yeah.
The budget papers show that $90 million has been spent on this program to June this year, and there's $114 million
So
allocated for this next financial
you're
year.
talking about the emissions-free buses?
Correct. Yeah. I don't. So they're so 90 million spent, 114 allocated for this financial year. You'd
Yep.
agree with those observations? They're figures straight from the budget.
Yeah. What's the question?
The question is, the budget goes on to say this will include, then talks about funding over 7 years for transitioning to a low emission bus fleet. This funding over 7 years is on the development of a final business case for Tranche 1, early works on depots owned by Transport for New South Wales and Greater Sydney. Minister Constance promised that all these buses would be electric by 2030. That's not what the budget's
When did
now
he say
saying.
that?
Well, he was very public about it. He said it
Okay,
here.
well, I can't answer
Apart from
for
other places.
If I started answering for former ministers, we'll need another couple of sessions, but I'll invite the Secretary.
Mr Graham,
Correct, isn't it, Mr Sharp? That was the
he
commitment.
made a challenge to Transport to target 2030, so he was challenging us to pull forward plans. We have actually consulted with industry.
I'll stop you there and I'll say, Minister, he didn't just make a challenge, he made a song and dance. He made a solemn promise, he made a big fuss, he made a hero of himself, and the budget is doing something totally different. What happened to this promise from Andrew Constance to electrify the entire bus fleet
He's sitting, are you
by
daring me
2030?
to criticise Andrew Constance? Is that what you're doing?
You can respond.
I've made
anyway.
promises to the
He's
Premier.
doing the Tour de France.
I'm not going to answer for what Andrew. I don't know what he said. I don't know when he said it. I'm only going to commit to what I've said.
So that promise, that government promise that Minister Constance made here and publicly,
Yeah.
electric buses by 2030. That's gone.
Well,
That's scrapped. That
I'd be
promise.
very, yeah, well, there's no way in the world we're going to meet that timetable, so I don't know why he said it.
I
And remember,
agree
since
with that
then,
observation.
we have gone through a pandemic which has delayed a significant amount of supply opportunities and obligations that we have. I will use this as an opportunity as Minister for Western Sydney to boast that we do have manufacturing of electric buses in
Acknowledging
Western
that. I'm going to
Sydney.
draw you back to this, though, because it's worse than the pandemic. This is 7 years of spending, and we're still talking about early works, the final business case, not even completion here after this promise, this song and dance by Andrew Constant. So not only has it been scrapped, it won't be delivered in the next 7 years, will it, Minister?
Oh, well, we'll roll them out.
Yeah, but
Are you talking about whether
Andrew
we'll be
Constance
replacing
was
the whole
promising
8,000
to electrify the entire bus fleet in Greater Sydney
of
by
8,000?
2030.
Of 8,000. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
Because
not
of
going to
song
happen in the
and
next
You-
7 years.
I'll refer you to my answer is in your question.
I agree with you. This was a song and dance, wasn't it, Minister?
Well, I'm committed to it. I think they're very popular. I'm not committed to the time frame that my predecessor offered up because I think that at where I stand right now, that might be unrealistic. But I am encouraging local manufacturing. I think that I think Sydney is keen to see electric buses. I've ridden on them. My constituents like them. I know that I get feedback from other members of Parliament that they're well welcomed, but they're particularly as Sydney finally embraces things like alfresco dining and the like. They prefer to have electric buses going down the street than they do diesel buses going down the street, interrupting their lattes. I must say that the noise emitted from the electric buses is welcome, particularly to families that live near the transit ways. So am I committed to making sure that we get as many buses on the road as possible? Yes. Am I going to electric buses on the road as possible? Am I going to defend a song and dance, as you say? Well, maybe not.
All right.
Hold it. I've just been given some very important information, which you may or may not. So there's 100 at the moment. There's another 200 next year.
Yeah, but when are we going to get to the 8,000?
Well, I just
A long time.
yeah, it'll be unfortunately.
On that
Through the Minister, when we were here in the last budget estimates, we indicated at the back end of this year we would have the business case finalised for investment decision, and we're on track for November to present that to ERC.
Mr. Sharp, I'm not asking about the business case. I'm not asking about early works. I'm asking when will the 8,000 buses that Andrew Constance promised by 2030 be complete?
Well,
Can you answer that question?
That's dependent on the business case.
So it's
ERC
not
would
in the
need to
next.
make a decision on that. I can't
Yeah,
preempt
so
government
let me
policy
just. It's
decisions.
not in the next 7 years. You'd agree with that, though, Minister or Mr. Sharp,
Correct.
based on the budget. Yeah.
That would be very difficult.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Minister. Have you had concerns raised with you about the model that's being used here, where we're doing these early works to upgrade the depots, about what it might mean for the size of the depots or the cost of upgrading those depots?
Have I had anybody raise with me the size? What do you? No, I haven't. Not that I'm aware of it. I'll take it on notice. I haven't had. I don't think I've had any representative. I visited a few of the depots, but and I've seen how they're being. But I've just been told Mr. Collins might have an answer to that.
And I'll try and be brief, Mr. Graham, to ensure that I give you plenty of time. The size of the depots, the planning. Between Ms. Drover and ourselves, we are working on the first 11 locations, which will be another 100 vehicles will be arriving this year from Custom Denning, Australian-built, local Western Sydney Australian-built.
About the depots, not
ferries.
the vehicles, Mr. Collins.
Depot to design, this technology is moving very fast, and we have in my team some really good specialists who are working out the planning of how vehicles are charged. Just to remind people, the traditional method, even with EV buses, is you plug it in like you do your car. But we're moving fast in terms of technology. This might be overhead charging like they use in Wellington in New South Wales, which allows you to operate with the same
Well, Mr. Collins, I'm going to
detail
stop
of
you
vehicles.
there. I'm going to stop you there because it's not overhead charging in the budget. It's converting 11 depots to allow for electric buses and construction of one new depot.
Absolutely.
How much will converting each of those 11 depots cost?
I can't tell you that in detail because obviously those contracts are commercially in confidence.
Well,
we
they've
are
been budgeted
spending,
for.
and we will get that figure. I may have it available to you. We are spending appropriate money, and this conversion at these locations covers some of the depot. Our work is already complete or continuing on 3 of them. Covers some of the depot, Leichhardt,
Collins,
and a
if you
number of
don't
others.
have that detail now, we might return to that
But
in the official session.
What is important to
No,
make sure you...
Mr. Collins, I'm not open to what is important. We'll return to that in the officials
Well, I think
session,
I was
if that's
asking your
okay.
question. Like,
Yeah.
if I may do that, and I will
Certainly.
be quiet after that.
Can I
Go on, Minister.
say that Camilla may be able to answer some of
I'm just
those
interested
questions?
specifically in the
Are
cost.
you suggesting that we shouldn't be converting them to electric?
No. Look, this is a valuable program that Andrew Constance made wild promises about
Yeah.
that he could never deliver. That's what I'm
Yep.
suggesting.
Okay, well,
Ms. Draper.
Camilla, do you want to?
Yep, so we do have a budget of circa $30 million to upgrade the first 11 bus depots across Greater Sydney. They're the 11 bus depots that are in the control of Transport for New South Wales or we have long-term access to. Of course, before we roll out any more zero-emission buses, we actually do need to upgrade the electrical services and supply, as Mr Collins has said. So that's our first target activity, to upgrade those electrical supply.
Do you have the cost, Ms. Drover,
Yes, the budget is circa $30 million.
for those 11 upgrades? And how much is the cost of building one extra?
Building an additional bus depot.
Yep.
I don't have the costs of the additional bus
All
depot.
right. Could we return to that in the official
Yes, well,
session?
as I said, we're still finalising the final business case, and that business case will firm up those costs.
Thank you. Minister, I might turn to another issue we're asking the Treasury officials about and Minister Ward, and that's the item in the budget papers from Treasury putting an asterisk on the budget saying $8 billion of the government's $30 billion of infrastructure promises will not happen this year. That's the footnote Treasury have put to the budget. Treasury officials say that's mainly in the transport space. Do you have concerns, given Treasury is saying your agency will be the key agency that will fail to deliver $8 billion of the promises Treasurer Keane has made?
Okay, well, Transport offers and is responsible for resources and assets from Tweed Heads to Broken Hill. So
Yeah.
they're not all in my portfolio. Some of
I
them
agree
might
with
be
that,
in
Minister.
Rob's, and some of them might be in Sam's. So are you referring to anything specific? But I can say, before I invite the Secretary to answer that, I mean, as you well know, just because you want a job done at the moment and you got the money doesn't mean that it's going to happen.
Well, why did Treasurer Keane make these promises? Treasury told us on budget day, in the budget, more than a quarter of the promises Matt Keane made won't happen this year. Treasury knew that. The Treasurer knew that. Why did he make those promises?
I'd have to ask that to the Treasurer.
Have you asked the Treasurer?
No, I haven't had that discussion with
Will
him,
you
but
ask the Treasurer?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that commitment. I will turn to one specific. I will just ask you again, though, Minister. Treasury officials said, I understand this isn't all.
Can I, sorry, hold that question. I'm going to uncharacteristically defend Matt at the moment. Anybody who is as I mentioned before, anybody who's in construction at the moment is feeling the heat, and it ain't because of the lack of money, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's because of the lack of supply chain from China particularly, but also the labour market is just so hot at the moment. We've got the lowest unemployment. So,
Minister,
you and
agree
I
with
could
all
go
of that.
out and say, I
but
want to build a
Minister,
swimming
you're
pool.
putting the common sense view that other infrastructure ministers have put before. Slippages happen over the year. That is, and we've been on the record saying, look, that happens some of the time. It happens sometimes to the tune of billions of dollars. This isn't slippage over the year. On day one, on budget day, Treasury said 26% of Matt Keane's promises would not be delivered this year. This isn't slippage over the year. This is Matt Keane exaggerating his promises.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that somebody's exaggerated anything, but Camilla, you can make a few remarks about the rail delays.
We've talked to the officials at length, so
okay.
we don't really need to do that.
Okay.
I would like to, I'll come back in the officials session to one particular project that we'd like to ask about in terms of delays. But really, Minister, I'd just encourage you to look at this issue, given Treasury officials have pointed to your agencies in particular. I want to turn back to the Sydney Metro blowouts issue. One of the, again, documents presented to the upper house, documents that are now public, that look at the risks and some of the reasons why these metro blowouts have occurred. Highlight this: an inability to maintain effective working relationship with government stakeholders. That's one of the key risks identified by documents produced by your agency that are producing these billions of dollars of metro blowouts. Is that of concern to you?
Well, it's not just the government producing these blowouts, it's the union movement. But I invite Peter to answer that question, and then I might reserve my right to wrap it up.
Yep.
Thank you, Minister. So clearly the delivery of the metro projects and the scale of those metro projects are very complicated, and there are...
Mr. Regan, I'm inviting you to address this specific question. If you want to do that.
No, Mr. Graham, I'm very happy to. Because of the complexity, we do, of course, look at all of the risks that could create a problem in delivering the project on time and on budget.
Yep.
And we do that with a great deal of robustness and thoroughness, and identifying all the risks that might exist. And then we look at what level of impact they would have if they did eventuate. And so I think the context of looking at information in a risk report is quite important, because what we're identifying is a whole bunch of things that might happen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Regan. Thank you for that context. Yes, I agree with that. These things might happen. Minister, when Transport assessed this risk of not being able to get along with government stakeholders, and I'll go into some of the detail, they said this risk was high. They assessed it, it might exist, it did exist, and it was high. Are you concerned that one of the reasons causing these blowouts is actually the inability between the agency and the government and other agencies, this inability to maintain an effective working relationship?
Because the union will not let...
No, there might be other reasons. Your agency says...
No, John,
let me put this to you.
Don't try to divert attention away from the fact that the union has delayed construction on the Southwest Metro.
Minister,
we are losing millions of dollars.
I'm putting to you the view that...
I know you want to deflect...
I'm going to stop you there.
I know you want
Minister,
to deflect
I want
that,
to put these specifics
and I know
here
that's
to you.
probably because the union, because the RTBU gave the Labor Party $800,000 last year in affiliation fees.
Minister, you put this view.
I think that it's very... it is wrong of you
Minister, I want to put a question
to either
to you.
Peter or I by suggesting that the
Minister,
beginning and the end of
to
this
you.
problem doesn't stop with the industrial disputes and the
Minister,
inability for the Metro
Minister,
to get access to
let me put the question to
the heavy line.
Let me put
and
the question
All
to you.
right,
and
order.
and finish the job.
Order. It's very, very difficult for Hansard to record things properly. The opposition's time has expired. I'll come back to you. Can I ask you, Minister, about the Cammeray Golf Club? What has Transport for New South Wales promised to the Cammeray Golf Club?
Well, hopefully membership to the Minister, as far as I'm concerned. In what regard?
Yes, my understanding is that Transport for New South Wales has entered into some sort of arrangement with Cammeray Golf Club in relation to providing, paying to upgrade and reconfigure the golf course.
I've just been advised that sits with Minister Ward.
Sits with Minister Ward in Metropolitan Roads. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Abby.
Interesting. Presumably that's because of the construction that's occurring nearby.
John and Daniel just took all that time the day.
Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, sure. So you're saying that that it all sits within Minister Ward?
As far as I'm aware, that's, and that stands to reason because there's no train. Cammeray is there. Train at Cammeray, no.
So any agreement between Transport for New South Wales and Cammeray Golf Club would have been done under Minister Ward's direction?
I would have thought so, yes, correct.
Yeah, I can clarify. We are proposing and we are using the Cammeray Golf Club site as a construction site for the Ringa Freeway upgrade and the Western Harbour Tunnel. So it does sit in Minister Ward's portfolio.
Yes, and I understand that. I'm more concerned about what the government's long-term plans are for that site, given that the council were trying to take it back into public ownership.
I'll get you to ask that question to Minister Ward. It's not fair on Camilla to have to answer that
I
under
might
my,
pick it back
during
up in
my
the
estimates.
afternoon. Can I ask you about the Great Western Highway upgrade, or is that not you either?
No, you can't.
Have I mentioned to you how much?
I'm happy to talk about Memorial Avenue in the beautiful electric Borkham Hills.
Have I mentioned to you how much I hate that there are now 4 ministers involved in the transport portfolio?
Because you're a
He deals
wise
with
lady.
public transport. He should be the one that you like.
That's because you're a wise lady.
I'm sure Sam Ferry will do the Blue Mountains questions. It's, yes, extraordinary. Well, it's more reason to bring Minister Ward back for a supplementary. I'll pass to Ms Sharp.
Thank you, Minister. I've only got a couple of questions. My understanding was that there was an agreement for workers in your portfolio to you were working towards providing 20 days worth of domestic violence leave as part of the ongoing negotiations. What's the current status of that?
That's part of the EA negotiations that are going on at the moment.
Is it so? Is it in or is it out?
I'm not going to preempt those negotiations.
So, I mean, the reason why I'm asking this is that last year I asked the Women's Minister about this. It actually features as a commitment within the New South Wales Women's Strategy. Are you telling me that it's not a guaranteed commitment?
Well, I'm already on the record with the union movement saying that I'm backing them in 100%, which is probably the reason why it won't occur. But I think that...
Minister, don't you think it's a problem that one part of government commits to
mine's
something and then the other... Then it's subject to the toing and froing across
Can I
3
answer
or
the
4
question?
ministers?
I just want to finish. My commitment to it predates my parliamentary service. It certainly predates my role as a minister. I've always been committed to increasing the domestic violence. You mentioned it for women. I don't think that we should be restricting it to women. I think it should be to men and women because
yes, I agree with that.
I've had too many cases of men being victims of domestic violence as well. I think that it's a humane offering that employers can give. Some employers already give it.
Sure. Is the government going to deliver it?
Well, I'm advocating for it. I'm on the record as advocating for it. I've spoken about it as an industry association CEO. I've spoken about it as a backbencher. I'm not going to walk away.
Minister, I welcome your commitment and the fact that you're speaking out on it. It's very welcome.
Yeah, and I'm not going to... Can I finish, Penny?
Well...
I'm not going to be walking... I think the answer to your question is this. I'm not walking away from my traditional and historic support for increasing domestic violence leave.
Then to clarify, though, whether it's actually delivered or not, it's not going to be in your hands. Is that what you're saying?
I can't answer that because I can't answer anything about the enterprise agreement at the moment because it's in negotiations.
Well, perhaps it would have been... if this wasn't a guarantee, then maybe it shouldn't be in the New South Wales Women's Strategy.
Well, I didn't write the Women's Strategy for obvious reasons.
Okay.
Minister, just to conclude those questions on the metro blowouts, can you confirm the forecast final cost for each of the metro lines? So perhaps starting with the line we were talking about, the Western Sydney Airport Metro.
I'll defer to the CEO for that.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. So overall, Sydney Metro is delivering a program of works across Sydney of around 60 billion. That includes the Northwest Metro, which you're aware of, has already been delivered and opened. Of the 3 remaining metros, the Metro City and Southwest project, the government announced in the budget a couple of months ago a further $2 billion investment to take the net budget for that project to $18.5 billion. I referred earlier to the Western Sydney Airport Metro, which is in the public domain at around $11 billion. And Metro West, we have not announced publicly the budget for Metro West, given where we are in the procurement cycle on Metro West. But I can confirm we are operating within the budget envelopes we've been given, and we'll be able to make more announcements about the West Sydney Airport Metro when we're further through the procurement process.
And Mr. Regan, you're representing each of those figures you've given me as the forecast final cost.
They are the what I've described there are the budget figures.
Yes, that's why I'm asking.
No, I'm happy to answer that. And certainly, as I said before, on the Western Sydney Airport, we're tracking within the forecast final cost being within the budget. The City and Southwest project remains that way, with the exception of costs related to industrial relations impacts, which we are continuing to assess because we have not been able to finalise the scale of that impact, because that impact on the construction is ongoing. And pleased to say that, yes, the forecast final cost for Metro West is also within budget.
Any costs that you're yet to assess in relation to the City and Southwest will be on top of that 18.5 billion figure?
So the 18.5 billion includes allowances for risks and contingencies that we were able to price and that we're aware of, and it included the very initial impact of industrial relations earlier this year, but it does not include anything beyond that. So to answer that question, clearly we don't know the extent of the impact of the industrial relations. We will, of course, look to absorb that within contingencies within the budget, but at this point we're unable to be clear as to whether we will have sufficient contingency to do that because we don't know the scale of the impact.
What is the contingency for that project?
So there's contingencies throughout the budget in different forms. We haven't disclosed the breakdown of the contingency. Clearly, we've still got a couple of contracts there that we're procuring as well. But I can confirm, as I said, the recent announcement, and we remain within that, with the exception that we have not yet fully been able to price the impact of the industrial relations impact.
The City and Southwest Metro project has been reported as a $6 billion blowout. How do you reconcile that with the figures you've given?
Yes, so I'm aware that's how it was reported. I think, to be very clear, the changes that were announced recently in the budget reflect the cost impacts and the challenges that we've been facing over the past 2 to 3 years, COVID impacts, the supply chain impacts, the resource constraints, and the overall level of escalation, as the Minister referred to. There's been a lot of discussion, including in this committee, and it's been pretty well ventilated, that the budget for that project was actually rebaselined in 2019, and there were numbers, in the public domain at the time, around 16.8 billion, I believe, from memory. So the reporting of the increase, the recent further investment from the government, around 6 billion, actually was referring to increases in budget that happened in that previous baselining and were not additional.
So your evidence is this $6 billion blowout has happened in a couple of stages.
So that's correct. So the adjustment that was made in the recent budget was then on top of the rebaseline that took place in 2019, which took account of a number of different issues prior to that.
I want to ask then finally about the Metro West. This line has been publicly reported as $26.6 billion, $3 billion more than the official estimates. What do you want to say to that?
So certainly the forecast final cost and the budget is actually below that amount. But we haven't, as I said, announced the actual precise budget, but it is inside that amount.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I'm happy for you to refer this to your officials, but I do want to put it to you. In one of the budget line items is in relation to the Western Sydney long-term strategic transport corridor preservation. It's one of the budget line items that I understand is within your portfolio, and it's one of the budget line items that's $90 million underspent in the last 12 months that may have come to the attention of Treasury. So I just want to confirm that figure, and I want to understand why that has occurred.
I might ask you to answer that.
Thank you so much. So this is a figure you're referring to is for the
last 12 months. So in the last 12 months, compared to what the last budget forecast, $90 million less has been spent on this program.
So so this is these are funds that you refer to is for corridor protection, not for projects. So that the actual expenditure is driven by affected owners who ask for hardship, make a hardship claim, and in the
21-22 year, we were allocated $64.4 million, of which we spent $9.7 million, which was slightly less than we expected. But as mentioned before, this is driven by impacted property owners asking for hardship funding.
You spent how much less?
We had an allocation for the year 21-22 of $64.4 million, and we spent $97.7 million on several property acquisitions.
Well, I won't take up the Minister's time, but that's not what the budget shows, so we might return to that in the officials.
Happy to give you the details, yes.
Yep. Minister, I might turn to issues with the ferries at this point. When is the decision on the fast ferry contract for the Manly service due to be made?
Thanks very much for the question. At the moment, we are reviewing the options of the future for the Manly F1 service, whether that's with the existing contractor or looking at other options. Once we have a proposal, we then will be going to the Minister and discussing those items, but at the moment we're maintaining the status quo. But it is important to note now, with a fast Emerald class ferry and a fast Manly service, that we want to make sure that we get the best for our customers. And also, we've already announced up until 25-26 we will maintain a 7-day service using the Freshwater class.
So, Minister, having heard those options, do you have a view at the moment about whether you intend to remove Transdev Sydney ferries from this route or to continue to operate the route with two operators?
At the moment, I've got no view.
Yeah, and you'll wait for that advice from your agency. Minister, has the cause of the recent sewerage overflow on the Emerald class Generation 2 ferry Balmoral on or about the 13th of August 2022 been rectified?
The sewerage overflow?
Mm-hmm.
What, the toilets on the cabin?
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave those matters to...
Thank you very much for the question. I'm not aware of sewage. We did have a fuel contamination issue and a fuel tank issue.
You're referring to the oil leaks in the engine rooms or separately?
All those have been rectified. I will again, maybe this afternoon, Mr. Graham, provide, if I have any further information. You said, what date was that? August?
That was 13 August 2022.
22, so a couple of weeks ago. But I understand that obviously those ferries are in service, and any defects, as I said before.
All right, so we dealt with the sewerage overflow, the oil leaks. What about the water leaks in the engine rooms of the Emerald class Generation 2 ferries Balmoral and Fairlight?
All operating standards, obviously, these are Australian design ferries. We get water leaks in freshwaters, we get water leaks in a number of vessels. I'm not aware of any specific ongoing long-term issues. That's obviously something that we will deal with. And certainly, as far as I'm concerned, the performance of these new ferries has been up to standard.
How many days have these three ferries, that's Balmoral, Fairlight and Clontarf, been taken out of passenger service this year? Scheduled and unscheduled.
I won't be able to give you that on notice, but I would say the performance has greatly improved. And I think if you look back even in history of the first operation, the Freshwaters, they had several months out of service due to some steering issues and other areas. But good to report, as I said before, I think the customer experience is probably the one we should look at, is that we have achieved over 99% of our operating service in the months of July and August. And those ferries, along with the others, are settling down into regular, reliable performance.
Minister, given the answers that Mr. Collins is giving, given the sewerage issues, the oil leaks, the fuel issues, the water leaks, these steering issues, are you comfortable that the public should think this is all on track at the moment? Yeah,
I'm comfortable that the safety issues are addressed timely. I'm comfortable that the policies and procedures and the standard operating procedures that we have to pick up and address these problems are dealt with. I don't think there's any evidence that commuters and passengers are at risk.
Well, is it correct that the May Gibbs recently had what was described as a catastrophic total steering failure while on the Manly Run?
When was that?
July.
Just to explain on the steering, I think propulsion and steering, these pieces of equipment, they're globally procured. Some of that equipment, the propulsion systems are actually an American-built system by Twin Disc. They reviews the faults on that and rectify the faults. There have been obviously reviews regarding those loss of steerage. As I discovered when I was on board one of these ferries, there is a secondary backup manual system. It's not as if you lose complete control, but the ferry
I'm
has to
relieved
be.
to hear that, Mr. Collins. Minister, were you aware of this what was described as a catastrophic
When
total
was
steering
it?
failure on the May Gibbs in July?
But what date?
I don't have the date here.
Okay, I was on leave in July, so this probably would have gone to the acting minister.
Yeah, so you're not aware of it, but there's a reason why you may not have
Correct.
been aware of it.
I normally get
Obviously,
very swift
sorry,
advice
Minister.
when these things are occurring.
All items of that nature get reported not only to OTC but AMSTA, which is obviously these ferries are heavily regulated. Investigations take place, reports are recommended, any findings of a serious nature would be forwarded to the minister or to the secretary.
And you agree this is of a serious nature?
Obviously, any defect is of that nature is serious.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is to understand the facts of what actually happened, what was rectified.
Well, I'm not an
and how
engineer,
gets-
Mr.
how it
Collins,
gets
but
sorted.
a catastrophic total steering failure doesn't sound very good.
Well,
Minister,
obviously,
are
you furnished
are
you
you
with the
having
details.
heard now about this incident on the May Gibbs? Are you comfortable to repeat your assurance that passengers should have no safety concerns?
Well, as I said, I'm comfortable that the standard operating procedures that we use when these matters are raised or they occur minimises and mitigates the risk to the commuter.
What does that mean?
I don't know if I can make it any clearer. We have SOPs, and so far in the 9 months I've been the minister, every time that we've had this sort of deficiency identified, we've responded accordingly. We've advised of the appropriate safety regulators. We've taken the stop out of service, and no commuters have been at risk as far as I'm aware.
Yep. Mr. Collins, is it true that the recently updated data reporting system failed during the duration of this incident? Is that also true?
I will obviously have to take that on notice. I haven't examined the detailed report. You may obviously have been supplied a copy, but I will take that on notice, and certainly information regarding the incident we'll share with you perhaps this afternoon if we have further information.
Thank you. You've previously committed to launching an internal review into issues with the Emerald class. How's that progressing, Mr. Collins?
Thank you very much for the question. I actually did say that we were carrying out an internal review of Sydney ferries, which I mentioned earlier, along with my boss, the Deputy Secretary. We carried out a series of actions, including a series of meetings with the management team, as I said earlier, which is pleasing to see that we have seen some changes in that management team and a marked improvement. Also that the performance and of the new ferries, all 10 river class ferries are now in service.
Mr. Collins,
the performance has improved.
I think I heard you clearly, but let me ask you to be specific. Who is conducting that review? Who conducted that review?
We are, as
Who is we?
as the Chief Operations Officer and responsible for the contracts under the ferry contracts. I have, and my colleagues within my contracts team have carried out a review of their performance. We have carried out a series of meetings, examined the overall asset performance, the performance of crewing, and we are continuing to review that as we speak.
You've answered my question. Minister, why isn't this review, given its importance, given some of the issues, being conducted by someone independent of the agency?
Why isn't it?
Why is it not being conducted by someone independent?
Well, I'll take that on notice, but I'll also highlight the fact that depending on its urgency and its and how and the situation, I don't see why the department wouldn't, in the first instance, provide a preliminary review and then in the second instance, send it external. But I'll take it on notice.
Yeah. So you're open to the
Of course I am, but
have,
we've
have
got
you
safety
seen this review?
regulators. John, we've got safety regulators,
Yeah.
so which we've got a mandatory reporting obligation.
Yeah.
So it's really what I think is immaterial, because if a situation has occurred where we have to self-report to a regulator, well then we self-report, and if we don't self-report to a regulator, that's when I'll provide an opinion.
Yeah, I was happy with your first answer, so I might just ask you to clarify. This isn't self-reporting. This is an internal review conducted by your agency. But what I think you're saying is you are open when you
let's
see
see
that
what the
report.
internal review is, and if the internal review meets the threshold that the regulator has to be involved, well, then the regulator's involved.
Yeah, no, I accept that answer.
Just to add, Mr. Graham, we can call upon independent audits, which may be a step that we consider in the future. Within my contracts team, I have very experienced maritime personnel who I feel are best in the industry, and there would be no hesitation if we felt that we hadn't seen a turnaround in performance and we hadn't seen reliability, that the escalation of that to the Minister to ask for an independent review would be appropriate.
And let me tell you, John, if that doesn't happen, the union will make sure I know about it.
Yeah, so hence the reason, your answers previously were the reason for my asking. I take it you haven't seen this review yet. You haven't seen the results
I'm
yet.
not aware.
It's an ongoing process. Obviously, once we get 3 to 6 months of data to understand how things are performing, once we've done that, we will obviously, as we do on a regular basis, share the performance of all our contracts with the Minister, the Minister's office, to ensure people understand.
So when will
where
the
we're
Minister see this review, given you're now describing it as ongoing?
I would say once we have the data available to us over the last 3 to 6 months, we will be sharing our progress. But pleasingly to note,
Mr. Collins, when will that occur?
I would say I can't give you a date, because what I want to make sure is we have enough time to ensure we understand the data, and also that we will review with the Minister the information. But I'd imagine that it will be within the next 3 to 6 months.
The next 3 to 6 months before this is reported to the Minister. But Minister, you're then saying if it needs an independent look at this, then you're open to that.
Absolutely, but obviously the default is always going to be the safety regulator.
Yes, yeah, no, understood.
I mean, it's no use paying for somebody independently to do it if we've already got a prepaid independent safety regulator to
Minister, you're ahead at the
investigate
moment. I would stop right there.
You mean you don't like my answer?
No, I do like your answer. Just stop right there before you get yourself into trouble.
It's too late.
Minister, do you intend on returning 3 or 4 freshwater class ferries back into passenger service?
Listen, I'll let Howard answer that on the details and the logistics and the reality of life. But, mate, I'm an old Tory. I love the freshwater ferries. I think I kissed my first girlfriend on the freshwater ferry going to Manly on
We don't want to go
date
through
on
all
a
this.
Saturday
Don't
night.
tell us everything else that happened.
I get the fact that they are a massive tourism destination, offering. I get the fact that the people of the Northern Beaches like them. They're also extremely expensive. They're also very pollutive. They are also being superseded by next generation. So it's, it'd be like you coming to me and saying, Minister, do you want to keep the Red Rattlers running? Yeah, I do. I'd love to get the Red Rattler one more time from Bankstown to my school. That would be wonderful. I'd relive some childhood memories. But we've got to be very. But we've got to face reality. And if we didn't think about the evolution of transport, we'd all be flying around in Sopwith pups. But I will invite.
Very briefly.
Clean up that answer.
Very briefly. Freshwater, we are retaining 2 vessels. The Freshwater itself, which is the first vessel to ever be manufactured and and hit the water. And we are now bringing back the Queen's Cliff. I was on the ferry when we were saying goodbye to it with the captain. But what we have discovered that one of the other ferries which we were rebuilding engine was in extremely poor condition. And for the best value for money, we will be returning and retaining in the long term the Freshwater and the Queenscliff. We've got 3 out there at the moment to retain, operate the services we do, the 7-day service from the 3rd of September. But the plan up until 2026, we will be retaining the Freshwater and the Queenscliff.
Minister, I want to ask you some questions about bus safety. In particular, fires on buses. I'm not quite sure who these need to go to. We've seen sort of I wouldn't say an increase, but an ongoing issue with fire suppression in buses. Someone able to tell me how many buses have caught fire so far this year?
I may be able to do exactly that, Penny.
There you go.
Okay, 2021, we saw a decrease in fatalities in industries from crashes involving buses by 44%.
No, that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about fires. So there's basically OTSI gave a report, Office of Transport Safety Investigation. It's been an ongoing issue.
I'm going to have to ask Howard, have you got
Yeah, I've got this report. There were 106 incidents reported, 9 of which were bus fires. And
that's 2021. That's right. Up from 2020.
Yes.
How many? I'd like to know if you can tell me how many there've been so far this year for 2022.
I can remember one at Liverpool fairly recently. I'm not sure whether this financial year.
I'm not aware of that one. I am aware of one in Lane Cove and one at Camperdown.
Yeah, we might have that. I don't know whether the Minister's got it, but I could say generally, and what the good news is, all our buses, unlike many other states, have full fire suppression in the engine compartment. Most of these fires, of the 9 last year, were actually connected with electrical or wiring or air conditioning faults, as opposed to those which in the past, you remember the spectacular fire on the Harbour Bridge, Ms. Sharp, which was an engine issue. The fire suppression systems have worked very well, and as Ms. Fontana knows, we installed that on all vehicles in New South Wales metropolitan area.
Okay, I've got some additional information. So 29th of April, we saw the 9th annual report on bus and coach fires. It refers to bus fires. The contents of the report relates to thermal incident, any thermal incident. The incidents include incidents of smoke and alarms being activated where it doesn't include a fire, which is logical. Of the 106 incidents reported, 9 were bus fires, 97 were thermal incidents. No injuries were resulted in these incidents.
Thanks, Minister. I mean, I am aware of that's the 2021 report from OTSI.
Yeah.
I'm really actually asking for this year.
This year, from the 1st of July. If we, Ms. Sharp, if we can provide
from 1
that,
January, I think.
we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it on, take it on notice.
And can you also just so the OTSI report last year indicated that on the double decker buses, that 72 of the 88 have been installed with enhanced water mist systems.
Correct.
Can you what's happening with the others?
The remaining double-deck buses were purchased with this system already installed, meaning now all double-decker buses in Greater Sydney have an enhanced fire suppression system.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's what we call a happy ending.
On this issue, yes, Minister.
Yes.
But you will get back to me about how many bus fires there has been this year.
Yeah, this calendar year, you're
Yes,
saying. We
yes,
normally
thank
report
you.
on financial year, but we'll see if we can provide that information for you.
I would appreciate that. I'm wanting to ask about security incidents on trains in particular.
Yep. Start with me.
Yep, no, that's great. I just wanted to understand how they are tracked. Now, obviously, there's the transport officers, but the police in the transport police. I'm just trying to sorry,
I invite
Mr.
Matt to answer that question.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. I'm happy to respond to that. We've got more than 10,000 CCTV cameras across the rail network. they're live monitored at our rail operations centre, so 24/7 we've got a security desk. We also have access to any of the passenger duress alarms that we have across the network if there's any incidents that need to be tracked. We work closely with the New South Wales Police to intercept incidents as they occur, and if an incident has occurred, working with the authorities to ensure we can bring those responsible to justice, whether that's offences at stations, things like graffiti or vandalism, anything that occurs across the network.
Thank you for that. I mean, I appreciate that. I'm interested particularly, though, on in relation to, I suppose, incidences of harassment or violence on the trains. Are they tracked? Like, so is there? Can you give me information on how many of these incidences occurred on the trains in the last 12 months, whether it's calendar year or financial year?
Certainly where an incident is logged or recorded, or if there's an issue that's raised with Sydney Trains, we do track that in our system. So I could provide data as to how many incidents of that nature have been recorded, maybe over the past financial year. So
yes, whichever way you
June.
collect it. I'm not asking you to cut it differently. Yep, thank you.
And that's specifically just around passenger-initiated violence or harassment?
Well, yes, that's where I'm getting to. Sorry, I probably should give you some context. The reason why I'm asking this is that there's an ongoing issue, particularly for women and for young people travelling on trains at night. I'm trying to understand how we're tracking in relation to the number of instances that are there. There's obviously there's a different question which I don't think we can answer, which is what is the perception of safety on the train network. But I am very interested in, if you can give me, for example, the details on the number of times, for example, the duress alarm. I suspect that might be hard because I suspect people press that alarm for a whole range of reasons. So I do accept that. So I'm just trying to get a bit of a picture of where we're at because, for example, in the past, the Transport Command, New South Wales Police used to report how many whether they were at full strength or not. They don't provide that information publicly anymore. Just trying to get a bit of a handle on what's going on the trains.
Yeah, thank you for that context. And just to be absolutely clear, we're all focused, both across the law enforcement authorities and my people, to ensure that customers are safe when they travel. Particularly in the evening, we have a number of services that have security on the service. We have security at stations as well to ensure that customers can feel safe. As well as having live monitoring through the Cammeray network. But I'll endeavour to get any data on incidents that have been raised to Sydney Trains for the past financial year.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'll just come back to me briefly and then I'll come back to you, to the opposition. I just want to know how much you're spending on developing the Transport for New South Wales Centre for Quantum Technology.
Thank you. That is an exciting development because it does actually fit in with the efficiencies of the future operation of the rail system. The actual costs at the moment are twofold. One is there's two individuals that are experts in this space that are working in the centre, and we've gone out for tender for expressions of interest to partner with some people in this space. I'll pass to Mr. de Kock on the actual dollar amount that we're budgeting.
Yes, the Secretary said it's a very exciting area will offer a huge amount of computing power in the future. And we, as the Secretary said, have employed two experts to help us on that journey. And we have put out to the market a request for tender. And we are just in the final stages of evaluating that and to finalise the cost of the programme for the next 2 years.
So what's the sort of general salary level then expected for those experts, or is it on a consulting basis? What's the?
They're on the director level, and I have to take on notice what the typical salary levels for that level is.
And so when we say the Centre for Quantum Technology, it's nothing more than a group of people?
No, that's so the centre is part of our vision for the future. So I think in terms of what we're trying to achieve there is to really learn about this technology. Actually, in the next 2 years, actually put a number of use cases together to test this technology to set us up for the future. So as part of the tender work that we put out, we've invited both local as well as global organizations to bid for that work. And as I mentioned before, we were just in the final stages of selecting and appointing those partners for us then to actually develop some real use cases in the transport space in the next few years.
We're sort of at that scoping stage.
But it is more than the. But at the moment we're in the procurement stage. But over the next 2 years, together with our partners, we will develop real transport use cases in the next 2 years. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, we've recruited 2 directors to help oversee that program, and also to build our internal expertise. And also throughout this work, we really expect us to be able to contribute to the local ecosystem about quantum technology here in New South Wales. And we're very lucky in a way, because there's a huge amount of expertise in that space. And maybe there's one other point I was going to make is that to help us guide on this journey, we've got also an expert advisory group that the secretary chairs to help guide us on that journey. So it's an exciting area. And as I mentioned, we should be able to announce our partners through the competitive selection process in the coming months.
What's the intention then? Is the intention to use that data to improve efficiencies across the network, or is it to take that data and be able to make it into something marketable that you can sell? What's the vibe?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. And so quantum technology and quantum computing offers the potential of very much faster computations, and some of our modeling already takes multiple hours to complete on our existing infrastructure. But as part of the tender that we put out and the RFT that we put out, we asked for a number of use cases. And those use cases could be congestion management, it could be scheduling, it could be predictive asset maintenance. So there's a number of use cases where the technology will be useful, where high-speed parallel processing can give us more real-time answers to help manage congestion, optimize the network, do predictive maintenance, and so forth. And as part of the work over the next couple of years is to learn what is possible and in this space.
So it's about efficiency and optimization of the current network rather than using sort of the data, I guess, collected from people's everyday activities and using that elsewhere or selling that off?
So it's a technology that allows faster, more parallel processing of the data. So we can compute things in real time that perhaps could take hours now. So that actually gives us allows us to make faster optimizations of the networks. It also allows us to do identify maybe opportunities where we can predictive maintenance, where we can do it quicker, and so forth. So, but it doesn't give you more data. It's more about how the data is being processed.
Okay, and so it's not just trains and buses and ferries, but roads as well, and yeah.
So I think we're still in the early stages of the work, and we're exploring a wide range of use cases. And throughout the RFT process, people have proposed a number of use cases in our space.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Graham.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I might turn to some of the light rail issues now, if that's acceptable. On July 11th of this year, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that CAF had said it would be a couple of months maximum before the Inner West light rail trains return to service. It's been almost 2 months since then. What is going on?
Thank you very much for the light rail question. I can tell you today, Friday, we're rolling out the 10th repaired tram. The CAF Urbis 3 tram has the full repairs to the what's called the C module and the R module. We have 2 repaired trams running in service at the moment, plus also those citizens' vehicles. Our intention is in October. We need to do the changeover, Mr. Graham, just to explain. We can run both types of trams up to Lilyfield, but from Lilyfield to Dulwich Hill, we can either operate one or the other. This is due to the different wheel profile. One has rail, one has tram. But in October, we believe we will have sufficient vehicles. In fact, we'll have the whole fleet available back to us of CAF, and we'll make the changeover. We'll return the full service. We've already enhanced the service starting in August with the 2 additional trams between Lilyfield and Central. And then we're also have agreed to endeavour on an interoperability conversion, so that in the future, as this area is very popular and growing very fast,
So, Mr.
we
Collins,
can operate either vehicles.
I think you're saying that will return to full service in October this year.
Yeah, and which is is just on the year anniversary, if not under a year. I think it was the end of October that we withdrew the CAF ferry, light rail fleet on that time.
It was October last year.
Yes,
Yes.
so just under a year.
So will we? It will beat that anniversary, will we? Is that
I
your
think so.
confident
We did
prediction?
say even last November that this was an unknown issue, but I would say, and I would thank Mr. Longland for his expert engineering support.
Well, I also want to thank Mr. Longland, but I'm going to stop you there. Minister,
Yep.
Former Transport Minister Rob Stokes told the Parliament last November that he expected taxpayers would not pay 1 cent towards the cost of rectification. Is that still the case?
Yes, is the answer. We are obviously to expedite the work and to make sure that we
Thank you, Mr.
do it
Collins.
quickly. But the answer is my intention to ensure that Minister Stokes's view is upheld. We are going through a legal process, but I have a view, and certainly the view supporting Mr. Stokes, that we should not pay a cent for this defect.
And I share that view.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, does it concern you that one of the things CAF has said on the public record is this? It was a statement based on nothing, no facts, no events, no knowing exactly what was happening. Is that of concern?
Sorry.
CAF made this statement
Yeah.
in response to Minister Stokes's
Yeah.
view. I quote, it was a statement based on nothing, no facts, no events, no knowing exactly what was happening.
I'm not going to speculate on.
This is still
commentary.
under investigation, independent investigation, and once that investigation has concluded, we will understand out of all those parties involved who is responsible and who will pick up the bill, Mr. Graham. So at the moment, it is wrong of me to say who's responsible. What we are saying is we do not believe it's the government who is responsible for this defect.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, as of today, it is the case that not 1 cent has been paid towards the cost of rectification, but depending on that investigation, it may be the case.
Accuracy of records, obviously, to ensure we expedite the work. What we are saying at the end result of this, we believe that public money shouldn't be spent on rectifying defects, whether they're CAF's fault or someone else's fault. We will not comment on that until the investigation has been concluded. But
So
we
I
are
welcome
clear
that
about this.
statement of belief, and that statement of belief is shared by the Minister and shared by the
Well, what
opposition.
I'm asking about what organisation wouldn't take that approach?
I'm asking about the facts here. Is it the fact that, depending on that investigation, a possible consequence is that taxpayers could pay money?
I can't see why.
I can't. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I can't see why. I do believe, some things in certainty of life are, I think, are they tax and death? I don't know, but I certainly believe that we have a very clear case as transport and informing the minister at the time that we believe this shouldn't be funded by the taxpayer.
Minister, you've previously committed to amending the business case for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2.
Correct.
In order to make sure there are domestic manufacturing options for rolling stock.
Mm-hmm.
How is that progressing?
Well, it's progressing. I mean, it's a commitment from
what's actually happened
from the government.
We've already talked about the previous minister's commitments. I want to know that you've done something.
Okay, so as you're probably well aware, on the 25th of March, I made an announcement that local content would be an absolute requirement for Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2, and we took that into consideration with our submission to the ERC. The progression on Parramatta Light Rail 2 is now subject to what the ERC had approved for me.
And does that approval include domestic manufacturing for the rolling stock?
I invite Trudy.
Ms. Drover.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, the final business case for Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 includes the requirement for local manufacture. Ahead of the budget announcement, we also did some detailed engagement with the industry. So we had some consultation with industry partners who may be the potential manufacturers of the future light rail vehicles.
And what is that requirement?
That there is a local...
What is the nature of that requirement?
There is a local manufacturer requirement within the...
I'm asking what that requirement is, Ms. Drover.
The exact details of that will be informed by that feedback from industry and it will be finalised in the final business case. There's obviously many options.
When I hear that, I hear a vague commitment to domestic manufacturing. Is that am I wrong in hearing?
Have you ever been involved in manufacturing before?
Yes, so there is a commitment to local manufacturing.
Asking the questions again.
No, but I'm just asking because this could be a half an hour response or a 5-minute response. Have you been involved in manufacturing before?
I've taken a strong interest in it.
Okay, have you been involved in manufacturing before?
You should, what
have you made?
You're taking me back to woodwork here.
Okay, so you haven't been involved in manufacturing before.
That's a vague...
Somebody who's come from industry associations, I'll give you a quick rundown of what happens. So we will send out expressions of interest, tenders, we will sound out the market. They will say to us what they're prepared to do here and what they're going to need to do overseas. If they say to us, if they give us a level or a certainty of local manufacturing that is suitable to us, that's what we go ahead with.
Yeah,
Hopefully they'll come back.
So stop there. What is suitable to the government? You haven't specified anything yet, but you might specify something down the track. Is that your evidence?
There will be a threshold of what is expected from the industry.
But there's not yet, as of today.
Well, I'm not going to preempt. I'm not going to go to the market and say to them, listen, you're going to be able to get away with, just providing,
but as of today, there's no threshold.
Well, not that we're going to disclose.
That's good.
But I have an there will be an expectation.
No, Minister, as of today, is there a threshold?
Okay,
You've said there's not, which is fine.
No. I'm just saying to you that what happens when you go into market is you don't play all your cards.
Well,
That's
I'm
what
not
you
sure
guys
what
did in
happens when
government.
you go to market.
When you go to you play all your cards.
As of today, is there a threshold in place?
I will take that on notice, but I can give you an ironclad guarantee that there will be a local component, which is why Chris Minns copied my policy.
One of the reasons we did the industry engagement was to understand what industry felt they could provide in terms of a high degree of local content. And obviously it's a function somewhat of time. So obviously the longer lead time we give them, the better able they are to mobilise to do that local content.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Again, I missed you, but...
Sorry,
he missed you too.
I missed you. I did.
Where have you been?
Well, getting my character analysed in the other room.
You don't cop that here, mate.
I know. So I'm thrilled to be back. When is the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 going to open?
Do we have a concluding time for that yet?
Yeah, so in line with the state infrastructure strategy, we're staging major infrastructure projects. The first stage of PLR2 is the provision of the Wentworth Bridge and approaches.
When's that happening?
So we haven't started the procurement of that.
So we don't know?
We do have a time frame. I'll just confirm that.
Okay. Do you know, Minister?
Sorry, for what?
Well, we're now up to the first stage of the second stage of the Parramatta Light Rail, which is the bridge. When's the bridge opening? What's the target date?
I'll take that on notice. I don't think I've got it in my notes.
We are aiming to start bridge construction in 2024. That's obviously after the planning approval.
So construction will start in 2024?
Oh, sorry, correct. You're right. Sorry.
So
construction of the project will begin the bridge connection across the river between Wentworth Point and Melrose Park, which you're aware, will expected to commence in 2024. And of course, the corridor reservation planning with the Premier's memorandum of procurement and large projects which recommend staging and packaging as well as de-risking projects through early works.
So we're doing corridor preservation for the second stage of the Parramatta Light Rail.
Say again?
We're doing corridor preservation for the second stage of the Parramatta Light Rail?
Slowly.
We're also doing the full EIS for the whole project.
Yeah. Again, when's the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 going to open?
Well, we haven't finished the business plan yet, so we will certainly, we're commencing.
Okay.
We're commencing with the bridge.
Well,
which, if you live at Wentworth Point, is a major part of it.
no doubt. But the member for Parramatta has made multiple complaints about the availability of federal funding for this project. Have we requested federal funding for this project at this point in time?
Not yet, but well,
They can ask
not formally.
And not formally?
Not formally, but I have had a very, very high-level conversation with the current government when they were in opposition about if they had any leftover money, where would I be sending it? And I said to them, Parramatta Light Rail. So,
well, glad that they could help.
yeah.
But
Well, hopefully they will. So let's hold them to that.
But when, so let me just be clear, when do you formally expect to be requesting federal funding?
Well, listen, I'll take that on notice. It has not has not occurred yet. But again,
the project
I haven't
conditional?
met with the new minister yet, and that is certainly.
Well, is the project conditional on federal funding?
No, never was. And I think you'll find in the public record, even though I had a uncharacteristic dispute with one of my parliamentary colleagues about whether it would be.
No, you never have to speak with your
I
colleagues.
said it wasn't ever conditional, which is
believe.
why I thought we needed to have the money for the bridge in this budget.
Yeah, 2 months.
So, I certainly, you are right to deny any disagreement with colleagues. It's unheard of, I'm sure.
Never has.
But when the member for Parramatta said that it is conditional on federal funding, he was wrong. What?
Well, he was acting as the member for Parramatta.
But he was wrong.
I'd jump up and get down
He
and
was
say,
he was the incorrect member for Parramatta when he was making that point.
well, I don't know the circumstances, but Daniel, all over House members jump up and down about their electorates. We all jump up and down and fight with whoever to defend funding that's we believe is entitled to go into our electorate. So I'm not going to begrudge the member for Parramatta if or what he said about federal funding. I'm just saying to you there was never an obligation or a predetermination of this project going ahead on federal funding.
Well, I don't have too many more questions on this matter, but I did have one more, which was previously one of your predecessors that I had the opportunity to question about this made extensive reference to the use of value capture to pay for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2.
Yeah.
Is the government's policy still to apply value capture in order to raise
How did
the
he?
funds?
Who was it, and how did they define value capture? They're talking about the RUCUP.
It was Andrew Constance.
Thank you. Yeah, what did he say?
He made the point that value capture would have to apply. He attacked me for even raising the question.
Old trout.
Old trout.
Yes. No,
But
he's the old trout.
You're the
old trout. I thought it was him.
The concept being that you weren't going to get your funding unless we could recoup it based on X, Y, Z.
No. It wasn't XYZ. It was specifically on
what
Parramatta.
Yeah.
At that point, it included
Well,
residents.
I'm certainly not going to be promoting Parramatta Light Rail 2 based on value capture because my view, as it has been throughout Western Sydney, and it certainly was when they built the metro in the Northwest, is that the infrastructure's got to be there because we've already put the people there. And if you look at where Parramatta Light Rail 2 is servicing, that Wentworth Point area, so Jeff was quite right. Those people moved in there with the understanding that that railway was going through. We can't value capture a suburb that's already been built. Not unless we want to put in, every second house has got to have poker machines and we start taking revenues from that.
Is that your policy?
I might just ask about another electorate, the electorate of Dubbo. Are you aware of the grant that John Barilaro gave, $950,000 out of the Regional Investment Attraction Fund for an electric flying car in Narromine?
Oh, here we go.
If that's our concluding question, that's done me.
It's not the concluding
Okay,
question.
well, mate,
Why does
no.
your
Ask about
draft
UFOs.
future
Come on.
transport strategy promise the citizens of New South Wales
Not
flying
Labor again.
cars
Well, I mean,
by
I read an article
2061?
yesterday, I think, where government is starting to regulate or to draft the regulations
are.
for flying
You
cars.
are.
Yeah.
Not
I
by
haven't seen it yet.
2026.
So, you want to pilot?
We spoke at length on this topic.
We did, Mr. Sharp, and I know your view. I might ask the Minister, though, given the problems that the government's having with the trains, with the trams, with the ferries, given the tolls on the roads, why is your government's future transport strategy promising flying cars in the next term of Parliament?
John, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. Just because we've got challenges today doesn't mean we shouldn't be looking at the opportunities
You're backing
of
this
tomorrow.
in,
Apparently you can't
flying
walk or chew
cars
gum.
in the next term of Parliament as your draft future transport. You're backing this in.
No, I'm
Flying
just
cars in
saying,
the
Joe,
next term
I'm
of parliament.
quite, of course we're going to be futuristic. We wouldn't have electric ferries if we didn't think about
Despite the fact that
futuristic.
CASA won't regulate this till years afterwards, you're promising
Well, maybe
in your future
maybe
transport
if,
strategy.
maybe if John, this matter is brought forward, well then CASA might review it earlier. But I'll have to put any questions about flying cars
Not
on
your department?
notice.
On notice.
Will
On
they
notice.
fly from Parramatta to Wentworth Point? Is that the first? Are we looking at that as an option? or
Now
an
you're being
alternative?
silly, Daniel.
Will they fly you to your meetings with Alex Klassen?
To be
Happen
fair,
in March? Maybe
But
they're
be
going to
part
be
of-
like the DeLorean and go back in time.
Scott, you're having too
How
much
much
fun.
was the amount of money, John?
Be part of
$1 million.
Metropolitan Roads.
Around $1 million.
$950,000.
That's nearly as much money as what the RTBU gave the Labor Party last year.
Oh, that's a good way to end.
There's a flying car.
Oh, I think we are done, Mr.
Oh,
You got the last word.
McCall.
Last appearance.
I don't think any of us could stomach it.
he'll be back. Don't
anymore.
worry.
No question.
2023.
Questions
I'll
from the
defer to
government?
No, the whip.
No. I think we're good.
I'm shocked and
I
horrified.
don't know. Do you want 15 minutes of questions from us?
Thank you, Minister, for your attendance
in.
today. We will be back at 2 o'clock with the transport officials. Thank you.
Okay. It being 2 o'clock, we will resume the estimates hearing this afternoon with the government witnesses. Thank you very much. And we will proceed with the Honourable Mick Veitch questioning for the opposition.
Thank you very much. If I can, I'll probably, for the first 20 minutes, just work my way through Veterans Affairs, and that way we get that body of questioning out of the road. You may be able to go, but we'll just see how we go. Is that all right?
Perfect, thank you.
So just a few things to sort out, get my head around where things are at with Veterans Affairs, or the Office of Veteran Affairs. So how many full-time equivalent staff do you currently have in that office?
We have a couple of positions that have been vacant, but the employment number is 14. We have one additional senior policy officer in our office above our 13 usual count due to the Royal Commission.
Okay.
So she's specifically supporting the whole of government work to support that inquiry.
And you said 2 vacancies at the moment?
Just staff leaving and replacing, but they're coming on board.
Okay. They haven't been vacant long though, have they?
No,
Yeah.
no.
And then, so how many of those are veterans? How many of your staff are veterans?
We have 2 veterans currently that are running the Veterans Employment Program, but I would say that I'm also responsible for the Anzac Memorial, where we employ a larger number of veterans, and a lot of the staff in the Office for Veterans Affairs have relatives that have served or parents that have served, so it's a very passionate office about supporting veterans.
So, to answers to supplementary questions, I think it says that there were Anzac Memorial employed 5 veterans full-time and 3 part-time. Is that still roughly the same number?
Yes, we have a lot of casual staff, and they've just recently done a new recruitment, so that number might be slightly different, but we do proactively encourage veterans to apply for roles in the whole of the public service, but particularly at the Anzac Memorial.
Actually, how about, can you just maybe take on notice, just as of today's date, what the numbers are in Anzac Memorial and
very happy,
and the number of veterans and family members of veterans? That might just update our figures. Thanks. And also, it was revealed earlier this year there were plans for the Office of Veterans Affairs to be relocated. Has this occurred yet?
We have actually found a home in Goulburn Street in the Department of Communities and Justice office there, and that's quite convenient for us because it's close to the Anzac Memorial, where we deliver a lot of programs.
And so that was just a part of the normal process for finding new accommodation. Was there a short list, or what was I guess what was the process to determine that?
I think it's fair to say that a lot of public servants have been moved to Parramatta, but for our particular office and the work that we do, we're often at the memorial or at the cenotaph. I'm on some boards that are with RSL and other organisations and committees that all operate out of the city. So it's fair to say that I advocated fairly strongly for our team to remain with a base in the city, because we also go to a lot of meetings at the Anzac Memorial. I'm the honorary secretary to the trustees of the Anzac Memorial, which is a bipartisan board.
And did you give any consideration then was there any reasons at all that you might think of moving to Parramatta or further west? I gather from what you're saying, the main reason for staying in the city is because of the memorial, Anzac Memorial.
Well, really for proximity to all the work that we deliver. I also go to meetings with the Minister's office and most of our stakeholders, Legacy, RSL, life care organisations are based around the city, and Craig Delaney, our Veterans Employment Manager in particular, meets with a lot of veterans, and their preference is usually to come into the city to meet. But we're also able to work from the Parramatta office if we have reason to work out in Parramatta.
Why did you have to relocate? What was the reason?
We were located in the Phillip Street office.
Gotcha. And so you've locked in the new position and the new location. Is there a lease for the new premises, or because you're at Department of Justice and Community
We're
Service?
currently in the Department of Communities and Justice, and they have courts and tribunals which operate out of that building, so it's a base for the department.
But you got some sort of operating lease with the department?
No, we're a very tiny office that has moved numerous times, currently in the Department of Communities and Justice, and that has been a good department for us to be in, so we're just part of the department. The Anzac Memorial is a separate statutory entity.
I just want to talk a little bit about, again, get my head around the Ranks to Recognition program. The Ranks to Recognition program.
Yes.
And how that's, or how it interrelates or it relates to the Veteran Skills program. Can you just shed some light on, how many veterans were assisted in the program, in those two programs last year?
So I was given a presentation just 2 days ago, and if I can take on notice to give you the exact data, TAHE looks after that program. Hundreds of veterans and their partners have now been supported through the Ranks to Recognition program. I was very impressed with how proactive they've been and the difference they're making, particularly in reaching the regional locations and supporting veterans in the regions through the TAHE programs.
Yeah. And it's with TAFE because it's part of the Veterans Employment Program. Is that why it's with TAFE?
We work across the whole of government, so we were very proactive working with TAFE to establish this support program so that veterans that wanted to transition their skills and training into the civilian workforce had the support that they needed to do that.
If you could take that on notice, I'd really appreciate that. And the sort of things I'm looking at, like, you can sort of work out, we just want a picture of it, so how many veterans are involved, how many were placed, partners as well, or family members, partners and spouses.
Yes,
partners or spouses, not and spouses.
They're now collecting that data too.
Okay, thank you. Well, that would be, as of today's date, that would be good, if take that on notice. The Veterans Employment Workshop, which I think was due, according to I've been advised, was supposed to be held on the 28th and 29th of September, was due to be held on the 28th and 29th of September at the Anzac Memorial. Has there been much interest?
Our new staff member, veteran, is following up with the community at the moment. It's been very successful in terms of supporting veterans to translate their skills and understand how to apply for roles.
Okay, so I guess two things. One is it at capacity already, the number of people, or what is capacity and how we're tracking? The second thing is I'm from regional New South Wales, so I would like to know how veterans from regional New South Wales are going to be able to participate. Is there arrangements being made?
Craig, who runs the program, is passionate about the regions, and we're looking to actually take it out to some of the regional locations now that COVID is a lot easier to manage these events. So we welcome people coming in from the regions to participate in the program. It is promoted broadly. We have capacity probably for 30 because of the close work that the workshop does.
I guess, how far advanced are the plans to take it out into the regions? Are they well advanced?
We've allowed some budget to do so.
Okay, no, that's all right. And this is probably cheeky, but have you worked out which parts of regional New South Wales you would take this to? Are there some centres that are at the top of the list?
Not as yet, but we are looking carefully at the census data, and TAFE is actually doing an analysis. So we'll look at really where we think the greatest need is.
And veterans with medical conditions or physical conditions, how are they going to be able to access this program, the workshop?
Well, we're happy to facilitate all veterans, and
so you'll make accommodations that may be required for each individual, depending on their.
Yeah, the Anzac Memorial is particularly careful about access for everyone, and was designed specifically so. So as a venue, it's very good to accommodate everyone.
Okay. Just looking at this time, I reckon, how long have I got there? 10 minutes? Yeah, about 10.
11, indeed.
11, okay.
Pressure's on you.
I think you can keep going, Nick. There's
No,
not
I was
much
just-
competition for questions
The
at the moment.
crossbenchers or your colleagues are really
Yeah, I noticed that. Anyway,
big care of it.
can I? So the the VEP website talks about its champions network and states our champions are a group of mentors and thought leaders promoting VEP initiatives and the skills that veterans can bring to the public sector. So, in regard to that, so how many champions are there currently that we have on our books?
I will get Craig to provide the number as of today's date, but I think around 340. Craig Delaney works very hard to network across the whole of the public service. So I'm very happy to say that Transport has a large number of veterans,
Yes.
and it has a very strong veterans network. Having only 2 staff members in my office that run the Veterans Employment Program, they work by the multiplier factor. So having groups of veterans in different of the clusters that build their own networks and help mentor and champion other veterans, but the network includes all HR managers that would like to be a champion for the program.
How does someone get to become a champion?
By Craig presenting the information to the group, and they put their hand up and say, so it works by people being aware of veterans in their network, by helping to promote them, by sending us jobs that we think are a good fit for veterans. So we have a large Facebook and LinkedIn following now, so we promote jobs in the public sector that we think would be a good fit for veterans.
Are they paid positions?
The
champions, are they?
Oh, they are public servants.
So it's a part of it becomes a part of their normal role. Is that how it works?
Yes, they help. We send them a quarterly newsletter. We update them on progress. We're now collecting very detailed data with the Public Service Commission on how many veterans there are in each of the clusters.
Yep.
If I look at my notes, I might be able to find Transport's latest intake. But so every cluster, we know how many veterans are being employed. We know the success rate against how many veterans are applying for roles. It's actually improved over the amount of time that we've been running the program, so that veteran success rate of getting jobs has improved. And I think that is largely through the communications program that we have been running, which helps explain to employers the skills and training of veterans. And we explain through the workshop to veterans how their skills are a good fit for the public sector.
And I think you said you were sort of working on the number of veterans employed in each of the clusters. Do you have that detail you might be able to provide on notice?
It's actually on the website. Yes.
Excellent.
Yep.
Well, we don't have to ask for a notice, but
No.
that's excellent. And I think you were also saying then that you're gathering information about veterans who apply for positions.
Yep.
But aren't successful.
Yep.
That's right. Is that publicly available as well, or could you take that
So
on notice?
that's the data that Craig collects with the Public Service Commission. One of the things that we do is encourage through our Champions Network that if a veteran applies for a role and they're not successful and they ring up and they want to understand better why they weren't considered, that we give honest feedback. So Craig will explain that they might have put in that, some of the lingo from the military that is not as well understood, and really to help support them better apply for roles.
Okay, thank you. The Royal Commission, the
Yes.
interim report from the Royal Commission, have you had a chance to get across that and see how it might apply or be applied, or what aspects of it might be applied to the New South Wales?
Yes, so we have a whole of government working group that includes particularly health and our own department that have large interface with veterans and their families. We have been meeting regularly, and the New South Wales Government, my office, with the Minister's endorsement, submitted a submission to the Royal Commission on the 24th of April, which really outlined the New South Wales Government Veterans Strategy and all the positive things that we're trying to do, including initiatives like the National Centre for Veterans Health at Concord. So we have read with interest the first interim report. It is largely focused on the Commonwealth and their responsibilities, Department of Veterans Affairs and the Australian Defence Force, but there are certainly some key things that are outlined that are across all jurisdictions, coronial matters in particular, definitions and collection of information, reporting of information and support to families. Our court group are looking at that. Data collection is another issue, which is a national issue of how you collect data across all the states and jurisdictions in a similar way. Consistent reporting. So that is being looked at. We've been given notices for information, and we're working with the Crown Solicitor's Office. They're working very closely with us on any inquiries or any requests for information. And at the moment, we're looking proactively at, from the first report, what might be the things that will be looked at in the next phase. And certainly the Minister in Tasmania was called to give evidence. So we think that going forward, they will be looking in more detail at the states and territories and the interface of frontline services, but also things that we can work on nationally, like data and coronial definitions and information sharing.
Were there other things that you've identified that we could be doing better to support our veterans arising from the Royal Commission?
Look, there's a large focus on families, and I've been part of the Commonwealth State and Territory Working Group, which has been in operation since 2016. There is a Veterans Wellbeing Task Force, and there was a recent meeting of all the ministers. They regularly get together, we do, and share information. There's a piece of work, for example, being done on veterans in jail at the moment, being led by South Australia, but New South Wales is participating in that. So I think it's a very collegiate and shared space where people are genuinely working together to improve outcomes for veterans and their families.
I think, if I'm correct, the Royal Commission's interim report highlights the transition from military service to civil society sometimes is a bit bumpy for our veterans, so there's obviously things that we can do to assist in making that a much smoother transition. Has the department looked at what might be required there to assist veterans? Are there things we can do in New South Wales around assisting that transition?
Absolutely. Again, because of the work of the Commonwealth State and Territory Committee, there have been a lot of reports into veterans and transition. So a lot of that work we took on board, and then we did our own research and our own survey and consultation with the veterans community to write our own veterans strategy for New South Wales, and transition is certainly a large part of that. And out of that grew the employment program, the education program, the support for veteran families. We're working with education to support children of veterans in the education system. We initiated the local government program, encouraging local government to start their own veteran employment programs. So I think my team are all very passionate and very proactive, and wherever they can see an opportunity to work with local government or other departments, they have done so. So can we do more? Probably. There's always more you can do, but I'm very proud of what we've achieved so far.
Yeah. One of the things that happens for not just for your office, but for a range of public sector agencies is the changing of ministers. How do you accommodate the changing of ministers within your department, within your office? Is it a process that you do? Do you brief the new minister and then sort of, I gather priorities must change with each minister, but so I'm just interested with a small crew, how do you work through that?
We're well accustomed to writing briefing notes, budget estimate notes, putting information together. Incoming minister would be fully briefed on all the topics, and I've found that every minister brings a different lens, and that's not a bad thing. You get a different focus.
Okay, because one of the reasons I asked that question is the minister in December last year described as his top priority the National Veterans Cemetery.
Yes.
Where are we up to with that particular project? Has there been a site identified?
The minister wrote to the Commonwealth. There's been a change in federal government since that time. I believe he is following up with the new government. The responsibility for national veteran cemeteries lies with the Commonwealth very clearly.
Yep. Are you keen to have it in New South Wales?
The Minister is on the public record as saying that, but I understand that being a national matter, there may be other interest as well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
your time's expired. You can continue.
Well, I'll continue.
It's,
Thank you.
it's safe to say you can.
Thank you.
can
Thank you,
cut
Chair.
yourself out.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just trying to get my head around this, the concept of the. I've been to Arlington, so I understand what a national veteran cemetery would look like, or what it can do. But in New South Wales, so there's a range of stakeholders. Clearly, there's a lot of work to be done around advancing the case. So the RSL, for instance, the minister's made representations to the new federal minister, I think based on your recent response. Just, I guess, what is your office's role in pulling that all together and the stakeholder discussions? I guess your jurisdictional peers in other states. How much of your time is this taking?
Well, I liaised with my Commonwealth counterparts over information. We have an Australian War Graves office in the Department of Veterans Affairs, so they've provided expert advice on the number of times this has been considered by interdepartmental committees. It's been raised a number of times, as I understand, and it would progress through a great deal of consultation and would be really in the hands of the Commonwealth. New South Wales could offer locations within our state close to Canberra, because Canberra sits within, if it was determined that there should be a national cemetery and that it should be close to Canberra.
I reckon if there would be any number of places putting their hands up for something like this around in that part of New South Wales. So I could see there being a bit of competitive tension around it.
Not the Sydney Basin, the cemetery inquiry, lack of space.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so but around Canberra, I can see how that works. Just so in advancing the case, New South Welshmen, all of us would be keen to have it in New South Wales. So groups like RSL have been approached and had discussions about the war cemetery.
I am not sure of all the discussions the Minister has had. Certainly we've received correspondence through our office that is supportive of the idea. The Minister is connected to all the veterans associations and is a veteran himself, so
yes.
I'm sure he has had a lot of conversations, but it is squarely with the Commonwealth to progress.
So is this happening out of the Minister's office and I'm trying to word this without... Is it being driven from the Minister's office?
It's an initiative from the Minister as the Minister for
Yep.
Veterans and as a veteran, yeah.
Okay, and legacy, those sort of stakeholders, are they being involved? Do you know?
I think the last time this was raised, it was discussed as requiring a lot more work and a lot more consultation. So and with the change of government, it needs to be raised again by the Minister.
Okay. But essentially you are going to be involved in that process.
We've connected the Minister's office with the appropriate Commonwealth bureaucrats who look after the war graves.
Okay, thank you. There's a couple of questions just to finish up with regarding supplementary questions from earlier this year, just getting some clarity if I could. To do with so you've we asked the Minister about programs or funding in place to support veterans who have been identified as attempting suicide or are at risk of suicide, and the Minister sort of moved those questions on to the Department of Health as the appropriate agency. But in light of the Royal Commission's interim report, which we were discussing a bit earlier, is there a role for your agency in that whole of government response to the Royal Commission to talk about this particular issue, this particular very important aspect of the Royal Commission's work?
So I think we're a very small group, and the Commonwealth is a large and well-funded organisation specifically to support veterans. Clearly, we have health services that are for the whole community, including veterans. The National Centre for Veterans Health, I think, is doing an extraordinary job in managing complex injuries and illness of veterans, and they have the accommodation to support their families. There are a number of organisations, Commonwealth-funded organisations like Open Arms, that support veterans. I personally took a call from a veteran yesterday who was clearly struggling. That is not my expertise, but I listened for close to an hour and ensured that he got the right support. In this case from RSL Life Care, that has the counsellors and the networks. Now, they work very closely with our own department because this gentleman needed housing support, for example, but they can wrap around then the other services they might need, or actually ensure that that veteran gets referred to the National Centre for Veterans Health. So all of my staff would answer a call from a veteran and would ensure that they received the appropriate support, either from our own health services or from DVA support services or from, RSL Life Care.
Yeah. So those sort of calls can be quite troubling for, there's an echo. Those kind of calls can be quite troubling for the person on the phone as well. How do we support your staff through that exercise as well? So I fully appreciate, and in no way am I saying it's not important that we support veterans, but I'm also concerned about the people fielding the phone calls. Just how are you supporting those individuals?
Sure. Well, in particular at the Anzac Memorial, they are more frontline than we are. We don't normally get that sort of call to our office. More likely at the Anzac Memorial, where they've been trained in dealing with those situations, because it's more likely that a veteran might turn up at the memorial distressed,
Yes,
as a place of commemoration and respect for veterans.
Yeah. So do you train your staff?
Our staff have had some training, probably not to the extent that the Anzac Memorial staff have.
Okay. I just think supporting our staff in those processes is also very important as well. Okay, thank you. Can I talk about the resource that was for children of veterans? Earlier, these are relating to the supplementary questions previously. Would this also cater for children of current Australian or ADF personnel located in New South Wales? Do you know?
Yes, so the ADF has, there is a support system in the Department of Education for current serving, children of current serving.
Okay.
That's done through the ADF. The gap that was identified was the children of veterans. So
Yes.
Department of Education is working on a program to ensure that that's better covered.
Yeah. And so the veterans, ADF personnel, they relocate pretty regularly. Like a couple of mates who were one in the Navy, one in the Army, and they were moved all the time, which was pretty difficult for their children. So what's the support OVA provides to the children in that circumstance, like where ADF personnel are being relocated, but the family will stay in New South Wales?
So if they're current serving, the ADF ensures that the families and children are supported in the education system. It's a different issue if the families are moving across jurisdictions.
Yeah, like to Townsville or...
There are all sorts of complexities which every jurisdiction would grapple with. The difference in different concessions, different licences, different tickets. There are all sorts of things that don't just affect veterans, but certainly they get discussed at the Commonwealth, State and Territory Committee meetings, and they're long-standing issues that it's going to take longer to solve.
Okay.
So, for example, transport concessions is one that New South Wales, I understand, actually provides more generous transport concessions for veterans than other states and territories. So it's often discussed, how we can improve that, but other states and territories don't have the budget to be as generous as New South Wales.
Thanks. Can I? We've sort of explored a number of avenues, a number of different aspects of the work of OVA. Very early on, I asked about the FTEs, the number of staff you have. It would appear to me you're doing a lot of work with a small crew. How stretched are you? Like, some of this work is very, very important for veterans, and I'm just looking at you and thinking there's a lot of work going on here. Do you need more staffing? Is it like a? I'm just thinking about how you're supported. Your staff are supported in that very small agency, clearly doing quite a lot of work.
I would have to say my team work incredibly hard, but I think a lot of public servants do, and I would note particularly health during the COVID. I would hope that where we identify some areas that may require some additional support, so for example, homelessness for veterans is something that needs addressing. It's an issue for our broader population, so certainly we would need the minister to advocate to other ministers or for perhaps resources in other areas. We work by collaborating and leveraging. We do have to be knowledgeable about a whole lot of areas. So Bryony and Fab in my team do a large share of the work with the transport group. I can't say that I'm across every last detail of the transport concessions, but they are.
Yeah. No, that's look. As you say, a number of the agencies have stretched, and I have no doubt yours was stretched during COVID as well. There was calls on support from a range of places. Chair, I think that will do me with the Office of Veteran Affairs, and clearly the others don't have any questions for the Office of Veteran Affairs. So if it's okay with you, I'm happy to let Ms. Manakis go.
I would be happy to. I know that Ms. Boyd is returning those.
Oh,
so
she may have some questions.
That is fine. Would you mind staying for just a little longer until we can confirm with Ms. Boyd as to whether she has any questions for you?
Yes.
And I don't know, we might actually ask if the Secretariat can check with Ms. Boyd's office perhaps in the intervening time to see whether she has any questions for you. If not, we will dismiss you, and thank you very much for your attendance today.
Thank you.
I can move on.
You can move on to other witnesses.
I can. But thank you for that. That was,
And if you'd be more comfortable, Ms. McInnes, feel free to step back and get a coffee or that for the intervening period if you'd like.
I'm all right.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. I've just got some questions now about Western Sydney. I'm not sure who I should direct those.
Direct to me initially, and I'll forward it to the relevant party.
You'll do the Ivan Cleary, do the Nathan Cleary and divert the ball to whoever? Okay. No, the Western,
Halfback or hooker at the arm,
What are you talking about? What language are you using?
Western Sydney.
Yeah, well, I know all
Western
about
Sydney.
that.
Rugby league, mate.
Rugby
you know
league.
rugby
And
league.
Parsec.
You're a
Rabbitohs,
South
mate.
fan who used to be a Penrith fan.
Yeah. Can I the Aerotropolis precinct plans?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Sharp. Okay.
Sorry, please proceed with the question.
Okay, thank you. The Aerotropolis precinct plans. So
Form's 3, right?
can I just, I guess we're trying to work out the role that the Western Parkland City Authority is playing in the developing the draft precinct plan around the Aerotropolis.
It doesn't sit with Transport, I'm afraid, but I do interface with that group. We've had a number of meetings around, for example, the future planning of roads and what the growth may deliver in that space. Obviously, we take a long-term view in terms of orbital roads, corridor protection, and then what are the main local roads around the Aerotropolis. But the Commission itself doesn't report to us.
Okay. So those meetings, which you may have to take some of these on notice, Mr. Sharp, but those meetings within the Western Parkland City Authority, is there, I guess, a group or an individual who's been assigned the task of working in that capacity around the Aerotropolis?
I'll just pass to Mr. Rover. Have you been in any working groups in that space?
No, I think I can assist, Secretary. So in Greater Sydney, we work with the Western City Parklands Authority. We work with DPE as well on their Airtropolis master planning. So there are a number of working groups set up to work through those planning options for both roads and public transport for the Airtropolis.
Okay, thank you. And WPCA...
Just before you continue on, I've had confirmed from Ms Boyd that she has no questions for Ms McInnes. So, Ms McInnes, if you'd like to leave, you are more than welcome to.
Early mark.
Mr Veach.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So what role did the WPCA play in developing the final Aerotropolis precinct plan?
Reiterating the Secretary's comments, I can't talk to their particular role, but they are a coordination authority. So DPA leads the master planning, but they do a lot of interfaces with the various government departments that are working together on the Airtropolis plans.
Okay. So, Mr Sharp, what was your department's role in the Aerotropolis precinct planning? Did your agency have a role?
As Ms Mars mentioned, the actual master plan itself sits with
DPE,
the DPE. One of the longer term plans, though, we are involved with is the orbital roads and the corridor protections for major roads that would support the Aerotropolis and the new airport in the future.
That would include acquisition for corridors and the like?
Yes, corridor gazetting, and then in the meantime, if there's hardship requests that come through, we deal with those. But ultimately, there would be a business case and a road corridor business case pulled together and funded. So what we're doing is protecting the long-term capability and lessening the impact on the community from people building in areas that might eventually be a corridor.
Okay, and the consultation processes around the corridor identification?
I'll pass to Mr. de Kock. His team specifically manage the corridor process.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As the Secretary said, there's been quite a lot of work done on the corridor protection in Western Sydney, and it all stemmed from the original 2056 plan, which actually looked at the broader picture. And as part of that, actually 3 corridors were protected in Western Sydney. The North-South Rail Line, the South-West Rail Link, and also the Western Sydney Freight Line. So those are gazetted corridors, and also we exhibited the Outer Sydney Orbital Corridor in 2018, and all of those were there was significant community consultation to get input from the community before those corridors were finalised.
Around managing the time for question. I'll just keep going whilst everyone else gets sorted. I think Daniel's got to find questions, and Abigail's got some questions as well. So I'll just keep going for about another 5 minutes.
Go for now. Let me know when you want me to jump in.
Thanks. So the consultation around those plans. Thank you for that. If there's I guess adverse reaction, adverse response to the proposals, how is that accommodated within the final determination?
Yes, so in the normal sort of corridor protection process, we're looking at, first of all, typically very long-term plans that's sometimes decades away. So actually the transport planning team looks at the long-term planning, thinking about what are actually the transport needs in a particular area. And it looks at the different solutions, and then it determines a number of corridor options, and does quite a lot of work in multivariable analysis in terms of what are the different choices between the corridors. So it is lots of different factors are taken in consideration, such as housing, obviously the transport needs, environmental impacts, cost of construction, and a whole set of criteria.
Yeah.
And they normally come with a number of different choices. And that is then presented to the community, and feedback is then gathered from the community to try to narrow down and which of the preferred corridor is. So there's quite a lot of consultation during that process, and so typically quite a lengthy exhibition period to collect that feedback. And once that feedback is obtained, then eventually the corridor is finalised and sometimes exhibited or sometimes it's gazetted by government.
Okay. And so, Mr. Sharp, this would be the same process followed for the M12, for instance?
The M12 is a road that is being built, so it's moved past the corridor.
But that was the
This is long-term, 10, 20, could be 30-year corridor protection.
Okay. And so with the M12 then, I guess it's on track?
Look, I'll pass to Mr. Abbott to talk on the project status.
Yes, we've awarded the first two packages of the M12, so the Western and the Central package. In fact, we did the sod turning just a week ago out at Badgerys Creek.
Okay. And so that means then all the properties that would need to be acquired for those two phases have been acquired?
Yes, there's I think 3 easements that are still going through the process, but yes, the property requirements have been acquired.
Okay. It's sort of it's been raised with me a couple of times actually from regional New South Wales, but there's issues around fuel going to some of these big centres. How do we plan on getting fuel to the airport? Is it going to be? This is just off the. My colleagues will go a bit berserk. I've gone off script, but is it actually meant to be? We're going to rail it in, or we're going to road it, or
look, it's a question for Western Sydney Airport. But Joost, if you want to handle it.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you appreciate the new airport going in there and a large community being built over there with quite a lot of fuel. So we're working on creating a Western Sydney airport fuel pipeline project. That's currently well progressed, and we're sort of doing that in collaboration with the Western Parkland City, the Greater Sydney's Commission, the Sydney Water Corporation, and DPE, Department of Planning and Environment, to identify what is a suitable corridor to be able to get the fuel to the airport. And it obviously takes a huge amount of trucks off the roads. And the plan is that once the corridor is established and with all those agencies and stakeholders that I mentioned, it'll be put to industry to build the actual pipeline going forward. So it's a great thing to do to get the fuel supply to Western Sydney and then keep the trucks off the road.
So, but there's a budget allocation, and where do you know? This may not be your purview.
Yes, there is a. Let me just check what the budget allocation is.
You can take it on notice.
I'll have to take it on notice what the project budget allocation for that is. Yes.
Yep.
The actual Western Sydney Airport is responsible for within their precinct.
Yep.
And they have master plans with options for fuel.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Now, Abigail, if you're right to go, I'm happy to hand over.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll just ask a few questions and I'll hand back.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
I was wondering, Ms. Drover, if I could ask you about that Cammeray Golf Club issue. Has an agreement been entered into with Cammeray Golf Club by Transport for New South Wales that foresees the golf club having a lease beyond 2026?
Just a minute. It's a Minister Ward issue, but I can answer it in this forum. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. For many years now, we've been in discussions with the golf club about using that site partially for the construction works for the Western Harbour Tunnel and Warringah Freeway upgrade. As part of that, we are proposing to amend the current layout. And so that will continue to have provision of a golf course right throughout the construction works. And those works have commenced, and we're aiming to complete them for this summer, so that although we're taking part of that site for the construction works, an operating golf course will continue right throughout construction.
So when does that construction end then? That's 20...
It's about a 5-year build for Warringah Freeway upgrade and the Western Harbour Tunnel. I need to take on notice exactly how long we need that site. It's not necessarily always the full extent of construction. There are some permanent facilities also to be sited at the corner of the current golf course.
And what's the projected outlay in terms of dollars when it comes to that upgrade and reconstruction work?
I'd have to take on notice the exact budget associated with that. But we have been working for very many years with the golf course and the operator, and we have made some contributions along the way to support the golf course, given the uncertainty about the impact on their club and the construction works. And of course, in the EIS, that site was identified as a construction site, and it did go through the consultation process and was part of the planning approval.
Given that the current lease that the golf course has is up in 2026, was consideration given to instead buying the golf course out of that lease early?
I'd have to take on notice all the detail of the negotiations.
Thank you. Was any discussions had with council as part of that process?
Yes, because as I understand it, the golf club has a lease from the council. So the council are I think the ultimate landowner may be the Crown though, but we can take on notice more details of what engagement has occurred. Obviously, it's been very extensive with North Sydney Council, not just about that site, but generally the works in that precinct around the council area.
I understand that the council was considering not renewing that lease at 2026 and using the land for other purposes. Could you come back to me on notice then as to whether that was actually discussed with council as part of the decision?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. Can I just ask a couple of questions in relation to Cammeray Ferry? I know that my colleague, Mr. Banasiak, did ask a couple of these earlier, but I just want to make sure that we have everything covered. So I understand that the project has been approved now. We're waiting for sort of Commonwealth determination. What date were you informed of the approval? Were Transport for New South Wales informed of that approval?
Of the Commonwealth approval?
Mm.
I'm not sure. Mr. Collins, do you know the date?
No, I know the approval for the work to go ahead by Minister Roberts was made on the 21st of July. Maybe
Sorry, that is the approval I'm referring to. The 21st of July?
Yeah, it is. If you do a search on Google, you'll find the report there. I think it's either the 21st or the 29th, but it's certainly July this year. Following, obviously, that includes the full environmental review. And following that, my colleagues in Maritime, with the approval of ministers, progressed to awarding the contract for the building of the wharfs, which obviously at Apparoos and Curnell.
So, okay, because on the planning website, the approval is put down as the 3rd of August.
It may well be whether the signature is in July and then there's a few days before it appears. I don't know, but certainly we proceeded after we received a planning approval.
Okay. Do we have a current estimated cost of the project?
I don't know whether Ms. Drover has more information, but we have awarded the contract, and if you bear with me a second, I will find the, I think over the next 3 years we've committed a budget of 49.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
And this year we will spend 6.8 million, and the work, I think, as we said, will commence in the first half of 23 and will take approximately 2 years to complete.
So, okay, it's my understanding that in the 2021 to 2022 Treasury papers, that was estimated to be 24.3 million. Is that correct?
Correct. And I think, as I explained earlier, but just to clarify, that a number of things have changed since that original estimate. There were delays to the project for very good reasons, further environmental studies, deliberations by the government. But when it came to the contract award, through a process, a number of things have changed. The costs, as Ms. Drover talked about earlier, the cost of steel, the extent of the works,
and I think quite rightly the incorporation of some First Nations Aboriginal artwork and demonstration of the story of the first peoples in that area. The total cost now, contract cost plus the total cost, is estimated to be $49.3 million.
Okay, it's a significant difference. It's over double the amount that it was estimated to be just a year before. Are you saying that that is all?
Well, lots of, if you look in the construction industry, steel prices have gone up most significantly. I think sometimes 30 or 40% increase. We can possibly provide a breakdown of some of the costs, but that was the contractor price. And I don't know whether Ms. Drover has anything further. This is a project which we're seeing across the board, whether it's ferry wharfs or other construction, significant increases in costs.
I think I'd just add to that, Mr. Collins, that I understand the original budget was set in 2018, and this updated budget and approval to proceed was a few years later, in addition to the issues that Mr. Collins raised.
Okay, so it was budgeted in 2018, but when it was put into the papers last year, it wasn't updated, or there was no...
I would like to check that for you, but that is my understanding. Yep.
And I understand that there were fairly complex conditions of approval put onto this project. Has meeting those conditions of approval been included in this
Absolutely.
latest cost estimate? Yep.
Absolutely. And again, that may well be some of the reasons why costs have increased. The actions to ensure we protect the environment, the EPA recommendations, the method of construction, all have taken into account. And the fact that this is quite a substantial wharf, certainly on the south side, as there is significant shallow water before you can get a vessel into the actual wharf head itself. So it is quite extensive, but that may well be reasons. And we will be working very closely with our parks colleagues, our newly appointed Cammeray Rangers, our Aboriginal Rangers, to ensure that during this works we protect and look after the environment.
In a previous budget estimates, we talked about Transport for New South Wales was going to subsidise the operator of the ferry service for at least a period of time. Does this $49.3 million include the subsidy costs?
Absolutely not. What I can recall talking about is that we have no specific plans about a scheduled ferry service, but along with our colleagues in DPE, one Jim Betts and others, we have been engaging with the local Aboriginal Land Council in La Perouse to understand what the opportunities would be to operate a cultural ferry experience. Early days, we will continue to have those discussions. It's not only a ferry wharf terminal or potential for bringing back the 1974 loss of the ferry service, but also other watercraft and public can use both of those ferry wharfs to get access, which is an important part of Maritime's $210 million sort of asset management program.
But still not a cruise ship terminal of any kind?
Absolutely not. No. I think this is, certainly we're supporting the opportunity to link these two communities and tell that First Nations story which needs to be told in that area.
I understand there was $25 million that was given to the sort of broader project. How much of, from the Commonwealth, how much of that will be used for this part of the project, the Cammeray Ferry Wharves?
I can't talk about the broader project. That's for other ministers or other secretary portfolios. but it is a broader scheme. This money, 49 million, obviously does involve some support from Commonwealth colleagues, but the construction of the wharf, which is the first phase, is fully funded and is part of obviously New South Wales government's commitment to build the wharfs.
So how much is going to be Commonwealth funding then, and how much is New South Wales funding of that
I
49?
think we might need to take that one
And
on
on
notice,
notice.
please.
Okay.
Yep.
I understand there was another 4.5 million that was allocated from the Commonwealth for this project as well. Are you aware of that?
I'll again take that on notice. That if people know, this area is not only about building 2 ferry wharfs and considering for further operation of a ferry service, but also working to hand back this land to Aboriginal people, and also provide employment for park rangers and other work on both the Kurnell side and the La Perouse side. But we'll see if we can provide as much information as possible regarding the individual funding streams.
And do we know now the final length of those 2 wharves?
I normally know these wonderful bits of useless information, but I will come back to you and tell you the length of the wharf. I know that there is a significantly longer wharf right next door, which is the airport fuel terminal, but the one on the south, I'm sure my colleagues will text me in a minute and I'll furnish the committee, if possible, with those details.
There is, yeah, because there's been some confusion. Apparently there's 3 different numbers have been thrown around, so...
we'll give you the one the contractor has got, so that hopefully that's the one which is built.
Okay, very good. And is the... and again, I appreciate if you may need to take this on notice, but some of those numbers are referring to the length extending from shore, and others are talking about the overall length of the wharf. Is there a difference between those 2?
Yes, it's all about measuring where the tide is.
Okay.
So I'm not an absolute expert, but we were the shore depends on there. I think there's a mid-level tide measurement, but we'll provide you that detail. If we can't provide now, we will. To make sure that we provide you with the factual information.
Thank you very much. And I think that will do me. So I will go back to Mr. Mookie. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you to the officials. Mr. Secretary, how many members of the Senior Executive Service have been terminated under Clause 41 of the GCE Act?
I would have to take that on notice. As I mentioned before, with the evolving transport and corporate services reviews, there were a number of positions that were earmarked for that. How many have specifically been actioned to date, I'll have to come back to you.
I understand from the evidence you've previously given is that process completed in the last financial year?
The timing was extended in accordance with the New South Wales government approach.
Have you
Off
terminated
the impact of COVID? So there's a small tail that still exists because we were managing through the COVID period.
Have you terminated any deputy secretary under Section 41 in the last 12 months?
I terminated? No.
Okay. What were the reasons why Deputy Secretary Burke O'Neill left Transport for New South Wales?
Ms Burke O'Neill had an extended period of medical leave, and then she tendered a resignation. The reasons would be personal to her.
Okay, thank you. How often are you meeting with the Minister for Transport, Mr Secretary?
Minister for Transport. I have weekly meetings with his team. I've
with
had
him?
Regular conversations directly with the Minister 2 or 3 times a week.
Are you still?
And there's a formal monthly meeting that we have in place.
Thank you. Are you still required to submit requests for discussions via the Minister's Chief of Staff, or has that arrangement changed?
So could you repeat the question?
Are you still required to channel a request for contact with the Minister through his Chief of Staff, or is that
no.
changed? When was that process abandoned?
There was no formal abandonment. What I would say is there is still significant interaction through the Chief of Staff. In fact, a lot of the ministers that we deal with, the Chief of Staff plays a key role.
Of course.
But at the moment, it's a combination of Chief of Staff and the Minister directly.
Okay, and you have the minister's phone numbers, correct?
Indeed. As I said, we speak regularly.
Both of them, or?
Well, I've got a number.
I've only got one number.
You'll have to talk to the Minister whether he's got other phones.
Double check.
Shane's got
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, Mr. Sharp, just about the conduct of negotiations that have taken place with the combined rail unions, if you don't mind? It is the case, when we last left this particular story in the last estimates, we were all set for some intensive set of negotiations beginning from March 2022. That's correct?
Correct.
And since March 2022, did combined rail unions representatives and transport cluster representatives discuss various claims and draft clauses for a proposed new enterprise agreement?
That has been an ongoing process. So there's been an iterative negotiation. There's some 303 claims. So as those claims have been agreed or negotiated, there have been draft clauses along the way. So that has been built up over time.
Up until May 2022, did Transport Cluster representatives represent that the Expenditure Review Committee was to be the final level of approval for certain cost-related claims?
Yes, and that is a standard process. So if there is a wages policy impact that needs to go to Cabinet, likewise, if there's bargaining parameters, we would take those to the ERC or the subset of the Cabinet.
Just to be
around
clear,
that time, there was a particular set of bargaining parameters that we had discussed with the unions, and we'd committed to not just the RTBU but also the CRU. We'd committed to table those at Cabinet for Cabinet decision.
just to be clear here, the Transport Cluster representatives, and just so we're clear, who are we talking about? Who are the Transport Cluster representatives? The principal ones?
The responsible accountable managers are the respective CEOs of the rail entities.
It's Mr. Longland.
So Mr. Longland would be for Sydney Trains.
And Mr. Merrick from New South Wales Trades. So, to you, Mr. Longland, did you represent that the Expenditure Review Committee was the final level of approval for certain cost-related claims?
Thank you for the question. The intensive bargaining period in April and May, 7-week period, we developed a package of items that both of the chief executives committed to submit to government as a package. Now, some of those were items that incurred cost or had implications for budget matters that needed cabinet consideration. Other items were items that would impact on whole of government policy. So there were a number of areas that we needed to work through post that intensive bargaining period. We haven't yet completed negotiations, so we're still working through that process.
That does seem to be true, that you are still working through it. But I just want to be very clear, Mr. Longland, because I asked a very specific question. Did you represent to the CRU that the ERC was the final level of approval for certain cost-related claims?
For certain claims, that would be correct.
Thank
And certainly the other thing that was made clear was that we would need to work across government to ensure that items that weren't cost-related but had a precedent impact across government would need to align with government policy.
Indeed. But just so there's no dispute about this, is the ERC still the final level of approval for certain cost-related claims?
That's correct.
Thank you. But in June 2022, is it the case that you, Mr. Longland, or you, Mr. Sharp, or any other representatives, did you indicate to the combined rail unions that there will be 2 further levels of approval required, being the ERC and the Public Sector Employment Relations team?
The Public Sector Employment Relations team provides input, so they're an internal consultation. We have a number of stakeholder groups across government that we have to consult with. They're not an ultimate decision maker. They provide a service. So an example would be if you were in any negotiation, you would have lawyers and other advisors who would provide input. They provide specialist advice on the EA clauses, how it might fit into the overall EA document. They also are obviously privy to the minutiae of broader consequences across government, and so they provide that information and we consult with them through the process.
But is it your position that the public sector employee relations is not an approval step?
They provide information. If we wanted to raise a concern there, or we wanted to test a particular item, that would go up to ERC and ultimately to Cabinet.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Sharp. My question was, is the PSER an approval step?
The structure we have is that they are a consultation group.
So do they have...
So we consult with them.
You consult with them, but are you required to obtain their agreement?
As I indicated, if we didn't agree, it would escalate to the approver, and the approver is the subset of Cabinet, being the ERC, the Expenditure Review Group.
But it is the case that the first time the combined rail unions were advised of the role of the PSER was in or around June 2022?
The first time they were involved.
Advised. Of the role.
PSIR
First time
have been represented throughout the working groups with the union.
I'll just repeat the question. The first time that the combined rail unions were advised about the role of the PSER as an approval step was in June 2022. Is that correct?
That's incorrect because they're not an approval step, but Mr. Longland can add some colour to that.
I'm happy to speak to that specifically. My recollection is that at the conclusion of the intensive bargaining period, which was in May, we provided in some detail a list of the items that the rail agencies were taking forward for approval. In addition to being very clear that the items that would require budget or policy consideration needed to be submitted to government for consideration, that there would also be a review of the clauses and the drafting of the clauses, and I'm fairly certain that PSER as an entity was mentioned in that correspondence to the combined rail unions, which would have been in May.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're denying that advice was provided in June and or July. You say it was done in May.
It's been discussed multiple times, and it's been discussed as recently as this week. We were in bargaining with the combined rail unions on Wednesday of this week. So there has been quite some discussion about the progress of claims and the drafting. My recollection is that the first time that it was formally put to the combined unions was that when we closed out the intensive period and provided a list of those items that the rail agencies were supporting for consideration by government.
And that was via correspondence?
From memory, it was via email, that's correct.
Do you mind tabling that on notice if possible, or that might just clarify?
Sure. I'll look to get that email and we can see if we can get that tabled.
Thank you very much about that. Can I just ask though, in the course of the negotiations that have taken place since March, they've involved at one point Minister Elliott directly, is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. And it's involved Minister Faraway, is that correct?
Minister Faraway was not directly involved in the negotiations. He was a support minister to Minister Elliott.
But what about now?
In the last 2 weeks, in regards to the actual NIF deed, Minister Faraway has been working closely with a small group, including myself and Mr. Collins, to work through with the RTBU the clauses. So it's a very specific exercise.
Again, since March to date, they've also involved the direct intervention of Minister Tudor attending meetings as well. Is that correct?
Minister Tudor has been involved in the meetings. That is on the public record because the Premier issued a memorandum indicating that Minister Tudor would work with Mr. Elliott on this because of the broader government considerations.
And for a period of time, Minister Ward was leading the negotiations. Is that correct?
Minister Ward was stepping in for Minister Elliott while he was on leave for a short period.
And then Minister McLaren-Jones, has she been involved?
No.
Okay. And
no. Minister
Keane, has he made any appearance in any of this?
No.
So it is the case, though, that we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 4 ministers that have been rotating, the rotating cast of government leaders who have been appearing?
The primary ministers have been Minister Elliott and Minister Tudor-Hope, who have attended a number of meetings directly with the CRU and senior executives of the unions.
How often have you
combined
been,
with the CEOs and myself.
How often have you been briefing the Premier on this, Mr Secretary?
The Premier has been briefed by the ministers. You'd have to talk to the ministers.
Have you briefed him
specifically.
directly?
I've presented to ERC where he's been in attendance at the meetings.
Have you briefed him?
as others?
Have you briefed him directly in a one-on-one meeting of any form?
Yes, I have.
When did you do that?
I'd have to take on notice the date, but there's been at least 2 meetings where he's had briefings.
Well, we've
And
ascertained
not
in
just
the-
directly from me. There's been representatives from Transport and the ministers, and we've briefed the Premier.
Well, we ascertained from the last estimates round that at least one of them involved your first meeting with Ministerial in a while. Is that one of the meetings you're referring to?
No, it's not.
So there's been 2 since then?
Yes.
Okay, and on notice you're going to provide us with the dates of that?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a direct meeting between you and Transport representatives and the Minister directly?
Yes.
Sorry, the Premier directly?
The Premier, yep.
And was that a meeting that you sought or was it a meeting the Premier sought?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I believe the Premier sought it. There were conversations occurring with the Minister, and those meetings took place.
What was the nature of the briefing you provided or you were asked to provide?
Well, it's a confidential conversation, and it's part of the process of the industrial relations negotiations. But basically, at a macro level, Mr. Mookie, it was updates in regards to the status of negotiations.
When? Do you have no better recall as to when either of these 2 meetings took place? Is that right?
Sorry, where they were.
You have no better recall about when either of these 2 meetings took place?
The timing?
Yeah.
They would have been probably back in May, June, around that period. It was when we were looking at presenting a package on behalf of the unions up to the ERC.
Okay, so in the last 2 months, there's been no direct briefing provided by the Transport Cluster to the Premier directly?
Not from myself, no. That's the ministers and
but
the
not from the
updates through the ERC.
And I
have been
presume
the
you're
forums.
regularly keeping... well, you'd be available for any such briefing if requested? By the
Yes,
Premier?
yes, absolutely.
But no request has come in the months of July or August that you're aware of?
No. So the normal course of events is that the ministers have that interaction with the Premier. And Cabinet ministers would have daily conversations with the Premier.
Well, that's speculation, isn't it? Are you speculating?
Well,
Minister outlined that earlier in his evidence.
Minister Elliott actually said that this morning, so
Okay.
not speculative at all.
Daily conversations.
Being fair to everybody involved. Who are you exactly in this process, Mr. Fowler? Are you Deputy Chair or what? Okay, let's just get back to what was going on in respect to your negotiations. Is it the case that on the 4th and or 5th of August this month, you provided the combined rail unions with additional representations and correspondence?
There's been ongoing communication between myself and the union, so I don't recollect what correspondence was specifically on that date.
Well, perhaps on notice, do you mind just checking if there was any specific correspondence and meetings that took place on the 4th and 5th of August, if you don't mind, Mr. Secretary?
Will do.
I'll also check that, Mr. Mookie. I think that may well have been an update from the 2 bargaining leads, myself and Mr. Merrick, but I'll check that. So
Okay.
4th or 5th of August?
Around then, around about that time, if that's possible. But in that, Mr. Longland, did you indicate that the ERC and PSR deliberations were now also likely to be subject to further internal Transport for New South Wales review and a further legal review?
Without having that said correspondence in front of me, I can't confirm that, but I can say in terms of legal review, the combined rail unions have a claim of combining both the New South Wales trains and the Sydney trains agreements in one. So there is quite a significant redraft underway to combine the 2 EAs and to ensure that the clauses connect with each other. That has required significant legal review. So it's quite likely that if I had corresponded that I would have mentioned that.
Thank you, Mr. Longland. Is it the case that as a result of the process you just described, that you indicated to the combined rail unions that 12 previously agreed claims had now been unagreed?
Again, I can't speak to the detail. I can say that of the 70 or thereabouts claims that we took forward out of the intensive bargaining period. Those claims were subject to government consideration and review, and that there were a number of those claims that we then corresponded back to the combined rail unions that there had been some change to our position from the intensive bargaining period, and we are working through those. We worked through probably 5 or 6 issues, or maybe 7 issues last Wednesday, a couple of days ago. We're meeting with the combined rail unions again next Monday, so we're continuing to negotiate. We haven't got a final position at this stage.
But it is clear that in respect to a number of the matters that were agreed in the intensive bargaining period, they were unagreed following the legal review. Is that correct?
In terms of the word unagreed, I think the advice that we have provided at a number of periods during this negotiation has been an update to our agreed position. So that position will continue to change until we finalise the negotiations. Now, in terms of the number of claims, those sorts of things, I would need to have a look at that correspondence to confirm that.
Well, just to be clear here, you're not disputing the fact that certain matters that were agreed around about the start of this month, agreement by the transport cluster representatives was withdrawn for the reasons you just gave.
I would probably, the language I would use would be a number of claims that were supported by the rail agencies were subsequently not approved in terms of the drafting or the wording or the policy or the budget as part of that government approval process. However, the negotiation is not yet over.
Indeed.
So those items are continuing to be negotiated on.
That's helpful context, Mr. Longland. So when you say that they weren't approved, who withheld approval in respect to those particular matters that required the revisions that you're now describing? Was it you who decided, or was it someone else?
There were a number of items that were considered by government and not approved. So they were some of those items.
So
others,
when you say considered by government, are you talking about other agencies of the government, or are you talking about the Cabinet?
I'm talking about the Cabinet specifically. So there were a number of items that were taken forward for consideration that were not approved, claims that were supported by the rail agencies. There were a number of other areas where, on consideration and on receiving advice from the PSER, that we reconsidered our position to ensure that we were consistent with government policy.
Well, let's go
and
through
there
both.
were other areas that we were working through in drafting, as we still are.
I appreciate that, Mr. Longland. There's now the 3 categories is probably the right way to work through this. There are the matters to which were agreed by the rail agencies, but then not agreed to by the government. And then the second category you mentioned were, well, the third category I specifically recall was matters which have require further discussions following legal advice. Is that fair?
Yes, which is ongoing, correct.
Yes, and then the second category was matters which decisions that, upon reflection, were not in keeping with government policy. Is that a fair way of summarising them?
Items following advice across government that we reconsidered our position across the rail agencies.
Let's go through the matters in which that were originally supported by the rail agencies that were not supported by the government. What are we talking about?
I can't go into the details of what went to Cabinet and what came out. That's Cabinet in confidence.
Was it the domestic and family violence leave and support entitlements claims by the combined rail unions that were agreed to by the rail agencies and then withdrawn following disagreement by the government?
Mr. Mookie, Minister Elliott spoke specifically to that this morning. He's very supportive of it, continues to be supportive of it. The RTBU and CRU have been looking for 20 days. There's 10 days in there at the moment. There's been considerable discussion at all level of government on that particular matter.
Well, just to be very clear here, I think you find that the ASU is equally as interested in this particular matter as are the other of the CRU unions. But Mr.
And as an agency, we fully support the protection of women in these circumstances, and as Minister Elliott mentioned this morning, men who find themselves in that situation as well. The debate is one of policy across whole of government, and as I mentioned, there's been many conversations in many meetings on this topic for some months.
That's, again, very helpful context, Mr. Sharp. But, Mr. Longland, just to be very clear here, you're not prepared to disclose items that were agreed to by the rail agencies for which the government then rejected, despite your support.
That's correct. I can't go into the details of what Cabinet considered and what Cabinet agreed. That's correct.
Thank you. Well, certainly the combined rail unions are making the point that they thought that they were at agreement when it came to matters as important equally as carer leave improvements. Which of the three categories does that fall into?
If you're referring to the requirements or the extension of carers leave for those partners that don't live in the same household.
Yeah, people who are not necessarily in traditional relationships, yes.
That was an item that we considered advice across government. We put a position to the combined rail unions. We bargained on that in good faith on Wednesday, and we have actually agreed the position of the combined rail unions. So that, I guess, demonstrates that we are continuing to negotiate and we have not yet landed the final package.
And you said that you had agreed that last Wednesday?
Wednesday just gone, 2 days ago.
Yep. So 2 days ago, but it is the case that a month ago you had reversed an earlier agreement. So basically 2 days ago you restored an agreement that we already had from the May intensive. Is that a fair reflection of events?
I don't support the premise of your question in that we're approving and unapproving. What we are doing is updating our position as we move through the bargaining process, and we're doing so in a transparent way. We're regularly updating the combined rail unions. We're engaging regularly. We're engaging in debate. We're hearing the various points of view across multiple unions. We're considering that, and we are updating our negotiating position as we move along. And the carers leave item is a very good example of that.
But just to be clear here again, I respect the use of language, Mr. Longland, but it is the case that some form of an agreement was reached in respect to, for example, carers leave in the May intensive. In July, the government or the rail transport cluster representatives reversed their position, and then 2 days ago you restore your position. Now, just as a matter of fact, are they the three events which took place in that chronology?
Again, I think I prefer to describe it that we supported a package of claims, 70 claims, or thereabouts, might have been 72, coming out of the intensive period. They were very much on the basis that they were the items that the two rail agencies, Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains, were prepared to stand behind and take forward for consideration through Cabinet, and also to engage across government, including taking advice from the PSER. Our position on a number of those claims did change as a result of the approval processes through government and the advice we received across government. However, where we had issues and where we were able to move, we've demonstrated that we can negotiate and bargain in good faith to get an outcome that's agreeable to all parties.
Mr. Mookie, the negotiations that take place at the delegate level are without prejudice. We still need to consult across multiple stakeholders. I understand there is some frustration on some of the delegates who feel that things have been agreed, but it was always subject to input from consultation. Now, we could probably streamline that process somewhat, but ultimately it is an iterative process, and as Mr. Longland indicated, we're still in that process and we are able to close the gap and agree some of these.
Well, look, I mean, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Longland, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, industrial negotiations are all conducted on a without prejudice basis until an agreement is reached. But the reason why I guess I'm asking you these specific questions is because the government has represented that it's simply been the case that the combined rail unions, as to use the minister's term, have been moving the goalposts. But the actual substance of the matter is that certainly if the unions have been doing that, so has the government. There are matters which the government has, or the rail transport safety the transport cluster representatives have indicated a position on, and then all of a sudden that position then changes as well. So I guess what I'm putting to you is that your agencies have been reversing positions as much as the unions have, haven't they?
Well, Minister Elliott spoke to that terminology this morning about moving the goalposts. There's certainly examples where we feel nuances change, and therefore it changes the nature of what we thought we were negotiating. I'm sure on the flip side there would be similar feelings. But how you would describe it, that was how the Minister described that this morning.
To be very fair to you, Mr. Sharp, you didn't use the term. No. And neither did you, Mr. Longwood. But it is the case that from the perspective of the combined rail unions, and to be fair, from the perspective of the public in some respect, we've had 5 ministers come in and out of this process in the last 8 weeks for reasons that you specified. But equally, we've had you and your agencies diligently working towards a position, and then we've had decisions of government that perhaps may have taken place unbeknownst to you, which have basically undercut you. Is that fair?
Look, the decision of government for the agency sits squarely with Cabinet. It's obviously of interest to us what various ministers' views are, but ultimately they get discussed and debated within the Cabinet room, and there's a decision made, and the Premier is the ultimate decision maker. So for us, we stick to the process. We make sure we brief the ministers, and we make sure that decision process ends up in the ERC.
Yes. What advice have you provided Minister Elliott that would allow him to say that he's preparing radical options?
I've not spoken to Minister Elliott about radical options. I wait with interest for his memoirs.
As do we all.
Or maybe not.
Maybe Daniel's ones with Alex Klassen.
Have you discussed with him when exactly he's intending to publish his memoirs, and has he sought the access of to information he can
I'm not
release?
on the commission basis, so no.
Has he sought permission from you as the owner of that information to release certain information for his memoirs, or not?
Look, no, I'm not privy to that.
To his memoirs.
We have a number.
Look, that's fair.
We have a number of conversations.
Mr. Sharp, you're
with
highly
Minister Elliott.
persuasive when you tell me that you're not privy to the writing of his memoirs. You're not ghostwriting it, just to be with that on the clear? Okay, good to hear. So, just to be clear here, you are preparing contingency options, are you?
Look, as Minister Elliott indicated, there's always legal options available. At the moment, we're in full dialogue with the unions. We're basically in daily meetings. I think the last call I've had the last 2 nights is with Alex Klassen. I'm not quite sure what that means for my life, but end of the day, we're in good faith negotiations right at the pointy end, hopefully, of a deal. So we're focused squarely on that. We're squarely focused on securing a negotiated deal that works for both the unions and their members as well as for the government.
So you're telling me you're doing no scenario planning on behalf of the Minister or the government?
There's no scenario planning. What we are doing is just ensuring that everyone's across their legal options, and there's no scenario planning occurring.
So what conversations have you had with PSER or the department, or the, I guess, DPC, of which PSER sits within, around the potential termination of the industrial agreement?
I have a forum with PSER where they attend. We've got multiple stakeholders, and so one of the governance structures is a regular meeting with the Premier's representatives from the Premier's office, Minister Tudorhope's office, other stakeholders, and this is partly to keep them across the cut and thrust of the negotiations.
Who from the Premier's office
and
attends?
I've not had conversations with them in regards to termination.
Who from the Premier's office attends that forum?
A policy advisor, Monica Tudorhope.
Sorry? Oh, yes, policy advisor. Yeah, so the policy director, the Premier's policy director.
Correct.
Okay, attends it. And Mr. Critch-Trotter is there?
Indeed.
And you are there?
Yes.
And Mr. Longman, are you there?
No, I'm not.
And who else from Transport attends?
The head of people, so Tracy Taylor, attends.
Yeah, is that the only representatives from Transport attends?
I think who else attends? There's people will attend to talk to a particular topic, but it's basically me providing an update to those senior.
How often does this meet?
Once a week, and at the moment it's two or three times a week because we're at the pointy end of a negotiation.
Okay, and you're telling me that in that forum, it's never been raised, the option of terminating the industrial agreement?
You asked, are we actively working on a termination approach? And the answer is no.
Has it ever been raised?
That forum is not geared to that. That forum's geared to me updating them on negotiations, what claims are outstanding, so we can actually work and try to expedite getting a good faith deal done. So that's the nature of that forum. So these are governance structures.
You're quite right in saying, Mr. Secretary, that I didn't ask you that question.
Yep.
So I'll ask you that question now.
So you want, what specific question, Mr. Lookie?
In that forum that you just described, has there ever been a discussion around the potential of terminating this agreement?
There's been no discussion specifically on it. However, what I will say is termination is a legal option, as is going to Fair Work, all the usual mechanisms that you'd be very familiar with.
So, have you had any discussions?
As the Minister said this morning, we've committed to working in good faith to get a deal done. That's what we're working on.
So, have you had any discussions with any person whatsoever from any agency or from the government, or from a minister or a minister's office, whatsoever, which has sought your views just onto the practicalities or otherwise of terminating the industrial agreement?
No one's asked me.
Have you volunteered that view yourself?
No. What I will say is everyone is aware that we have those options, but as I've indicated, all the effort and focus is on closing the deal.
Yeah. Mr. Longland, have you been party to such discussions at all, at any level, with anyone?
No, I haven't.
What about Ms. Taylor? Has you had discussions with her about this as an option, Mr. Chair?
Any meeting that Ms. Taylor has had with those relevant departments I've been at, so she's not here. You'd have to ask her. But
I'll ask you
as far
directly.
as far as I'm aware, no.
But I'm just asking you about you with her directly.
No.
It now being 3:30, we're going to break for a 15-minute tea break. I invite all of you to come and enjoy the tea.
Look at the hospitality.
Please don't be shy. Okay. We're back. Thank you for...
Thank you for tea.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for staying. I will go back to the
Look,
opposition.
in respect to the tea, don't mention it. Last time someone did, the Treasury took it off us. So
Did they?
it's sorta-
Not on record.
That's a true story. That's we're not making that up. But they legitimately did cut
They
it.
don't give us tea either. So.
Yeah. But let me tell you, I may well consider the tea policy should there be a change of government. Can I just ask you a few more questions about the rail matter, Mr. Secretary? Are you making preparations to present the agreement to rail employees via a ballot in the next month?
What we're doing is working to a point where we've actually got claims and an agreed, not agreed, a circulated EA with the union. So we're still needing to achieve milestones before we could go out for a vote. We've been very open, though. We are keen to go to a vote. But we would prefer to go to a vote with an agreed position with the
But should
collective
you not
unions.
reach an agreed position, will you be going to a vote?
That would be a decision for cabinet, and that hasn't occurred yet because we haven't presented a definitive final position to the government to consider.
Okay, but is it likely that you'll be in a position to provide such advice by the end of next week?
It will come down to where we land on the negotiations. I mean, the reality is we would love to put something up to cabinet sooner rather than later. However, that is still subject to quite complex negotiations on the technicalities of the NIF deed and also landing a position on the claims. As we've publicly said, we're aiming to meet with the unions extensively next week. It would be really good if we could get to a point where we can agree those core differences over the coming days.
But just to be clear, the government is reserving its right to present, as this is its right, by the way. I mean, it's well within the law, but the government's is in fact reserving its right to present its offer as an agreement to the people who are subject to that agreement, even if it's not agreed to by the combined rail union for approval.
Yeah, and Mr. Mookie, I think in 2018, whilst the union weren't fighting us to say they didn't want to go to vote, we didn't have their approval.
Oh.
But we did, after extensive and negotiations and discussions, we did in 2018 go to the members of our staff and trade
Hence
unions.
my
to
point,
approval.
Mr. Collins. It's nothing illegal, nothing inappropriate.
No.
What I'm asking is whether or not that is a scenario for which you are currently planning.
It would be a scenario that it depends on how far we progress over the coming week. As I indicated, the best case would be we all lock ourselves in the room for a few days and we actually agree core issues. Now we've stepped up to this plate 3 or 4 times in the last 6 months. So ultimately, that's if you like, the gate for that decision.
Okay, and you're anticipating that you'll be in a position to provide advice to the government either way by the end of next week?
Look, we'd be certainly at a minimum providing an update on our view at the end of next week.
Fair enough. Mr. Longland, congratulations. You got 14.3% increase in the recurrent side of your budget. What are you going to do with this windfall?
Thank you for the question. And yeah, it is. It's a large and complex budget in terms of the operating budget. The movement year on year is made up of a whole range of factors, particularly as we recover from COVID.
You got $600 million more. What are you going to do with it?
Some of that funding will offset changes in the access and licensing arrangements for TAHE, for the use and licensing of the rail assets. There's also COVID cost recovery, particularly around patronage and managing the fare box, those sorts of things.
Well, I'm going to presume 2.5% of it is in order for you to fulfil the requirements of the government's wage policy. That's correct?
Correct. Payroll goes up every year.
Yep. And how much of it is a result of additional access fees charged by the transport asset holding entity?
Just let me have a look at figures. The licence and access fees for this current financial year, 22-23, for Sydney Trains will be 662.6 million.
And that's higher. How much higher from last year?
Last financial year was 437 million for 21-22.
21-22, and that's. And how much was it the year before?
I wasn't here the year before, but I think the last year, 2021-22, was the first year of access fees and licence fees being paid to TAHE from memory.
That 400 million reflects the upward revision that took place in the half-year review, and then there's been an additional 200 million in the between the half-year and the full year. Is that correct?
I think the changes in 21-22 were 21-22 was locked in prior to the renegotiation, which commenced. The discussions commenced in December, and the outcome of that renegotiation wasn't finalised until very late in the financial year. So that new methodology for calculating licence fees and access fees was applied to the 22-23 and beyond, so this current financial year.
Indeed. And look, the Auditor General has helpfully charted the projected access and licence fees until the end of the decade. She confirmed in 21-22 was to be 680, but she projected that for this financial year it would be between you and, to be fair, New South Wales Trains, $1,081 million. Is it still your view as to what the joint contribution is likely to be?
I can't speak for New South Wales Trains, but I can say for Sydney Trains, 22-23 is 662.6 million.
Yep. And do you have the same figure for 23-24?
No, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry, but we could check that.
Could you on notice tell me what the figure is for 23-24 as you understand it? Can you also tell me for 24-25 what you understand it to be? What happens in 25-26 with your access fees?
Access fees change every year, so it depends on the changes to the asset base. So every year we undertake operational maintenance, so we fund that ourselves through the Sydney Trains budget, and TAHE fund capital improvements, so renewals and those sorts of things to our asset base. New assets come online, whether that be rolling stock stations, those sorts of things, car parks,
But
any of those improvements, that will affect the asset base, which will then flow through to the licence and access fees. So
Well-
the figure will change year to year, even though we've got a forward sort of profile.
Well, again, we have a forward profile from 24-25 onwards and 25-26. It says in 25-26, between the two organisations, you'll be paying 1.6 billion, more than 1.6 billion in access fees. But the reason I ask is because this is the first budget in which 25-26 is now within the forward estimates. But also, the Auditor General has screamed from the rooftops that there's been no funding decision made in terms of funding you to pay TAHE's access fees beyond 25-26. So, given last time we had a conversation with Mr. Longland, you were meant to enter into a heads of agreement with TAHE or update the heads of agreement. Have you reached an agreement yet?
Yes, we worked through that process. We agreed to the heads of agreement renegotiation in December, and then we worked through that process. I think it was completed in around about May, and Transport were a part of that as well.
Okay, so by any means, can I invite you to table that agreement on notice if possible?
I'd need to have a look at the details, but yeah, that's this is the agreement between New South Wales Trains, Sydney Trains, Transport for New South Wales, and TAHE.
Yes.
On the access and licence fees.
Yes. And Mr. Secretary, can you give us any insight as to whether or not Sydney Trains will have its budget increased from 25-26 onwards in order to pay TAHE's access fees?
The process, Mr. Mookie, is for us to table our forward projections for the forwards as well as for the next 4 years. That's a rolling basis. That process would continue. We would table that as part of our appropriation request. As with every budget, with every line item, the government looks at that, debates where the priorities are, and we align our budgets to the government priorities, and then the appropriation is allocated. So
that is true.
We would request that through that process.
Well, hence it's inside this year's forward estimates. So I'm wanting to know, given that it is now within the forward estimates period, as to whether or not you've made the request for an increase for the budget for Sydney Trains in order to facilitate their payments to TAHE, because otherwise they own the money.
We have put those dollars into the budget requests, and that includes the 4 years and the 10 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's helpful. Mr. Longland, it's all swings and roundabouts when it comes to your budget, because even though your operating side has gone up by 14%, your capital budget's been cut by 41.2%. Why did you lose 41.2% of your capital budget?
Thank you for the question. On capital funding, Sydney Trains actually has a relatively small budget. The majority of
now it's smaller.
Capital improvements are delivered through the infrastructure and place team in transport. So Ms. Drover and her team deliver a number of capital improvements on the rail network for us, and they're funded through either TAHE or government injections into the transport budget.
Well, this is why I'm a bit worried now, Mr. Longland, because TAHE's asset management plan from December 21 says that there'll be limited investment by them in Sydney's rail network from 24-25 onwards. So, Mr. Secretary, why is the government not investing in our rail network beyond 24-25 or limiting its investment?
Look, that would be a question for government, and I'm not sure about the premise of it. From Transport's perspective, we have asset plans. We have asset management systems in place where we look at replacements and the need for replacements, and we've forecast those into our budget process.
But as a board member of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, who's there by virtue of you holding the Secretary's position, you would have agreed to the TAHE Strategic Asset Management Plan, wouldn't you?
It'd be inappropriate for me to talk about whether I support or not support anything in my participation on the board. Obviously, I am aware of it.
Why is it inappropriate?
Because it's a board deliberation. You can have differing views around the table. As a general practice, I wouldn't talk about conversations I have at the TAHE board.
Well, to be fair, I'm not asking you to invite. I'm not inviting you to canvass the deliberations. I'm asking you whether, as a member of the board, who's there by virtue of your secretaryship, you would have approved the TAHE Asset Management Plan.
I don't approve the plan. The board approves the plan, so that means all the directors vote, and ultimately the chair records that decision through the minutes. And I believe the plan was endorsed by the board.
Well, it just makes it very.
And I was part of that process.
Thank you, Mr.
Technicality, I know, but it's important.
No, it's important, and I appreciate it. But that plan makes clear, as crystal, that funding for the entire network will be cut to $50 million per year from 2025 onwards by the Transport Asset Holding Entity. Do you know why? Given that there's also you are also the maintainer of the assets and actually perform the work for TAHE.
Correct.
So we're getting less revenue in. That's actually also disclosed in the budget. There's less being paid for accessing transport services by the TAHE. So what's going on? Why are we getting?
Yeah, look, I'd have to look at the numbers, Mr. Mookie. I don't recollect that level of detail, and happy to take it on notice in terms of what it's meaning. I'm not sure of the connection through to our accounts. Just talking here without the detail.
Well, okay, but equally, it's clear that the signalling and control systems that Mr. Longland has to rely upon are facing obsolescence, yet we're not actually providing the funding for it.
Well, you're talking about specific projects. Happy to pass to Ms. Drover just to give you a sense for that, because there are investments happening in the rail system.
Well, I'm asking specifically about the forecast maintenance levels of the network. And Mr. Longland, given you're the user of the network, are you satisfied that the people that you're paying to access their assets, they don't seem to be making the investment in the network you're meant to be relying on?
Thank you for the question. The maintenance of rail assets does sit within Sydney Trains. We've got a 10-year maintenance outlook. We invest around $1.5 billion a year on maintaining the rail asset. That's a mixture of capital funding for renewals and operating funding to maintain the asset and the rolling stock and the equipment that we use on the network. The process for funding the asset and services plan has remained the same. So we work through Transport, and then Transport work to TAHE around the mix of capital funding and operating funding to ensure that we can have the asset at the right standard to deliver the right service outcome.
Indeed, but it just seems as though...
Mr. Mookie, my CFO has just confirmed that the access and licence fees are fully funded for the next 10 years for the transport.
Oh, thank you. that's helpful. Thank you. I do appreciate that extra information. And is that in accordance with the projections that are set out by the Auditor General and the State Accounts?
It would be in accordance with the budget that we've just prepared. It'll be similar to the profile that you saw, but there's been a negotiation. As Mr. Longland indicated, the timing of some of those asset deliveries does move, but that profile is reasonably consistent with what would be approved in the
Thank
budget.
you, Mr. Chubb. That's actually really helpful. How many Waratah sets will be purchased under the government's existing more trains and more services policy?
Mr. Over can
So,
give
so
you
we
the
have
detail.
acquired Waratah Series 2 trains as part of MTMS 2. That work is complete. They're in service. So we bought an additional
41.
Well, 41 was the total, but I think it was additional 17 under MTMS 2.
Okay, but can you tell me, are there no plans to replace the K set, C set, and T sets of carriages and trains, even though all of those variants of rolling stock have either reached or are about to reach the end of their 30-year lifespan?
I'm happy to take that question, Mr. Mookie, in relation to rolling stock. As you say, the K sets and the V sets are approaching end of life, but they are being continued to be maintained by Sydney Trains, by our own people at Flemington. We're investing in the life of those assets while we await the rollout of the new intercity fleet. When the new intercity fleet are put into service on the intercity corridor, the K sets, or otherwise known as the Oscars, will cascade into the suburban fleet. They'll continue to be operated then by Sydney Trains as suburban rolling stock. That will allow us to retire the V sets and the K sets.
What about the C sets and the T sets?
The C sets have already been retired, so they're no longer operating.
Yep.
The T sets, otherwise known as the Tangara trains, they are currently undergoing an upgrade, the Tangara Technology Upgrade Project. It's being delivered, it's being managed by Sydney Trains, currently in delivery. And the first train that has been upgraded is currently in test. That's a $107 million program of work, and that will deliver a number of upgrades to the system to make sure we can keep that train operating reliably. Subject to further upgrades, we're able to operate the T set through until around about 2035. So that investment decision for new rolling stock to replace the T sets is some time away.
Okay, but it is the case that they are reaching the end of their 30-year lifespan?
And the upgrade program will be finished in the 23-24 year.
Okay, so we're intending to run them for longer, subject to the maintenance parameters that you've just described.
What we consider to be end of economic life, I mean, if you keep upgrading trains and upgrading the systems, you can continue to operate them. But the economic life we consider for the T sets is around about 2035. So that gives us some time to consider what the next tranche of rolling stock might look like to replace the T sets.
And on notice or now, do you have the cost of those upgrades? What was the forecast final cost of all those upgrades?
The technology project?
The stage one of the Tangara Technology Upgrade Project is $107 million. That's works that are currently being delivered. And a future stage, should we choose to invest in the future stage, I think the estimate is $211 million.
Okay, thank you. And how many carriages on the Greater Sydney Rail Network are expected to reach the end of their life in the next 5 years?
I'd need to take that on notice to get you a specific figure, but in terms of the fleets that operate across the Sydney network, the K sets would be the trains that would be approaching end of life over that period. We've got, from memory, about 28 car sets that operate on the Ks. They tend to not operate every day. They're put into service depending on the needs around other rolling stock that aren't operating, so they're not operated as regularly as the other sets. The other fleet would be the V sets that operate on the intercity network. Again, that's not part of our operation, but we do maintain those V sets for New South Wales trains.
Just to be clear, I was just talking the Greater Sydney Rail Network, but I do appreciate the extra context. But is it the case that you're expecting around 660 carriages to expire from their in the next 5 years from their ordinary lifespan?
This will test my maths. The K sets, there's 20 K sets, 8 car sets, so that would be 160 cars in the K set consists. VSETs, I don't have the figure on at the moment, but they would be the two classes of rolling stock that are approaching end of life. And we, as I said, we're investing in the Tangara trains at the moment. I think there's 55 8-car sets in the Tangara trains, so they will be life extended to allow us to operate them for a longer period.
Are you anticipating any form of a shortfall?
At this stage, we're not anticipating a shortfall, but it's very much dependent on the future timetable iteration, particularly as the Metro City and South West is delivered and put into service. That will change the way we operate the Sydney Trains network and will allow us to rethink how we operate specific corridors and rolling stock requirements attached to that. So that work's underway, but certainly there's not something that's an immediate issue in terms of rolling stock shortage.
But that's subject to the timetable, but that does actually restrict our ability to introduce new services, I presume.
Well, I guess the three real components around new services are track capacity, rolling stock, and also train crew to make sure that we've got, other than obviously funding is the other one, that you can afford to run the services. But so yeah, there are a range of factors that go into the timetable development process, including, you know, where is the demand? And as we know, there's been a significant change in the demand profile post-COVID. We're currently a little under 60%, I think 55% of our pre-COVID patronage. So we expect it will take some time to recover the patronage number, which would then obviously delay the need for growth services that would add capacity across the Sydney Trains network, particularly as we add capacity through the Sydney Metro City and South West project.
The Tangara Technology Upgrade Program was tendered first in 2014, wasn't it?
I don't have the background on the TTU project. I was obviously appointed mid last year. The program of work that we're delivering is now it's managed in-house by Sydney Trains. So I am very confident and very familiar with the current budget of 107 million. In terms of previous works and timelines, that's something that I'm happy to take on notice, unless anyone else wants to comment on that. I'm not sure Ms. Drover's got any details.
I believe there was some scope change to that project. Once again, it was before my time.
So certainly it seems as though it was tendered in 2014, which now I'm doing my maths, but appears to be about 8 years ago. When is it finishing again?
23-24, financial year 23-24.
So it's going to take us, it's taken us more than a decade. Is that fair?
Again, I'm not familiar with the 2014 details, but the works that we're managing in Sydney Trains commenced, as I said, the first train's in test. I think we did the works to that train in around August, September last year. We started that work, so that's been underway in just the previous financial year.
But it's late. Is that fair?
Again, I'm not sure about the background and when it was committed and when it was started. The current program of work and the current schedule for the works that are being undertaken in Sydney Trains is on schedule.
Okay.
I think I can add, when I understand when those works were undertaken, it was discovered that not every train was the same. There was a high degree of variance in the arrangement of the train, so that did add to the time frame to complete that project.
But we commenced this project about a decade before the Tangaras were meant to end their natural life. And that decade has almost gone and we're still upgrading the trains. It does appear as though something went wrong.
Well, there's certainly been delays, as Mr. Drover indicated, but we'd have to go back to the details to see what that original timeline was. But presumably it was aligned with the ageing of the fleet as the fleet hit age points.
Okay. Deputy Chair,
Yes.
I have questions for Commissioner Wing, but it's almost certain I'm going to have to put them on notice in terms of as I work through them. So I don't want to detain Commissioner Wing any further.
Okay. I suspect that Ms. Boyd has no questions for Commissioner Wing. So, Commissioner Wing, we're very happy to dismiss you this afternoon if you are happy to take
thank
an
you
early
very
break
much.
at 4:10.
And I might just turn to some of the remaining questions for Mr. Regan, because he certainly looks like he'd like to go, as do you all. So,
Should I ask as well the officers from Western Sydney, perhaps, as well? Who?
The Office of Western Sydney aren't here.
Not
They've
here.
already gone
No,
home.
no.
Mr. Regan, just in respect to, I know my colleagues were asking you earlier this morning about the Sydenham to Bankstown aspect of the conversion.
Yes.
Is it going to happen in 24?
Well, as I said this morning, unfortunately, there has been a pretty significant impact on the works that we've had scheduled over the past 6 months. That impact from the industrial relations issues with Sydney Trains has had a significant impact on when we've been able to access the railway to do some of the preparatory works before that conversion takes place. So we've always been targeting bringing services in 2024. At this stage, I don't have clarity as to when I'll be able to get access to be able to continue those works. So it is quite difficult at the moment to put a definitive date on when those works will be complete, and we're needing to work with Sydney Trains to see what other access arrangements can be put in place. But at the moment, it certainly is an unfortunate impact. We're doing the works that we can, Mr. Mookie, like off the direct alignment. We're continuing to work where possible, but we have suffered around 40 cancellations of full work shifts over the past 6 months. That's 20 days of full work over a series of possessions, and then flow-on impact of that has created a pretty significant delay. So we're working to see how we can mitigate that, and in doing so, there's quite a balance to be found in the future as to still get onto the network to do those works then requires further closures of the railway. So trying to find that balance between the most efficient way to catch up work versus not adversely impacting customers is what we're working through with our colleagues at Sydney Trains and across transport as well.
Okay. Mr. Regan, I was second in an unrelated matter. Right now, is Sydney Metro developing plans for housing above railway stations you would control?
Sorry, could you just say it again?
Is Sydney Metro developing plans for housing above railway stations you would control?
So you'll be aware that on the throughout the metro network, there have been significant works that we've done to facilitate broader precinct development and precinct activation around the railway. And the plans have been very public around our joint venture with Landcom in the northwest, which is not directly above the railway, but adjacent to the railway. And that does include significant housing and other community and commercial premises. Through the city and section of the City and Southwest line, we have got a number of arrangements in place. Again, these are all public for development above and around the station, and some of that does include housing, but that's something that's public.
What proportion, on notice, are you able to provide me with the number of square metres or hectares of land that you that is a part of, land and airspace, which is a part of that precinct development?
Yeah, look, I'm certainly happy to take away and see what I can provide on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what proportion of such housing is being set aside for affordable housing?
So that's a question that certainly for the existing Metro Northwest and the City and Southwest, arrangements have put in place historically for some of those sites. For the West Metros, so the Western Sydney Airport line and the Metro West project itself, that's something we're currently working through with other government agencies as well.
Is there a policy you're meant to follow, or is this a matter that you have to decide as a board, as an organisation?
So it's a good question. There are different arrangements in place, and there are discussions across government around looking at what those policy positions will be in the future. And there's a number of different aspects. There's social housing, affordable housing, build-to-rent schemes, key worker housing. So there's different areas being discussed. So we don't have a definitive plan at this point, but we're actively working across government to be able to assist in delivering a broad range of housing where we are delivering housing. Certainly, we're very keen to maximise the benefit of housing of different types being based around those broader precincts around the metro stations where that's appropriate.
But there's no definitive policy that you're following, or
Well, I
you're
think
required to follow.
Nothing that's specific to the Sydney Metro. I mean, clearly, anything that is done around the metro stations is subject to planning approval processes, and whether it's...
There's no SEP, for example, that would specify a minimum percentage that has to be allocated to the housing categories that you just described.
No, but I think that's the discussion that we're having more broadly as to sort of what
When
can
do
be
you
done around
anticipate
those
reaching a
precincts.
decision on that?
It's not entirely in our decision making, so we're working across government.
But it
as
is.
to-
You could unilaterally decide as a board, could you not? As you
Oh,
have the
well,
authority.
only to the extent that we could decide what to seek planning approval for, but the
Yep.
actual planning approvals
How
are
many have
granted
you-
either by the Department of Planning and Environment or, as appropriate, the relevant local authority.
Of those precincts that you were describing, how many have you actually formally sought planning approval for?
On the Northwest Metro, the planning approval process for a number of those have been completed. I'd have to take on notice the exact numbers and which sites are complete. Some of those are still going through.
And within
the
those ones that you have completed and obtained planning approval?
Some of those, yes, and some of the construction is underway on some of those sites of the
So of
dwellings.
the ones that you've obtained and for which construction is underway, how much is being set aside as affordable housing?
It varies according to the local planning approvals per site. I would be happy, Mr. Mookie, to take on notice to come back and give you some figures on that.
Thank you very much. And in how many planning approvals are you intending to lodge in the next 12 months in respect to other parts of the metro network?
I'll come back to you on that as well. I think we probably haven't got a fully finalised plan as to the exact timing of when some of those planning.
No, I'm not
approvals
really
are
asking for exact timing, but I'm asking for which of the precincts that are next likely to enter the formal planning
So
process.
there's some that, as I said, are in the planning process at the moment out in the northwest, and we're continuing to progress those. I think they're probably the most relevant. There's clearly significant opportunity around housing and some of the broader regeneration on some of the city and southwest projects where we've already put in place arrangements with partners, and I think they have their planning approvals in place around Waterloo and the like. But I think I'm happy to come back. I'm very keen to give you the right information, so I'll come back on those.
Thank you. Have you identified social and affordable housing providers that you can partner with?
Oh, well, we are aware there are a number of potential partners, and including through government in our partnership with Landcom, for example, and they definitely have ongoing arrangements. But I think it's a case-by-case approach. So where we have partnered with private sector developers, in some cases out on the northwest, they have then in turn partnered with social housing providers to deliver a proportion of their developments and dwellings in a social housing capacity. So it does vary site by site based on the planning approval. And as I said, it's certainly something that we're very keen to explore how we can be involved in contributing more in that space.
Thank you. In respect to Sydney Metro's acquisition of properties for the Metro West proposal, how many properties have you acquired in the last 12 months?
In the last 12 months for Metro West?
Yep.
Yes, just bear with me for a moment, if I may. On Metro West, we've been acquiring properties effectively in two broad batches. So between Westmead and the Bays precinct initially, and overall there are some just over 400 interests in property and about 115 buildings where we have completed the majority of those acquisitions. For then the second batch, which is between Pyrmont and the CBD, there's 13 buildings in question and around 500 interests in those properties. They're ongoing at the moment. We have acquired just over 200 of those 500 by commercial agreement. The balance we're continuing to discuss. So
there's 300 that have been, 200 that have been acquired to date via agreement, 300 for which you said discussions are ongoing.
Yeah, so sorry, just to be clear. So in the first bucket between Westmead and the Bays, there's 417 total interests, and we have completed acquisition by commercial agreement of around 300 of those.
How much do we pay collectively for those 300?
We haven't disclosed publicly the the overall budget. So of
I'm
those,
asking for the budget. I'm asking, given we've already paid it now.
Yes.
How much did we pay?
We haven't disclosed the individual.
I'm aware, Mr. Dragon. That's why I'm asking.
Yes. Yeah, no,
That's why I'm here to ask you. You told me 12 months ago you couldn't tell me because you were negotiating.
That's right, and we
Now
haven't.
you've done it.
No, we haven't finished.
Well, of the 300s that you have.
Yes, but we haven't
You have-
finished the process. So we
Well,
have
how many-
acquired on that section between Westmead and the Bays just around 300 interests out of the 400 odd, and on the section between Piermont and the CBD, we've acquired around 200 out of the 500.
Are you ever intending to disclose publicly how much you're paying for these properties?
Well, we don't intend to disclose individually what
Well, I'm not
each of those
asking
arrangements
individually.
are.
I'm asking collectively.
Well, I will.
It doesn't involve any commercial in confidence negotiation because they're completed. Nor am I asking you to identify any particular landowner. So, on what basis are you objecting to telling us as to?
Well, at the moment, we are still in the process of acquiring, and we, as I said, we do those in batches. We have budgets that we're working to, and to the extent that we can deliver those acquisitions below budget, then that creates additional contingency that returns to the project. We're working through that process. To answer your question, I'll consider whether we can get to a point where that is something that we disclose.
Well, but you've already disclosed how many. Sorry, you said to me before that you've already. Are you now the title owner of those 300 property interests?
Yes.
So you're on the title. You've transferred the property.
Well, yes. So there's a
what's,
process.
What's outstanding? What's in respect to those 300 properties? Given you're the title owner,
Mhm.
pray tell, what else do you have to do with those 300 properties?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, you're the one who's made the point that the process is ongoing.
Yes.
But those 300 properties have been acquired, correct?
Yes.
You are the title owner of those properties.
That's correct.
So what further processes are you embarking upon?
Oh, sorry. Well, as I was referring to, for each of those buckets of or groupings of properties, we have a particular budget we're working to.
I'm
and
not
we've
interested
acquired
in
part
any.
of that budget.
All I want to know is, for those 300 properties, collectively, what did we pay for them?
Right. Okay. Well, I understand your question. And I'll look at see what we can come back on that. We haven't to date disclosed individually.
I'm not asking again. I'm not asking for individual disclosure. We've had this respect to other matters. Ms. Drover was answering similar questions
Yes.
on Monday. So there is no commercial in confidence reasons why you can't disclose because it's not subject to any negotiation. That's present.
But with respect,
I'm
it
not
does impact the outstanding negotiations in some
Well, you
cases.
assert that it does.
Yes, I do. Yes. So, as I said, I'm happy to take away and consider at what point we may be able to give you more information. But there is a distinction between the number of properties, and the number of interests in properties.
Yeah, we've gone through this before, Mr. Egan.
Yes.
I appreciate
So I'm happy to take away and consider that.
But your policy is never to disclose. Seems to be the impression you're leaving, Mr. Egan.
No, I don't think that's correct. I think, as we've discussed previously, we are not able to disclose the individual negotiations, and for good reason, because they often include assessment of people's individual circumstances.
No, again, Mr. Egan, I'm not asking.
And so
for
in
individual
aggregate,
disclosure.
we then look. We don't want to create an unlevel playing field by people making assumptions as to then what the average price that's being paid for something in a particular area. So we
Well,
complete
again,
each batch before we make any
none of those risk factors, because again, I'm not asking you for which properties, I'm not even asking you for which suburbs. I'm really only asking you, how much has the public paid to acquire these 300 properties? Now, I'm not going to push it much further because clearly I'm not going to get the answer, but I would invite you on notice to provide all information you possibly can around the collective figure.
No, and that's what I've agreed to do. I will take on notice to see what I am in a position to provide around the properties we've acquired on Metro West.
So of the 200 that that have not yet reached agreement, how many of them are now subject to a value general determination?
So a number of those properties in the section between Westmead and Bays, if they have been, we haven't reached agreement with the valuer general. In the city section, those properties have not been gazetted, so the negotiations are still continuing. And then if they are gazetted, they would then go for consideration by the valuer general.
That is true. So are you telling me that none of those 200 are subject to currently the value general determination?
That's correct. We haven't completed the gazettals for that section.
Okay. You were telling me about the other part, the Piermont to the city component. How many properties interests are we talking about there?
So between Pyrmont and the city, there's 13 buildings, of which there are 513 interests.
How
in
many
those
of-
buildings? We have acquired by commercial agreement just over 200 of those, and the balance are outstanding discussions.
Okay, so of those 200, I'm going to ask again. I'm not going to push it because we just went through this. But if you can tell me what the collective payment was for all them, or what information you can provide on that.
I'll take away to consider what we can provide on that.
And look, Mr. Regan, I do appreciate that you are being mindful of your responsibilities. I appreciate that too. But we've been asking this now for a number of years, and I just want to flag with you on notice that that your answer in that respect will be very important in us determining whether or not there's a requirement for a supplementary budget estimates hearing.
That's right. I understand the question.
Yeah.
As I said, I am being careful of
respectful
competing responsibilities,
Indeed.
and I will take away and look.
But
and
I'm
see
just
what I can
being
provide.
very clear, so there's no ambiguity in my interest in this. That will be important in determining whether a supplementary budget estimate.
No, that's understood. So your interest is in the aggregate amount we have spent acquiring properties to date for Metro West.
Yes.
Yes, understood.
And I will probably ask you the same on notice for the airport line too, if
Yes,
you don't mind.
understood.
Thank you very much. Have we found a home for Sydney Helicopters yet?
I believe the property you are referring to has been settled and resolved.
Okay, so we did find a home, or we at least
that you'd have to put that to the owner. It was not Sydney Metro was not responsible for finding a home for that property. It was a leasehold interest, and that acquisition of that leasehold interest has been completed. I'm not sure of the specifics of where that business is now located.
Okay. Do you use internal lawyers for these acquisitions, or do you go to a law firm?
Both.
Okay. Which law firms do you use?
We use a number of law firms across the piece. We have an internal legal team, and case by case we use.
Are they subject to model litigant requirements?
I believe so, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Could you? Can we get the names of the firms on notice?
I'll take that on notice.
Can we also get the expenditure by firm on notice?
I'll have a look.
Thank you. And how much? How many internal lawyers do you have on this?
I would have to look at that, Mr. Bookie. We have an internal legal team, and obviously it fluctuates over time how many of them are directly involved in property transactions or in our other business. So I could. So it's probably it changes over time depending on where we are in the acquisition cycle and how many properties are coming through at any one time.
Okay. How much? Well, I'm going to ask you on notice to just provide how much we have spent on legal services in respect to property acquisitions in each year of the last 5 years, if that's possible.
I'll see what I can provide.
Thank you again, Mr. Regan, about that. And with that, certainly, I'm not sure I have any further questions for Mr. Regan.
For Mr. Regan?
Yeah.
Can I just ask a couple?
Oh, actually, I do, but after now.
You do? Sure. I just wanted to ask, I understand, Mr. Regan, that you and Mr. Collins will be heading to London next month. Is that correct?
Certainly, yes, I am, and Mr. Collins can answer himself. Yes.
I think I'm on annual leave, but I happen to be in the UK, my first visit for 3 years, and I'm assisting Mr. Regan at the end of my holiday.
So that's for the Australian British Infrastructure Catalyst 2022 event?
That is one of the reasons for the trip, yes.
Yeah.
There are a number, but yes, we are participating in that infrastructure conference organised by the Australia British Chamber of Commerce. We have a very strong relationship with a couple of key rail bodies and infrastructure parties in the UK as well, particularly Transport for London. And as you'd be aware, the recently opened Crossrail project has a lot of... Elizabeth Line?
Yeah.
Has a lot of similarities to the Sydney Metro projects, and I am, for one, very much looking forward to finally travelling on the Elizabeth Line. They've had their challenges in delivering that project, and there's a lot we've been learning from them along the way, and they've been very helpful to us at Sydney Metro to date.
And that, the sort of travel involved in that then, is that something that the Chamber of Commerce pays for, or is it something, is it funded?
No, that's something that is paid for by the government.
By the government, yep. Okay. I understand that the cost of attending that that event is in the order of $6,000. Presumably, there's no a fee for appearance, or it's just part of the relationship.
No, there's not. No, there's a very tight travel schedule where I attend a lot of meetings in sequence, but no, I don't get paid for that.
And just to clarify, I think obviously approved by ministers. The reason why my costs are much lower is because it is 3 days or 3 nights accommodation plus expenses, no flight, obviously, as I'm already on leave.
So we don't pay individually for attendance to that conference. The New South Wales Government is a sponsor and supporter of that conference, and as a result, we're part of the official party.
As you would expect.
Yeah, I think it is a fabulous opportunity.
I'm not expecting you to pay out of your own
No.
pocket. I'm just curious.
No, but it is a really good opportunity. I think we've talked earlier about the challenges in getting particular skilled resources, and certainly the opportunity to speak to people in the UK who have just come off completing the Elizabeth line and and attracting them hopefully to consider coming to work in Sydney if we have opportunities for them is a really good opportunity for us.
Yeah, lots of opportunities.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could I ask, and I think perhaps this is primarily you, Ms. Drover, but I just wanted to ask some questions about the, just while I've got the...
Chair, I've just got a few more from Mr. Regan, and then I'm sure he's looking forward to getting out of here.
You want to let Mr. Egan go?
Well, look, you give them tea, but maybe we can let them go too. Like, it's sort of,
For the record, I didn't have any tea.
it depends on your
keep him then.
Your level of benevolence, Chair.
I'm just checking. Okay.
Mr. Regan, your operating budget in budget paper number 4 doesn't disclose your employee-related expenses. Do you know why not?
I think our employee-related expenses and the disclosures around that are included in our annual report.
Yeah, I know. That's true, but it's not in the budget.
Right, but it is publicly available.
No, it was for last year, but I don't know what your budget is for this year.
Yes, we haven't published our annual report, but it will be
No,
disclosed.
no, Mr. Regan. The difference between an annual report and a budget estimate
Yes.
is one tells me what happened in the last year,
Yeah.
one tells me what your budget is for the next year.
Yes.
So I can tell you right now, for example, that the good people at the Royal Botanical and Gardens Domain Trust will have an employee expense budget. Nope, they're not telling me either. So
I was going to say I'm pretty sure we disclose
don't-
everything we're required to, and obviously
nope,
the
the
budget
transport.
papers.
I can tell you, Mr. Sharp will spend 1.8 billion on employee-related expenses, but I don't know what Sydney Metro will.
No.
And I want to know, because it's sort of what is your employee-related budget for Sydney Metro for this financial year?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And equally, your other operating expenses line item is not the one I wanted to ask you about. The one I did want to ask you about is your grants and contributions budget has dropped from 1.38 billion to 495 billion as a revenue line item. Now, to be fair, your cluster grant revenue has increased. Is that just a straight swap?
I'll have to take that specific question on notice.
But it's a pretty alarming drop. That's the reason I'm asking it. You went from your grants and contributions went from 878 million budgeted for 21-22. You ended up spending 500 million more, or getting 500 million more in revenue. Sorry, not spending. Why did you get an additional $500 million in grants and contributions last year?
Sydney Metro's operations have expanded significantly over the past 2 years with the movement into construction of both the Western Sydney Airport Metro line and Metro West. We certainly haven't suffered a reduction in funding. Yes, our funding has gone up during that time. Your question may relate, and I'm happy to look into that, look at the particular sources of funding that come from government, but certainly, yes, our funding has increased in line with the increased operations.
In some respects. And look, again, I'm not going to push this much further, but you went up, your cluster grant revenue was underspent, this was overspent. So it's entirely possible it's an accounting issue, hence I'm asking you in budget estimates what's going on. But equally, it's gone from 1.3 billion to 495 million, which is quite an alarming drop. But there has been an offset increase in your other ones.
Yes.
Just on notice, can you
Yeah,
explain
so
to me?
our, as I said, our overall funding has increased for each of the last 2 years, and that reflects the increasing works that are moving from being in the planning stage into the construction stage.
Sure.
That.
But I will ask you on notice to just explain what's going on in that report
On those two
budget
line
paper
items.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm done with Mr.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just. So, you're done with Mr. Regan?
I am.
Okay,
And
Mr. Regan, you were done with.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to have some tea, even though I did.
Even if you didn't take
Go
it
and
up.
take some. Might be some biscuits left if you want to take one for the road.
Are you happy for me to continue, Chair, with others? Or?
Look, he's got an all expenses paid trip to London. So.
We might be able to have tea with the Queen. You never know.
Chair, are you...
I'm sure Mr. Collins could hook him up.
Okay, serious. I wanted to just ask for an update on the TAP and the upgrade of railway stations in particular, Ms. Drover, to ensure full accessibility. I think when we last spoke, you said that as part of that third tranche, there were 62 railway stations being upgraded, and then there'd be about 63 left to go after that. Where are we up to? How many are left now?
Yeah, so we are continuing with the TAP 3, the third tranche of the program. And we're actually working on the business case for the fourth tranche, which will be the last tranche, we hope. So at the end of this tranche, we will have done another 65 stations as part of tranche 3, and they're due to be completed by 2023.
So they're all just still on track. There's no
Yes.
delays.
Well, there were some delays, absolutely, and that was a direct impact of the protected industrial action. So yes, there were some delays, absolutely.
And do we think then that it will still be completed by 2023? I think we said last time they'll be completed largely in
Look,
2023.
that was our expectation. Again, as Mr. Regan said, it will be a function of how long the industrial action goes on. Obviously, we need possessions to upgrade railway stations. If we don't have those possessions, we can't complete the work. So we have had an impact, and there has been an underspend in that portfolio. Having said that, we continually are reprogramming to see how we can get those work completed with the expected possessions we will have.
So in terms then of the Ferry wharf upgrades, where are they up to?
Yes, there are 13 Ferry wharf upgrades as part of TAP 3 as well. So the Kissing Point and Woolwich ferry upgrades were completed, as was North Sydney just in June this year. So there will be 11 ferry wharfs completed by the end of this year. And there are still 6 that we are progressing either in planning or procurement.
Okay, so they're still... So 11 by the end of the year, so we're looking then at 2 left over from tranche 3 for next year plus 6 that
Yes,
you're now...
Yeah, so the ones that are still in planning is Double Bay, where we've got the planning approval. We're just finalising the detailed design. We have had a delay there. The community has told us they don't want us to construct over the summer months where that ferry wharf has high usage. So we're going to delay the start of that till early next year after summer. Darling Point, the planning approval, the REF was displayed. Construction's due to start before the end of the year. Taronga Zoo and South Mosman, we're in the detailed design phase. Greenwich Point, again, we've had the planning approval displayed and we're in detailed design. And Manly Cove, we've got the Manly Wharf 3. We're doing the concept design and preparing the planning approval for community consultation display. And we're also doing the concept planning for the old Manly Sea Life facility as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I think I just have one final question, and perhaps I'll direct it to you, Secretary. It's a bit of a random one. So in relation to the Western Harbour Tunnel project, which I know is not the responsibility of Minister Elliott, but I want to ask you a more general question. There were 3 notices put on the tender website that were announcing up to $10 million to be given to 3 separate construction services companies in relation to providing them financial support for the provision of tenders for that project. Is that normal? Is that something? I've not seen it before. I'm just curious as to whether that's a standard practice.
I'll ask Mr. Over to talk to the detail on it, but as a general comment, we do want to actually foster competition, and it is expensive to bring the specialist design work in. The benefit we get is one, competition, which flows through into the tender process, but also we get the IP. So when we pay that, the ideas and innovations we can actually leverage, and we have actually used that in some other projects as well. But Mr. Over, if you could comment specifically.
Yeah, bid cost reimbursement is actually one of the commitments under the memorandum, or the Premier's memorandum, the 10-point plan for the construction industry. There's also Treasury's bid cost reimbursement policy. So if we pay bid cost reimbursement, we seek the approval of Treasury, and they give us that approval. And they have given us that approval to pay bid cost reimbursement for Western Harbour Tunnel, as they have for most of our large projects.
Okay, so it's sort of the large projects, and I guess with the tunnel, there's such a lot of engineering ingenuity that it would be useful to capture that. And I take your point about the competition. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. Mr. Mookie.
Mr. Secretary, can I ask a few more questions about certain matters to do with our ferries? How many days have the 3 Emerald-class Generation 2 ferries, Balmoral, Fairlight and Clontarf, been taken out of passenger service in 2022 for maintenance reasons, both scheduled and unscheduled?
I'll have to pass to Mr. Collins on the detail on that.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the accuracy and detail of that we'll have to take on notice. And just for the record, I think your colleague quoted an incident happening in July of this year. I have found that report. The master lost starboard steering occurred without his control. He immediately went to the backup control. The ferry was taken back to dock and it was repaired, and some investigation took place. I don't think it was quite as described by Mr. Graham, but that's for the record.
Who did the investigation?
I believe the investigation for that ferry took place by Transdev themselves, and obviously we have the capability of asking our safety environmental risk people to carry out investigations, or as OTSI published, they can carry out investigations themselves if notified.
Did my colleague ask you when Transdev notified you of this?
He didn't.
So when did Transdev notify you of this?
Of the July incident, I'll take that on notice. If we were notified, I'll let you know what the date is.
So basically the ferry effectively started to drive itself?
I think what described in the report that I've read in the interim, that whilst travelling, the master noticed the ferry was taking a starboard direction without him operating the... It's sort of like a joystick on the Emerald class. He took corrective action, put the engines, I think, into neutral, took corrective action. There's always a backup. I think this is just to make sure people understand that when this happens, you can go into the backup. It's a bit like in 2012, the Lady Northcott went off and veered off and actually crashed into the harbour wharf. These things have occurred in the past, but what has happened is investigation took place. They believe it was connected with the Australian made and designed toggle device, and further work has been done on that particular product.
But look, kudos to the master. And
absolutely,
respect to them for the
hugely
skill,
professional.
for the professional skill that
they do that every day. It's not as if it was an emergency situation.
That's why we train them. And Mr. Collins, I do want to congratulate the master for the actions that he took, but the fact remains that the ferry started to steer itself. That's correct.
Correct, but it was immediately corrected, and
Indeed.
there is a backup system.
Look, I'm glad that kicked in as well. Just how many people were on board?
I can't tell you exactly. I'll find that report and tell you on notice.
Was it a typical service? Like, what time? Do we have any information about what time it took place?
I, again, will get you, rather than give you sort of a delay by looking for the report, will give you that information regarding what time of the day it was,
I presume
where
it-
exactly it was in the harbour, and information regarding that report.
Presume the incident was disclosable, correct? As in, there was a mandatory disclosure obligation on part of
All
Transdev.
incidents, depending on their nature, but this one does sound very much, as you may be indicating, Mr. Mookie, that this one would be reportable, so that obviously the hamster or OTSI may wish to take investigations. We know reportable incidents, rail, ferry, buses, investigations can take place, or they can be left with the organisation.
Has it been reported?
I'll take that on notice and make sure
but this is an incident which took place on 11. Is it automatic under all transport law that there is a requirement for mandatory reporting within a certain time period? And it's not just that it's a reportable incident. You have to, by law, report it also in a timely way. So sitting here some 7 weeks later, maybe 6 weeks later, are we in a position to confirm that OTSI has in fact been notified?
I will take that on notice rather than give you
Are you aware of any
wrong
OTSI
information.
Are you aware of any OTSI investigation that is underway?
Of this particular incident, I'm personally not aware.
Mr.
I will
Secretary,
just
are you?
check. I will just check that I may have been notified. There are many, as you imagine, there's thousands of incidents and operations during the services that are under my responsibility. Certainly, my team, who are responsible for the contract, are always notified of OTSI incidents and also have regular updates with
Well, then
the
perhaps,
Transdev.
Mr. Collins, on notice, is it possible that you could tell us about how many reports have been notified to your team by Transdev in the past 12 months? How many of them have since been notified to OTSI or any other safety regulator? How many of them were then subject to an investigation by OTSI? And if you are in a position to do so, what was the outcome of the OTSI investigation?
I think I've got the gist of your advice. We'd certainly take that on notice. As I said, not all incidents are necessarily reportable to OTSI. There are requirements.
There is a
and
threshold.
standards. Yeah, there is.
But hence my question as to how many of them are being notified from Transdev to you. I'm just going up the chain of responsibility to be very clear here, Mr. Collins.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm just wanting to go through each step of the chain of responsibility.
Absolutely.
If it is possible, we can get that information on notice.
Yes.
That would be helpful. Actually, the question I did ask you, which I think the Secretary referred to, was how many days have the 3 Emerald class generation ferries?
And I think I did ask, you may want to check on the answer, that I said I would take that on notice. And chain of command, just to clarify, Transdev, who operate the fleet, are responsible for reporting those incidents to OTSI. And they're also responsible to telling my contract manager that has been reported, and obviously that comes through to me as the
Indeed, it does.
officer in charge.
And to be fair, the chain of command wasn't what I was referring to. The chain of responsibility was what I was referring to. But fair enough. Has there been cracking reported on the hulls of the Emerald class Generation 2 ferries, Balmoral, Fairlight, and Clontarf?
I believe so. Yes, they were identified in inspection. A number of cracks appeared.
How many?
I can't tell you the number, but I know what has happened is that those identifiable cracks, again, this is an Australian-designed vessel by Incap Crowther. Those cracks have been identified, either repaired or have been of a nature that will be dealt with under maintenance.
When were you notified of the cracks?
Again, I cannot give you the accurate date, but I will take that on notice of when we were first advised of identifying cracks on.
Look, as always,
Emerald
Mr. Collins, I respect your precision, but it's about accurate and dates. But I'm happy to settle for. Was it earlier this year? Was it this
I
year?
believe, if I can recall, it was believed sometime earlier this year.
Okay, and. Do you understand? Well, you said, I think you may have made mention that you understand what was causing those cracks, and that was the parts that you just described. Was it?
Well, what we sought was information from both the operator and also the manufacturer and the designer, and I believe the gist of the information which was provided back was that during obviously manufacturing, they obviously did the assessment of what the stress levels were. There were no risks from a safety point of view. Vessels of this nature, aluminium welded vessels of this nature, often do manifest some cracking over time or some stress cracking. I think it's the same as aircraft. I remember talking to Mr. Sharp about his experience in aircraft, and therefore repair methods and programs are put in place.
Do you forgive my ignorance on this particular point, Mr. Collins, but how old are the Balmoral, Fairlight and Clontarf?
They're probably less than 3 years old. They're starting manufacture, obviously.
When did they enter service?
They entered service over, I think, last year, if I remember rightly. Again, I'll give you the service entry date, so they're relatively new.
But they're operating, that's what they've been operating for slightly more than a year.
Yes, the early Emerald Class 1s, the 2s came into service a later date after we had late delivery and a number of issues in terms of their operation prior to entering service.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and since they've entered service, one of them's gone into autopilot, and all three of them have presented cracks.
I think I'm not sure the facts of whether all three present cracks, but certainly we're aware of cracks. Like a lot of individually designed vessels over the history of Sydney, it does take a while to bed in those ferries. I'm a very avid reader of history, and I believe the Freshwater's had a lot of issues to start with when they first came in terms of steering, control, and even one grounded itself. But we have rigorous processes approved by the regulator in terms of operation. We have had, disappointingly, reliability issues initially, and I think a few of those you listed and described earlier. But the good news now is we work very closely with the operator and burdens the manufacturers to deal with these warranty claims. We have seen a marked improvement in the performance of those vessels, and as I said earlier, customers are now seeing, over a 99% operational service of Sydney
How much
ferries.
do we have to spend to repair the cracks?
These are warranty claims. They are not things that Transport for New South Wales pays for.
But that's assuming the warranty claims is agreed to.
Yeah,
So let's
but-
just go through that process.
Well, they're very new vehicles, vessels that you described.
But
I think
these are.
the other-
This isn't your ordinary warranty on a dryer.
The other thing to describe also is that where Transdev ferries are able to operate and cancel services or have failed to deliver their new vessels to time, there are various contractual penalties that we apply to ensure that.
Well, how much
obviously-
have we collected in contract penalties from Transdev in the last 12 months in respect to the ferries?
The process for dealing with obviously the
Have we collected a cent?
cancellation of ferries and the operation of that obviously is worked through my contracts team.
Yeah, indeed. I appreciate knowing who's doing the work, but I want to know how much money have we recovered from Transdev in the
Whether
past 12
I will
months?
provide what information is disclosable, obviously under that contract.
Have we recovered even a cent?
We have certainly applied penalties to this ferry operator in the last few months.
Yeah, and so how many times have we issued a penalty to them?
I would say that's I will provide that information, what I can provide under the contract.
What restriction in the contract would prevent you
There
from
may well
telling
be
us?
commercial issues, which
So
we
we're
do.
telling us we have you've signed a contract that says we can penalise an operator and not tell anyone.
It may well be I'd be able to reveal all the information, Mr. Mookie. I just want to make sure that I'm not committing to something that I may not be able to provide.
Well, again, Mr. Collins, I do appreciate the precision, but if you are going to if you don't mind taking on notice, let's go through step by step. The question that I'm hoping that you will take on notice was how much money has been incurred to date to repair the.
I can
cracks?
confirm, Mr. Mookie, that those repairs are complete and there was no cost to the taxpayer.
No. Is that because we claimed it under warranty?
No, because they are under
fixed it
warranty.
themselves.
They fix them themselves. It is absolutely clear these vessels are not something. And during the overall contract of the Sydney Ferry organisation, they are responsible for providing serviceable fleet. We are not, and that's what I said earlier. If they are unable to provide serviceable fleet, whether that's old Freshwaters or new Emerald classes, there's that responsibility, and the contract works on the basis of if they fail to meet a certain threshold, then penalties are applied.
Has Transdev made claims to Transport for New South Wales in respect to matters which they allege that Transport for New South Wales hasn't adhered to in respect to their contract?
I think I can obviously, the Deputy Secretary can advise about the claims. Again, I think they are commercially sensitive and maybe confidential.
I'm not asking you to disclose the quantum of them, but we have done this a few times for the Deputy Secretary in respect to claims. So does the Deputy Secretary know whether Transdev has made claims under contract?
Oh, Mr. Mookie, what I can say is that we're working very closely with Transdev. There are some legal matters that we're still working through and negotiating with them. Like Mr. Collins, I would rather check what is commercially in confidence, what is still in legal discussion, and what I can release to you.
I do appreciate that, Deputy Secretary, but I will just make abundantly clear that this is also a matter which will be important in terms of whether or not we think the supplementary budget estimates hearings is notice. We're very happy for you to take it on notice, but I'll be very clear here. It is our responsibility to oversee your conduct in legal disputes as well. So there's no privilege claims.
Yes, we understand.
Yeah. So I just want to be very clear. I'm very happy to, if you do feel like you need to take the advice, please do. But I just do stress in terms of the answer you provide will be a key consideration.
Yeah,
understood.
In respect.
I think you're asking for a lot of detail, obviously, Mr. Mookie. I'm
Not
very
too much
keen-
detail. I was
I'm
only
very
asking
keen
whether
to
they
make
made
sure we
claims.
provide that.
Thank you. And Mr. Collins, I always respected your attention to detail as well. Did an independent report by Maritime Survey Australia commissioned by Transdev confirm that the Fairlight had a deformed plate as well as buckling to a crucial internal rod and cracked coatings and welds near its front?
Yes, I have read that report, and the action necessary is that it is not considered by that report to be a safety issue, and that remedial repairs will take place by, again, the manufacturer, Burden, at the appropriate time. I'm very keen to ensure that Burden get on with those repairs to ensure that the vessel is looking in good condition, because obviously some of the paint is flaking away, but also carry out the necessary modifications.
Did the report say that if the damage is simply repaired without addressing the cause, any repairs are likely to be ineffective in the long term?
I think you're quoting the report, Mr. Mookie, and I believe what you're saying. And yes, we have been quite clear with Burden and in Cap Crowther, who designed the vessel, that we want to ensure that whatever repairs take place, that we are satisfied that they'll be done in a manner which means that they are permanent and that further incidents do not occur.
Okay. Is it likely that the same problems in respect to a deformed plate, buckling to a crucial internal rod, and cracked coatings and welds are present on the other two vessels, namely the Balmoral and the Clontarf?
I do not believe so, although I understand they have been inspected. But we have asked Transdev, who are the procurer of the vessels, to ensure that further checks are made. The three vessels have had different time on the water under different conditions, and certainly we're very keen to ensure that whilst we have been advised that there is no safety risk whatsoever, we want to ensure those ferries are in absolutely good order.
Well, have they been assessed by Maritime Survey Australia?
I believe Transdev carry out the inspections. I've not been notified of any issues that was presented in that previous report.
Order. I understand that Mr. de Kock is no longer required. If that's the case, you will...
Subject to the Secretary's view.
Sorry, of course, subject to the Secretary's approval.
Thank you.
Enjoy your 15 minutes. Don't say we're not generous here. Mr. Collins, I think I'm not going to ask too many more questions about ferries, but I will ask you this one. Is it correct that the Generation 1 Emerald May Gibbs recently had a catastrophic total steering failure while on the Manly run?
No.
Okay. Did it have any form of steering failure?
It did have, and I think that was the point maybe I should have clarified, and I apologise, Mr. Mookie. In July of this year, which I think your colleague raised earlier, he described this catastrophic failure of the steering. That was when, as the report describes, that the master was operating the ferry and noticed that the ferry was steering to starboard without him carrying out any intervention on the joystick or toggle. He immediately and very professionally, as you describe and I described too, as I've travelled with a master and had understand the control mechanisms, he used the backup. The ferry was withdrawn. There was no safety issues whatsoever. It wasn't as if it was veering off course uncontrollably. He took it back. It was taken back, and they found a fault in the, I believe it's an Australian designed and built toggle joystick, and that fault has been repaired. In addition to that, the monitoring telemetry to understand why that fault has occurred, I believe now that the recording device does allow Transdev to download data to understand why those things have occurred and understand when faults are occurring. But that did happen in July, and I've, I think in the lunchtime period, managed to have a look at extracts from that report.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Secretary, let's talk about some bus-related matters, why don't we? The following... Ms. Tanner, I presume maybe you're in a position to assist on this one. Sorry to keep you here. Thank you for staying. The following bus routes have been cancelled in the Region 9 bus network. It's quite a list. It's 300, 301, 302, 309X, 310X, 314, 316, 317, 338, 353, 357, 372, 373, 376, 377, 391, 393, 394, 395, 400, 400N, L94, X40, X93, X99, M10, M50, 891, 893, 378, and let's not forget the 361. Were any impact studies conducted prior to these routes being cancelled?
Thank you for the question. The Region 9 review was actually a critical exercise in terms of rebalancing the network, and there were a number of consultations that took place. I'll pass over to Ms. Fontana.
Your time to shine, Ms. Fontana.
Yes. The changes were introduced by State Transit Authority on the 5th of December
Ms. Fontana, you need to
21,
bring the microphone. Yep.
as stated. A lot of those routes that you have described as being cancelled, there were replacement routes, so there were other alternate routes for customers to take. There was consultation done with some of our local councils at the time, and we have...
Well, the local councils vehemently opposed it, didn't they not?
Yes, there was some councils that provided feedback to us, and we did take into account feedback that we received at the time.
Did any council support the cancellation of these routes?
There was some councils that provided some opposition to some of the routes being cancelled, but as I said, most of the routes did have alternative options for customers to pursue.
Did any council support the cancellation of these routes?
I'd have to take it on notice which councils opposed and which ones did not. It was consultation was done back in October last year.
But were there any impact studies, formal impact studies undertaken? Not consultation, actual impact studies?
That I would not be able to answer.
Who can?
That was, we worked very closely, State Transit Authority, with our colleagues in the Planning Department of Transport. I would have to direct that question to...
Were you required to do an impact study?
No.
Okay. And what were the reasons, therefore, for the cancellation of these routes?
The cancellation of, or the amendment of routes was as a result of the introduction of the light rail. It was a consolidation of services, streamlining and looking at more direct and efficient routes for our customers.
What's the daily capacity of the light rail?
I would have to take that on notice.
Do you, Mr. Sharp or Mr. Collins? Does anyone know what the daily capacity is? Is it 13,500 people?
And certainly increase its frequency and certainly speed it up its service. I mean, I'll take the actual daily total capacity, theoretical capacity on notice, but obviously those double tram vehicles take, I think, up to 450 people.
I'm fairly positive it's 6,500 each way. And I know that because I'm fairly positive we've gone through this in previous estimates rounds prior to your.
And I think in previous budget estimates, Mr. Mooker,
We have. I think it was at 9,000 for some level, and then that was a maximum of 13,000 with no intention to reach the maximum until 2031, is my recall, or thereabouts.
And it's amazing to see that 82,000 people on average use light rail.
Look, I'm not disputing that yet, but what was the capacity of the bus services that were removed, the daily capacity of the bus services that were removed?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
But
I
fair,
think
that was for Ms. Fontana.
I would have to take that on notice. I don't have those figures.
It's the case, isn't it, that we've actually removed more capacity than we've introduced. I want to put that to you very clearly. In respect to that part of Sydney, we've actually removed public transport. Net. The amount of seats taken off the buses versus the amount of seats added on the light rail is negative. Isn't that the case, Mr. Secretary?
It depends on whether people fill those seats rather than the actual
I'm not
seats.
asking about patronage. I'm asking about capacity.
I think the plan, and Mr. Mookie, I think I can recall that we deferred those Region 9 changes to take on another 8,800 additional feedback statements and various meetings that we had, and offers of talking to local councillors and MPs to describe what the overall plan was. The overall plan, Mr. Mookie, was to design a new network with 11 all-day frequency buses, core buses running, and as you say, a total of 24 bus routes no longer operating. But generally, these were paralleling or were part of the new L2, L3 service. We did listen to feedback, providing and reinstating some of those services which were originally withdrawn. I think Coogee, I can remember, and certainly some of those direct services to some of the shopping centres.
But just to be clear, Mr. Collins, we've gone over the. Look, I appreciate the history, and no doubt you did delay. But as we currently see it, 24 routes were cancelled, and I'm putting to you clearly that the amount of capacity we withdrew from those buses has not been matched by the amount of capacity that's been added to the light rail, which means that in net terms, we have withdrawn public transport services.
I've got the capacity of the light rail if you need it.
Thank you.
It's 13,500 passengers per hour in both directions.
I thought that was around the case. But is that the current capacity or is that the target capacity?
Well, that's the capacity.
Okay.
We're not changing the vehicles. Whether
No, it
they're
was
actually
just that there
achieving
was
patronage at the moment.
According to the EIS and according to the approval in the business case, it was meant to be staggered up to 13,500. So I'm just wondering how far along that progression pathway we are. But to be fair, it's not necessary for now. I'm not going to press it.
Mr. Walker, just in terms of capacity, there has been an increase in capacity at where the constraint points were, and that better matching of capacity has actually been aligned with the quiet times. So in terms of actual capacity available where it was needed, that was improved. But I do take your point that overall the capacity is down.
Has been reduced, yeah.
There's also the usage and the interaction of the capacity with the light rail. So you'd have to add all that up and look at the efficiencies where we had duplicated routes and inefficient routes.
Well, indeed.
The capacity question is quite a complex one.
Oh, it is. But I do accept that subject to the complexity you just described, you do agree that there's been a reduction in capacity for the reasons that you've just described. And look, it's entirely feasible for the Transport Department to say that this is a better network setup if it leads to better utilisation, which I imagine is the next concept.
Mr. Mookie, I
It
think
also addresses the constraints that we were saying.
But the issue, of course, is that, look, I mean, I'll be very clear here, that the community backlash in respect to the removal of these buses has been pretty immense. You only have to visit these areas to discover just how much disruption it has created in those communities. Is there any consideration being given to the restoration of any of these routes?
We always, Mr. Mookie, and thanks for your question. We will and always do consider where adjustments made. We're not perfect by any means, and I certainly agree with you that where, and we have on other regions as well, where we do believe if things change or people have demonstrated that clearly there are needs which we have missed. We've done that for accessing hospitals and school transport, I think, in other areas. I think the important thing here is, and I'm not going to labour the point, that those bus services were following the old tram routes from the 1950s and really hadn't been changed. And I appreciate people, some people lost out as a result of that. But I do feel the overall transport provision now is more matched to the demands of our customers.
So is that the reason why 50 bus stops have been removed from the Region 9 bus network?
Out of the thousands of bus stops where we move or change routes or we rationalise a route which probably followed an old tram route or did some quirky trip in the back streets of the eastern suburbs, we did obviously remove some tram stops.
Is it 50?
Sorry, bus stops.
Is it 50?
I can
correct that. It's actually, it was 28.
28.
Which is
Over what
less
period of
than
time?
2% of our total number of bus stops in the region. So we have over 1,800 bus stops.
In the Region 9 district?
And 28 were removed in that region.
And over what time period?
Pardon?
Over what time period? Was
That
over
was
a year?
for the network change
And when
in
was that again?
December.
December last year?
Yes.
They would have been done.
Okay, so you're saying 28. Are you planning to remove any further?
No, because as far as I'm aware, unless there are other constraints, new buildings being built or roads changing, we generally retain. In fact, we've seen some improvements to the standards of bus stops in many areas with new signing. You may have seen our new bright blue Bs out there and some improved bus shelters. We retain those following, obviously, the bus service changes.
Can I, just on notice, get the locations of the bus stops and then identify?
Yeah, we have those available. And
Thank you, that would be appreciated. Is it the case that the Region 9 bus network remunerates the private bus operator on a per kilometre basis?
What was the question, sorry?
Is it the case that we remunerate the private operator of the bus network in Region 9 on a per kilometre basis?
That forms part of the process or part of the contract.
And is that a practice that's been adopted in all the regions?
The contracts are the same in all regions, 7, 8 and 9.
So it's been introduced in 7, 8 and 9. Has it applied to the 1 to 6?
Those contracts are prior to 7, 8, 9. I wouldn't be able to answer whether they are exactly the same. 7, 8 and 9, it's part of the calculation of the way we pay operators. It's not the only
Yep, it's not the
formula.
only factor. Yep.
Yep.
But in terms, when are the 1 to 6 and 10 to 14 being renegotiated?
They're actually under competitive tender.
And when's that
now.
meant to resolve?
Pardon?
When's that meant to resolve?
They will be all awarded by March next year.
By March next year. And are you intending in that tender to introduce a per kilometre remuneration model to those regions?
The contracts are out for tender at the moment, as I said, a competitive tender process, and that does form part of the bidding process.
And is the reason why perhaps you're rationalising bus services is because therefore you don't have to pay on a per kilometre basis for them?
No.
So why did you adopt the per kilometre remuneration model for Regions 7, 8 and 9?
I think it's, I can't comment directly because it's before my time, but I think we do use best practice. It's not, as Mr. Fontana described, not the only method of payment. There are many other indexes or sort of contract arrangements, but it really does work on the basis of ensuring that buses do run and we don't end up with, if we did it in the old-fashioned way, the bus would turn up at 5 to 9, tick the box, disappear again. I think the purpose of measuring part of the performance on kilometrage, setting that kilometrage, whether it's 1,000 kilometres or 10,000, is to ensure that the bus operator does provide those in-service buses to the schedule, and whether it meets or not meets the contract performance. Well, I just remind you, the fare box is not taken by the company.
Yeah, I'm aware
you
of that.
understand that.
Yeah. But so what component of their remuneration is tied to the per kilometre charge, and what are the other factors?
Ms. Fontana?
The contracts are currently, as I said, they're online. They are, excuse me, they are currently in process as we speak, and they are available, the documents online, so you could It's a
Yeah,
range
but
of.
it doesn't disclose the weighting, I believe. How much is it weighted as a per kilometre charge? Because
Well,
as I
I'd
understand
have
it,
to
it's part of
check
the
if I can
charge, and then you apply the
disclose
incentive
actual
process.
detail, because the process is currently underway. I'm not sure if I can.
I'm
go
asking
through
about the ones that have been settled, not the ones that are current to tender.
They're available online, the contracts.
Okay. Have we applied penalties on operators in Region 9 yet? Have we applied for failure to provide services accordingly in accordance with the contract? Have we issued them with any penalties?
We would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, where just in general terms, where operators are unable to provide bus services to the certain level, if they ask us to reduce those services, we do reduce the payment for those services.
You're not going to pay for services that aren't provided.
Absolutely.
So have they asked to reduce? Have they put a request through to reduce services?
As you know, Mr. Mookie, it's a subject in itself. At the moment, bus drivers across the state, if not across the country, are in desperate short supply. We have over 1,000 vacancies within the greater metropolitan areas.
Mr. Collins, because the chair is very eager to bring this hearing to our eyes.
Yes, that is.
They have requested to reduce service.
I will check to make sure I'm talking about regions 7, 8 and 9, which I think you were talking about. We will tell you that on notice, but a number of bus companies have put in a request because of this driver shortage, which is over 15% in some cases.
Order. Yes, it is time. Thank you so very much for spending the day with us. We will, or the committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to supplementary questions and questions taken on notice. But that does conclude our hearing for today. Thank you.
Thank you.